position and say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. We are here on Friday night. It's Battle Streams of Middle-earth. It's Tom Macklin in his house. Mac Attack, Captain Mac Sparrow, Mac to the Future, Captain Mac, Jumping Mac Flash.
Mac Flash, yeah.
Mac and the Beanstalk. It's him. He's in. If one of you lovely chaps out there in the world would let us know that the sound is all right and that the sound and vision is working, that would be absolutely super. I can see us on the internet, so that bodes well. But I will just wait for confirmation. I can't believe after telling you to change it to live chat, I have not changed it to live chat.
Shocking.
I know, it's worse. People are saying it's very, very quiet.
Well, sound and video works. Can see double host, double map. Oh, it's because we both have maps behind our.
Yeah, double host, double map. Sounds good. People, this is weird. People are saying they're arguing. Very quiet. Sound is very low, but also it works. Sounds good. Sounds good.
That's a you problem, guys.
That's
not an us problem.
What are we meant to do? What are we meant to do that? Let me see if I can. There's a few people. Damien's definitely quieter than
is it both of us that's quiet, or is it just me, or just Damien?
I am now excessively louder. I've done it. I've made me louder. I've then turned you down. So hopefully that balance will be right. Yeah. So you're going to feel that change and hopefully we'll get some people going. That's better because I will be louder, and then you'll be louder too, Tom. But you'll be a bit quieter comparatively, if that makes sense. But there we go. I'll just wait for. I'm sure it's going to be fine, but I'll just wait for a few of those to filter through. But yes, indeed, it is of course Battle Streams Middle-earth, and we are here on a Friday as we try and be now. We are back to being regular, and I don't need to introduce this fine man with me because Thomas Macklin has hosted before on stream 104, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I know it's yes.
I agree.
Because the spreadsheet remembers, Tom. We've got a new tab for our hosts. So yeah,
got a spreadsheet. Who runs it?
It's me. It's an awful spreadsheet. I'll tell you.
Then I trust it. Then
I'll tell you if Tom ever saw this, if Harrison ever saw the BSIME spreadsheet, he'd have a heart attack. He wouldn't like it one little bit, but it does work. It does work.
Cool.
So yes, there we go. And we are here, of course, to Battle Streams of Middle-earth, which is our regular series where we take a look at this dear lady, the DXTini Partwork Battle Games of Middle-earth. What we did was we didn't want to call the stream Battle Games of Middle-earth, so we actually changed the word games to streams.
I know.
It's a think piece. It's a think piece.
It's a think piece, indeed.
Yeah. So there we go. It's kind of wonderful. And normally we take a look through one of these old issues, and we hang out together and we see the state of the game, and we come together and join together as a community to hang out on a Friday evening and paint together. And indeed, the main point is not what you're painting, but the main point of Battle Streams of Middle-earth, delicious, is to, oh, that's a nice mug, is to help you clear your butt. What is that? What is that?
No, I found it.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Goodness.
It's
almost like you're a host.
I know.
Incredible scenes. But Macklin, won't the other guest hosts get jealous?
They might do, but they might not as well.
We'll have to wait and see. Possibly more on mugs later, but as is so often the case here, more on everything later, and then we'll forget. But try and remind me about mugs. But yes, so the idea is that you come together, you join us live for a few hours on a Friday night, and we paint something just for the fun of it to help you clear the backlog. Normally the models that came with the DXTini Partwork, but this week we're not doing that, are we, Maccas?
No,
we're not looking at an issue because it's a special. And Maccas, what are we looking at this week? What is our theme?
It is the War of the Rohirrim.
Indeed. So
I was thinking about picking that up. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's cool. It's perfectly pleasant. It's good. Lots of good color reference for painting your models. Harmer, for example.
Oh, that is good.
But it's not like a behind the scenes of the film. It's all like fluffy stuff about the characters and who they are, that sort of stuff. But it's nice. It's a pretty book. Cool. Might sound mad, but I think for some reason I prefer this to the visual companions of the films. I can't. Ooh. The visual companions of the films I always thought were the kind of like they're a bit rubbish. Whereas this I think is slightly better than a bit rubbish.
Careful now. You're on the internet.
Yeah, I know. Right? They won't like that, will they? So yeah, we have a new edition of the strategy battle game. Last time, in our last stream, we looked at the box set. We looked at this fantastic box set.
It is lovely.
The Battle of Edoras. I'll just go in for a quick sniff.
Yeah. I was trying to tell this to. Was I telling you? My son's to the right of me, brother. Didn't I get to sniff? It sounds really bad. To sniff my book. Yeah, I got you to sniff. Trying to teach him about the new book smell. Mm. He's not, unlike me. He's not a nerd. He's a foot. Yeah, but you're a nerd.
The kids of today have got the internet, haven't they? We didn't have the internet. We just had books and print smells.
Exactly.
And then I've got some lovely treats for the future. I've got some Lord Thor, and I've got some.
Oh, he is a lovely boy.
Nice. A punchy helm. So yeah.
Nice.
Indeed, it's a lovely box. So that's what we looked at. What you got? Oh, is that Frecker and Punchy Helm?
Punchy Helm.
You'd love to see it. So yeah, we had a look through the box set in the last one and our thoughts on that, and we also looked through the rule book and we looked at the new edition of the game. And we're continuing that kind of exciting War of the Rohirrim feel. And tonight, the theme and the theme of the stream and the theme of the painting is the film itself, is the film, the War of the Rohirrim. So I really should have prepared this. I need to nip to Facebook to find it. The theme for this week is any model that appears, or it's pretty much any model that appears in the film, or any model that could appear in one of the army lists representing the film. And so here it is. Are you ready, Macus? Tonight, to be eligible, you need to be painting any model that appears in any of the following army lists in Armies of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
The Army of Edoras, so that's the goody Rohan one. The Defenders of the Hornburg, that's the Bride of Death Hera one. The Eagles, that's the Eagle one. The Usurpers of Edoras, that's Frecker and Wolf. The Besiegers of the Hornburg, that's Wolf with the Snow Troll. And Harad, I've put in as well.
Yes.
So you can have a Mummock.
The Mummock, yeah.
And so that means, for example, because I just can't be asked to answer these questions in the comment, that means you can paint the Mummock War Leader, and that's fine, because he's in that army list. All right, so any model that appears in those army lists.
Has a Mummock been on the stream yet? Has it been in any of the whip threads?
We haven't had we haven't had Mummock Week, but they will have been eligible at some point.
Yeah, during the Harad Week, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm sure someone's painted a Mummock at some point. And as well as that, there are also 3 bonus models: the Watcher in the Water, Saruman, or Eowyn.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and I believe that's it. I don't think we've missed anyone. I asked our patrons during the week, but I believe that covers everyone that we want to allow in. So what's super cool about that is if you've got this, you can be in the draw, or anything that's been released for War of the Rohirrim is eligible. But also, old plastic Rohan warriors, old plastic Riders of Rohan, old plastic Harad, all welcome. I've just seen, I don't normally like to do the chat out of order, as it were, but I've just seen Josh Crosby, phenomenal Crosby, more on him later. That's 6 Dice Crosby. He's here to compete.
6 Dice Crosby, yeah.
He's just said, Harad, what? Changes everything. And the Harad is anything from this army list, anything from the Harad army list. So you can paint the Mummock War Leader, a Haradrim Chieftain, the War Mummock, or Haradrim Warriors. There we go. So lots of fun. So I think it is a special, so it can't break the record, but it's it should be a big one. I think everyone should have something to paint, I would think, except Jens Elmos, who apparently doesn't have anything that fits any of those things. Agonisingly. But yes.
That is, yeah. I'm sorry, mate, but yeah.
So, Tom, should they be painting something on theme or something off theme? How do they actually get involved in this fun evening activity?
Well, what they do is they choose a model from aforementioned list, and they paint it. And what they do is they take a picture of it before they start, and then they take another picture of it. Well, and then what they do with that photo is post it on the whip thread on the Facebook page, JBHL Facebook page, which is there. It is there, guys. This is not.
It is there.
It really is there this time.
I haven't checked. I have faith that it's there.
Just have faith it's there. And then throughout the evening, just slap some paint on it. You don't have to finish the model. If you're too tired or you just want to chill and listen to us, absolute hunks of men, chat nerd stuff, then just post another picture of it with a little bit of progress done, and then you're eligible to potentially win a nice prize. What is that prize, David?
It's a prize that money cannot buy. These delightful purple dice are a prize that money can buy. Regular instalments of money can buy you these, but money cannot buy you this. Oh, look at that! You wanted the game to end. The game ended. First time of asking. This is, of course, one of our black
evil roll-off
BSIME dice. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
The only way you can get your hands on one of those is by winning this roll.
Being Josh Crosby.
Yeah. So there we go. That is what is at stake tonight. One of you, fine gentlemen, will win this dice. Do you want to know something super exciting?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah.
We've run out.
No way.
Yep. So
you want some of mine back?
I might need a loan because at the moment I'm not getting a response from the dice company.
Okay.
So back in 2020, we ordered, me and Steve ordered, I think we ordered 100 black dice.
Yeah.
And we were like, we're going to give one away a week.
Yeah.
That'll be enough.
Yeah.
And we've run out. we have run out. Obviously, I think 8 of those went to Steve and 8 went to you. I don't have 8 anymore. Mine are gone. Right, I've worked through my supply. Yeah, you did naughty things with yours.
I did. But he's a host now, so I foreshadow him.
Don't get one of these if you're a host, Maccas. You get a nice mug if you're a host. Turns out.
Okay.
New rules.
But I've been on what do you call it? I've been on Fantasy Fellowship as well. So
yeah, that's why you got yours.
That's why I got mine.
But yeah, and so I can't believe it. Like, hooray for Battle Streams. Who would have dared dream we'd ever do enough to get through 100 at the rate of one a week? But yes, I'm going to have to order some of these. So we are now on basically back order for the dice. And I'm trying to get another bunch of them. But we will still... I'm not going to lie, this dice may not be the one you get because this is the only black dice I now have. There are a lot of people out there in the world who currently have more black dice than I do.
That's mad.
But yeah.
I'll say, in the next batch, keep a few for yourself. You've earned it.
Oh, look at that. Oh, no one's going to believe this.
No, don't just move your hand away so you don't.
Just chucked in the dice tray and got 6. Look at that.
Nice BSIME 6.
Absolutely. But yeah, so one of you tonight will win one of those. How exciting is that?
Very exciting.
So yeah, we want to see the models in that whip thread, as Tom said. Let us know. Tom, we also want to know what people are eating and drinking. Yourself?
Indeed.
What have you got to keep you through the evening?
This evening, obviously, a customary tea.
It's a lovely mug.
Victory sip. And then a bit basic tonight. Just gone with a classic Pepsi Max. Quite a big Pepsi Max fan. And we always have it in the house. And then, so my mum's friend, she asked my mum, would Tom eat slightly out of date chocolate? And I was like, she obviously doesn't know.
Tom would.
Tom would. So she gave us like 10 bags. And they're out of date by, I say, a week and a half. So they're not like mouldy or old. And I was like, so yeah, absolute touch. So yes,
you could eat them after a year and they'd be fine. I think a week and a half.
Exactly. It's like, as long as they're stilled, I would still eat them. But so Whisper Bites, Pepsi Max, and tea. What about yourself?
So I of course have the customary BSIME tea to get me through. I've also got an exciting update. In the last stream, I believe it was, I don't know if you saw with Dale, I got very excited that Sainsbury's were selling off their packs of mince pies.
Oh yeah.
They had a massive, yeah, they had a massive. You were around it, yeah. You know what's coming. Don't you? They had a massive backlog of mince pies, and so 2 weeks ago, I was so excited.
Yeah.
Sainsbury's were selling off their mince pies for 70p for 6. That's like what's about.
You just can't make it up. Yeah.
You couldn't make it up. That's 11 point something p a mince pie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Macklin. You wouldn't believe it.
Did you buy them all?
This week, 30p. 30p for 6 mince pies. We've stocked up again. These are 5p each. 30p for 6 mince pies. We've got enough.
You can't. You'd be crazy to walk away, really, wouldn't you?
It would be more expensive not to buy them. So yeah, so we're stacked. We're once more stacked with mince pies. So I've got 2 mince pies. Never eaten a mince pie this late in January. It's madness.
I know. Yeah.
But then it's Battle Streams of Middle Earth, isn't it? We don't play by society's rules.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not only that, check this. On the last stream, I held up my last Twinkie, my last authentic American Twinkie. You know my rule. I love Twinkies, but I can only eat them if they're from America. And I held my last one that was sent to me by a mystery package signed Winston the Cat from Connecticut last year.
I remember Winston the Cat.
Yeah, I toasted in 5 years of BSIME with my last Twinkie. That was on a Friday night.
Yeah.
A package arrived on the Monday or Tuesday the following week. And bizarrely, it was actually sent to my mum and dad's house, which is an address I sometimes give out to people. And my mum said, "You've got a package, you expecting anything?" And I went, "No." And she said, "It's from America." And I said, "I think it's going to be a box of Twinkies."
That's amazing. Is it? Ta-da!
I got a care package from the legendary Michael Curtis.
Nice.
Michael Curtis, one of our very own, who was the fine man who sent us the blue dice we roll every week. I got a care package from Michael, replenishing my authentic American Twinkie supply. This community is the best.
It is the best.
So,
it is the best.
Yeah, I'm going to be cracking open one of these, and then I think I'm also going to be saying quite loudly whenever I finish my last one.
And I
also got a cool book, a Tolkien Compass, which is a kind of essays about Tolkien from the 70s, and I don't have this.
I was going to say there's not many Tolkien things you don't have.
There's not. So I'm really excited about that. So Michael, I think I saw his name already. I think Michael's in. But Michael, thank you. It's absolutely mega. I also got a very nice letter from Michael, which was super cool. And in galling news, Michael is over here from America the week after Seven Stones. How disastrous is that?
He's only gone and booked the wrong week.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, absolutely. Dreadful.
Get a refund, reschedule the flight, come and see us.
Yeah.
Bring Twinkies.
But there we go. So I've got a Twinkie, I've got some tea, and obviously I need an alcoholic beverage to keep me going.
I know I don't have. That's the one thing I don't have this evening. I do have a bottle of tequila on top of my, but that's probably a bit extreme for
bring the tequila. Well, you're not a million miles away because, to my horror, we didn't have any beer in. And so now this
is very unlike you.
Yeah, thanks.
It's very. I'm just saying, you're always prepared for guests.
But you love a drink.
I do. You're an alcoholic.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you need it?
4 beers, that's insane.
Good work, Karen. And so, this is a bit of a test for you. It's an unfair test for you, but this is going to plumb your BSIME knowledge. I have got an absolute BSIME classic of a drink with me.
Oh, okay.
And we are. I'm sure there'll be patrons out there that will guess it. We are going back to real lockdown BSIME, 2020 BSIME.
Wow. I forgot what I had for breakfast yesterday, so
it is a toughie.
This is lockdown. Is it? And listen, I'm guessing because I don't know the answer, and apologies for not having the BSIME knowledge. But is it some sort of liqueur along those lines?
I wouldn't call it a liqueur.
Spirit based.
It is spirit based.
Is it spirit based? Okay. Is it a Bailey's?
It's not a Bailey's. Think think Emma's 40th.
Gin.
I and my friend have got
G&T.
a massive G&T.
That looks absolutely delicious.
It is. It's Whitley Neal, rhubarb ginger. And it tastes like 2020 BSIME.
Oh, wow.
This is what I always used to have alongside a Pepsi before they ruined Pepsi. But you know what they didn't ruin? They didn't ruin G&T. So yeah, I've got a massive... It's Friday night. Why not? I've got a massive G&T.
Exactly. It's a weekend, though.
So yeah, it's a party. It's a Friday night. What a time to be alive.
Yeah. Give it a couple of hours. The tequila might make an appearance.
Why not? So I'm swigging tea before it goes cold, and I'm swigging gin before the ice melts, and I'm gonna try and get through some mince pies.
Just go like that. Just tip it in.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Have a G&T. There you go.
So you knows.
Yeah.
So what we got coming up? So much.
Indeed.
It's War of the Rohirrim week. So we're going to have a big chat about the film in general. I'm going to say straight from the off, on all things War of the Rohirrim, I'm in. I am now unapologetically in. It's not a massive shock. I'm a pretty positive person. I love the film. I love the music. I love the models. I love the profiles. I'm all in for War of the Rohirrim. I'm super excited about there being this whole new edition, and I can't wait to spend a few hours hanging out with people and plunging into that sort of thing.
Indeed.
We didn't actually say, what are you working on? Is it the two models you're holding up tonight?
No, they were just showing them off because you mentioned them. I'm looking at my last model for a tournament tomorrow at the EA.
Oh, is that Wolf?
League opener. I painted his foot model already. I've gone very, very rustic. No eyes painted because I just want to get them painted and on the tabletop. And I'm still quite pleased with how he looks from a distance.
Oh,
so yeah, I'm painting his mounted model tonight, and then my army will be ready for tomorrow.
So just confirm, you're taking him to a tournament tomorrow?
Yes.
And he's currently white?
He's currently black with slap chop. So, but he will... If I concentrate, he'll be ready in about 7.5 minutes. I just have to bake. I mean proper basic. I've just thrown all my painting skill. I'm a pretty good painter when I want to be, and I'm just got so sick and tired in my old age of actually trying to enjoy the hobby and paint. So I'm just gonna slap some paint on it, call him ready, base him, with some tufts and stuff like that, and then. He's a gaming piece. Did
you just say you got tired of trying to enjoy the hobby?
I don't know, but what I mean is like every time I sit down and go, right, I've got a new project, I'm going to spend all the hours God gives that I can and making these the best I can. I do one awesome looking model and I go, that was a lot of work. I cannot be bothered to do that with 50 more models. So I have just gone into the mindset of, so the whole army, the 500 point, there's some tribesmen and Lord Thorn and some traitors, all slap chop, bar a few little white highlights on the white cloth, and and then the skin is not contrast paint, it's proper acrylic. Other than that, a few little bit dabs, and then any sort of metallics I need to pick out, and it works. So from a distance, they look all right.
Whatever makes you happy, man. It's your hobby.
Yeah,
exactly. If you're enjoying it, full props to you.
I am. And
so you're on theme.
The foot model came. What's that?
You're on theme.
I'm on theme.
You know what's fun? Look what I've got.
Oh, you painted him already?
No, he's sort of base coat and shading.
Started, yeah.
But if I
you're painting him properly where I'm.
If I concentrate on this, he'll be done in 2 to 3 months. So I've got him.
To be fair, I'm the same as you. I take a long time to paint. That's the reason I'm getting frustrated at myself how long it takes me to paint nicely. And I've always been a fan of your painting job, so it's worth it in the sense that because I took a lot of inspiration from you back in the early days. Because It was a case of I liked the way you painted, so I tried to paint like you.
Very kind.
But notice it, as I've got down the years, knowing that you take a long time to paint, I was like, it's just not conducive to me anymore.
Yeah, don't paint like me. Paint faster than me.
Yeah.
But as much as I've got him, he's at the point. The next thing I need to do on him is paint his skin and paint his eyes and really, really concentrate. And that is not a job for a Friday night with a massive TNT.
It's certainly not.
So what I've also got is 12 of these bad boys.
Whoop, whoop.
So I've got my Wildman, and I'm going to be slopping some kind of base coats and shades on them tonight, as and when I get the chance. So that's my new army for the year. Like I'm trying to paint it really, really well. And I'm excited to get some paint on some of those. So that's what I'm going to be working on.
That's another thing as well, is the fact that because the models are so beautiful, they do deserve. I do feel a little bit upset that I'm cheating and slap dropping, because they deserve a lot better than I've given them. But
you can always come back to them though if you want, can't you?
I know. But then I think to myself, if I've got 500-point army, it's there now. Do I need to go back? Is it a case of I just want to play it, rather than try and make it like a centerpiece army, But who knows? But yes, I do have the option, of course, so it's not too bad.
Very, very cool. Now, talking of being on theme, I'm sorry to say this, Macklin. We have an apology to make.
Oh, we? The royal we?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really be held to blame to be like this. Can't really be your fault. Last week.
But no, we're all in this together, so don't worry.
We are all in this together. We are stars and we're dreams, and we do when we see it. We're all in this together. Last week, Julian Hammond was all in this together. He was painting on theme. Left him off the dice draw.
Yeah. What are you playing at?
I don't know, my friend. I don't know.
What, absolute scenes?
Yeah, the good news is he definitely didn't mention it. So upon seeing this, he was outraged. He kicked off. Everyone kicked off. It was a nightmare. Yeah. And I went, whoa, Pickle, we'll give you a roll. So early doors, Battle Streams of Middle Earth, we're giving Julian Hammond the chance to win a black dice that I don't have. Last week.
That's simply unheard of.
I know there was 39 entries, so there should have been 40 entries, and I can feel Michael Curtis going mad as I say this, but I'm pretty sure he didn't send a D40. I've got a D36 and I've got a D50, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a D36 and give Julian an increased chance of winning.
Okay. Yeah. So what number would he? He'd be the last.
He would be 40. So he would be like 1 in 40.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's going to be 1 in 36 instead. So Macklin, I'm going to give you the power and the responsibility of picking a number between 1 and 36 for Julian.
Oh, okay. Do you know what?
Mm-hmm.
As I've got little helpers, you've delegated. I'm gonna delegate the delegation. Go, a number between 1 and 36. 22 from the big
22.
man Joseph.
All right. For the record,
this is it's not me now. It's my son's.
This has never worked. We have never ever. One of these has never come up. One of these big rolls.
Don't think you. Can I just before you roll? Can I just say, Joseph? I don't think you understand how much the internet on our community will explode if we roll a 22 now. Okay? It's absolute scenes. Go on, Damien. Do it.
Pretty big deal. And Julian Hammond. He has got a dice. So it's not a first timer. So we're going for 22, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. I think that's a 10.
That is a 10.
That's a 10.
I was genuinely waiting on bated breath for. Sorry, Julian.
Yeah, very unlikely to happen. But there you go, Julian. Apologies. We tried. Did what we could. But there we go. So that was Julian. Oh, that would have been a great way to start things, but no.
Oh, yeah, that would have been amazing.
That was about being on theme. What we were painting on theme, and Julian was on theme. So let's try and not forget Julian today, if he is in and if he is on theme.
Indeed.
I also have some news, exciting news about the future.
Yeah. Oh.
I can tell you when the next stream is.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now. We're getting regular. I'm trying to have it ready so that people can get excited and get it in their diary. And I am delighted to say, Mr. Macklin, The next stream is next Friday, 1 week today.
That's crazy.
Would you Adam and Eve it?
It's almost like a full-time job.
No, exactly. And the reason for that, to be completely upfront, is normally I'm trying to do them 2 weeks, and then if it slips to 3 weeks, that's cool. I can't do the 3 weekends after that. So if we don't, like, basically if this is the next one, then there can't be another one for 5 weeks.
It's just
which is terrible.
That's not on.
It's not on. So I've cleared it. I've cleared it with the guest host. Who's that?
Ooh.
Who's that going to be? And
I know, but I'm not going to.
God help us all. And
I know.
I've cleared it with
that
Emma.
phrase there is the biggest clue in the world, but we'll have to But anyway, I won't say no more.
We're a democracy, man. The people get what they want, whether they should have it or not, whether it's good for them or not. I'm going to say.
What was that, Fred? Not the hero you need, but not the hero you want, but the hero you need.
Yeah, it's not the hero we deserve. It's the hero we need right now. But this is not the hero we deserve and not the hero we need.
It's the opposite.
But just something insidious trying to ruin everything.
Exactly.
But anyway, more on that thing next week, I suppose. So yeah, you're going to get the next 2 streams closer together to make up for the fact that the next stream will be further away. So I hope that's good news. And so I thought I'd get prepping. I thought you could all get prepping because we are taking a pause in the new edition. We will return to the new edition, but we're going to take a pause and we're going to have a look at this. We're on issue 75. And it's actually been a while since we've done an issue, you know. Because
actually, do you know what? Are you just showing that, and you're not? Oh no, I was going to say you're not going to flip through it because that's for next week. Never mind. I was going to go get my copy, but I got excited there.
I think the 9th of December. I think we did issue 74 in December.
Yeah.
So it'll be about a month and a half since we did an issue, and it's going to be issue 75.
I say 75. We're getting awfully close to the end.
I know.
Awfully close.
I have shot ahead, and we could finish the mags this year. I don't think we will. But we could finish.
What's that? That's 91. So 20. So there's only 16 magazines left.
Yeah. Once I've kind of ran ahead doing like specials and stuff, and we could finish this year. The magazine series, not the streams. Fear not. So this one is next week. So the question is, what is the theme? And this is the magazine that came with the legendary conversion sprue.
I had it. Don't have it anymore.
I think there's been some BSIMers very excited for this for a long time. And so we had a bit of a chat about it. I think maybe with Harry when we did issue 74, we were like, what would the theme be? And the theme is going to be anything using a part from this sprue. So you need the sprue.
Yeah.
And anyone who does a conversion using a part from it gets in the draw.
Yeah.
But
I was going to say, because that's a very niche amount of So
if you think that's crazy, you wait. I'm going to push it even further and do something I've never done before. The point of that sprue is to make this fellow.
Yes.
The Guritz conversion.
The Guritz conversion, yes.
Are you ready for this? Okay. It looks like you're sitting down. I hope you're sitting down.
I am sitting down, yeah.
If you convert this model, which means this specific orc, that's the one the magazine wants, and the head and the arms, you will get 2 entries into the dice draw.
Oh, that's big.
I've gone there.
I know.
It's out there now. And the reason is because we kind of want to do this, but which will be fun and you can enter in. But what I really, really want is 100 Guritzes. I want to drown the earth in Guritzes, in Guritz eye. I want, and I'm pretty sure, I'm saying I want there to be more Guritzes converted on that day than any other day in history. But I think as long as we get 3, we're probably already there.
I think the bar's pretty low for that.
I just want Guritzes and Guritzes and Guritzes. So yeah, that's the thing. Anything from the sprue, but if you make the conversion You get 2. Your name will be on the list twice.
I think eBay's gonna be rife with buyers.
Absolutely. Crazy scenes, right? Crazy scenes.
It's amazing.
So there we go. So much excitement to come. There's another stream next week as well, which will be super exciting. We've got tons of fun to get through for now. We are going to have a chat about the film. We're going to have a read. We're going to have story time with Damien. Bit of ASMR into the story of Helm Hammerhand. We're going to have a deep dive into the history of that story. It's quite a shallow deep dive. We might have some profile reviews from that if we find time for it. We might have a look through the scenarios that we have at the moment. It's going to be War of the Rohirrim spectacular tonight, and we are so excited that you're all here joining us.
Indeed.
Speaking of being here joining us, Mr. Macklin, would you care to jump in the chat and see who's in?
I will definitely do that. So
before you do, I want to preempt some stuff. Actually, I'm going to say, as of right now, we're going to start our first conversation topic, which is about the film, the War of the Rohirrim film. So give us your little reviews. What have you got? 100 characters, 150 characters? I don't know. But write us your reviews now of what you thought about War of the Rohirrim, the film. So stop all your entry chat, please. Get to that, and let's start chatting about all that stuff, all that good War of the Rohirrim anime stuff. All right, Maccas?
Indeed, yes, right. So, double check that I'm definitely on live chat, and off we go. So, much earlier, Frederick was the first one in, as he normally is, actually, isn't he? He's quite an early bird, likes to get his point across early. So, it's nice to get another Dundon stream. See you later, BSIME. So, that's obviously now, as in later. Justin's in. Hello there. Glad to be on for 2 streams in a row again. Well done, mate. Well done. Glad to have you. Joe Holzman is the next one. He says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Joe. Richard Clammer, evening all. I predict someone will get 1 more dice than they had before. It's like, that's really scary. That's really scary.
I think he's right.
Yeah, I think, that's what I mean. I was like, how? He's like, he must be clairvoyant or something, but, yeah. And then Michael Double. Sorry, I have to say, just to be different, obviously, we know him as Double. Evening all. Justin says again, so what is everyone painting during the stream? My goal is a mounted hammer and possibly a Saruman who's been in my backlog for far too long. Good man.
Sounds like someone wants a dice.
Yeah, I know. That's a good point, actually. I don't want to throw a grenade in or whether it's been mentioned before, but he's on theme twice. And it doesn't warrant a double entry, does it?
No.
Oh,
no.
Careful.
You have to be very, very lucky to get a double entry.
Yeah. Double entendre. And then Frederick's back in the chat a bit later, says hello there. General Kenobi. No, 6 minutes early. What the hell? I know, it's because I'm efficient and I crack the whip when I'm on stream. Even though we did start about 10 minutes after 8. But anyway, what is going on? Says Frederick. I know, mate. I know. And then Hawk Jacobson says that is truly unheard of. I mean, this is very much tarnishing your good name, sir. I am but a sub host. You know, you're and the absolute. You know.
Well, we were there. It was ready to go. I thought, why not? Let's give him a bit of
what's going on. Yeah. Sam's in. Sam Huddy. He is post Team Spirit, isn't he? If I remember rightly from last time. Yeah. Hey, well, lovely to see Mr. Mackers returning. Thank you very much, Sam. I think I'll be seeing you tomorrow at the league opener at Epping. Josh Coles is in, says evening, everyone. Let me just see where I am in the... Why is that not? Hang on, sorry. I am a technophobe, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know me. And why has that done that?
This is not sounding promising.
No, it's not. I might have to revert back to the phone.
What's happened?
Because for some reason I can't get the bar to go down inside the chat. Oh, so there it is. So I've had to fly all the way to the bottom to go all the way back up to the top. There we are.
We good? Are we right?
Yeah. So yeah. Josh Cole says, evening everyone. Still need to sort out my hobby desk setup, says Frederick. Jamie Wiggins is in. Justin says, wow, early elevator music. I like it. And then, Josh Cole says, yeah, I'm not ready. So they weren't prepared for such an early arrival.
Yeah, you got to keep them on their toes, right?
Yeah. Good evening all. Hope you're well, says Hawk. Good evening all. Frederick again. What was the last stream? Wasn't the last stream early, or at least one of the last few ones? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Did you and Dale start early last week?
Yeah, why not?
I'll be honest. I haven't caught up with that one because, and I'm honest, I love you both, but I don't think I will.
Just the 7 hours.
It's just it went on for a tad. So yeah. Early streams in Middle Earth like that. BSIME, says Frederick. All the Gurits and Gandalf quotes no longer work for BSIME. Uncharted territory. Don't know what that means.
That's because it's the late as usual pirate scum.
Oh, of course, yes.
And Gandalf is, of course, a stream.
There's not. Yeah, precisely what it means to.
Take that.
Jack Brown's in. Says hello. Hello, Jack. Darren Warner. That's not a name I've heard before, I don't think.
He's a regular commenter.
I've not heard it before, but I have. Evening all, hope everyone is well. Katie's in. Evening everyone. Hello, Katie. Joe Achilles in. Hello. And good afternoon from the States. How are we all doing today?
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Joe. All the way from
your finest cuisine over here with me.
It's the only snack that will survive a nuclear holocaust.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Greetings. Have an earbud in while trying to get the baby to sleep.
Very nice.
That's Janelle. Janelmo. Who's Janelmo?
That's
David, let me know who Janelle. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Jens.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Ricky drinks paints. Good evening, everyone. Sadly, I'm at work and finish at 10:30. Hope you'll be able to get some painting done before the stream ends.
Hi, Ricky.
Sure you will. And then we've got a new person in the chat called United YT. And yeah.
Can I make a guess?
Yeah, go on.
Because I know who it is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the YT is.
YouTube. I thought YouTube, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
YouTube. He's a budding YouTuber himself, so he has a YouTube channel. He has 120 subscribers apparently. But if I say it out loud, I might get a few more tonight. If I'd be so bold. If not, obviously that's against guidelines and rules.
No, we love helping other channels surpass our own subscriber numbers.
He literally just said that he doesn't post anymore, so don't worry, guys. Don't subscribe.
Do you want to tell us who United YT is?
He is my lovely poo brain, handsome son called Joseph. Yeah, come on, Cameron. Come. But what about don't you?
And
that's a kid. That's a Gen Alpha thing. I think.
He supports Man United, right?
He does support Man United for his sins. Yeah, he's got his the away kit on, the third kit.
It's a difficult time for us, Joseph. It's a difficult time for us.
He goes, I know.
But just stick with them and keep the faith, and it should get worse.
That's what I keep telling him, and then obviously Man United go ahead and lose, and I'm like, they're not helping me out.
The good news is, it looks like we might be selling Garnacho.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
he's one of two competent players in our team. Yeah. No, 4. We got 4 competent players. Yeah,
and one of them's going because he needs more experience. I was like, yeah, they said Kobe Manu's going to leave, but I don't know if they'll get rid of him. They shouldn't. Anyway, back to the theme. So my son says hello. Michael Curtis.
There we go.
All cockney,
the Twinkie giver.
the Twinkie sender. Good evening all. Hope everyone is staying warm tonight. Indeed. Joshua Crosby says, at Ricky Drinks Paints, you'll need to paint quick. By then, at least 1/10 of the stream will be gone. Not following on TikTok. I don't know. Don't like TikTok. And then Frederick follows up with a lull of 6 minutes of music so far. So yes, we alluded to being early, but we weren't. And then obviously Joseph comes back in and says "Hold Still," which is apparently a season 2 of Squid Game reference. So no spoilers alert. But that's if anyone has watched Squid Game, which I haven't. Robert Lawson's in. Hi everyone. Midday here in the States, so still at work, but be sure to catch the playback over the weekend. Have fun. Thank you very much, Robert.
I met Robert Lawson this week.
Did you?
Virtually. Robert
This week?
Lawson, one of
Oh.
our lovely patrons.
Oh, did you? I thought you just take a quick trip to America for just for the shop, just pop to the shops in the
after some
States.
Twinkers.
Yeah.
He won one of the prizes on our Christmas stream. And so on
nice.
Monday night, myself and Warwick Griggs and Max Malice and Rob all had a Zoom call and did some shopping.
Yeah.
It was
Nice.
very exciting. And
there's a White Chicks reference in there.
It was not intentional, I assure you.
Let's go shopping.
And he got, what did he get? I think he got some Gondor Commanders and some he got Galadriel, I think. Galadriel and Celeborn.
Nice. Good choice. Good choice.
Cool.
I do like Pajama Celeborn. He's a very nice model.
It's a bit of luck you like him because he's now the only Celeborn. Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah. Frederick's back in again. Wow, sound and video works to see double host. Yes, we've read that earlier on. So Frederick confirmed. And then Larry Miller, Dead to Me Miller says, damn it, too early. And then sound is very low, says Joe Killy. And then Frederick said it works. Michael Dublé says very quiet. Justin says echo. Jamie says sounds good. Larry Miller says I'm not ready yet. Darren Warner says sounds good. Paul Merrick, good evening everyone. Hello Paul.
Hi Paul.
Larry Miller, unfortunately we can hear you. He started already.
Always the same joke.
I don't know. Have you ever loved someone, like loved them as equally as you hate them in your life?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about my friend. I say friend loosely, but Larry knows I love him, but he also does irk me quite.
Oh, I don't love him.
No, good.
No, it's just
he doesn't deserve it.
No, he's bad and he's mean.
Jack Brown says a bit quiet. Damon is definitely quieter than the last stream.
Yeah, okay. We sorted it.
Yeah, it's quieter, and yeah, so we'll keep going through that. That was Justin. Michael Haskell's in. He also comments on your low volume. So I think I think that definitely has been sorted. But hello, Michael. Nice to see you. Larry, to be fair, not piano host was quite loud. Not piano host was quite loud. It
probably says house, doesn't it?
I think that's what he might have said. But he's typed host. What are you doing, Larry? Smashing the keyboard with your forehead?
The thing with Larry is it could be a pun. It's not. It's as in. He's talking about the music.
Calculating his anything he says.
He's talking about the music at the start of the stream, which is not Piano House because that's what Steve used to play. So he's calling that music not Piano House. Whether or not he's then making a pun about it being a host as well, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Happy Friday, my friend.
Yeah, happy Friday. Cheers.
Tastes like lockdown.
Friday indeed. I had to turn it down for the music. Yes, very different now, says Frederick. Then had to turn it up when it stopped. Yeah, so it might have just been I think we sorted it. And Joey Kelly says, there it is. So I think I think that comment was probably put in when you did the whole sound trickery thing you did in your Tinterweb box. Richard Clemens said, that's an unusual level for Damien now. Okay. Hawk says, much better now. Yeah, that's better. So I'm just going through the comments of everyone saying the sound. Just keep it like that, says Frederick. All right, Damien, stop shouting, says Jamie. Norwegian Blue is in. Good evening. Stuck in a snowstorm, pining for the fjords. Is it? I hope the fact that you're pining for the fjords means you're an absolute unit with a massive beard and a shield and an axe. Because, yeah, it is a stereotype, but it's a cool one. Even that's the thing about Hollywood, and they make Vikings so cool, but they weren't very nice people.
They were not
in
very
the
nice
grand scheme of it. No, they weren't. But that's not saying current.
I'm sure some of them. I'm sure some of them were.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure some of them were pacifists, and but they did some naughty things, some very naughty things.
I mean, we've done quite a few naughty things, really.
Oh yeah, I'm not absolving us of any blame. No, I wouldn't go that as far as that. But Hollywood does make them very cool, and I'm very much a Viking fan. I always root for the Vikings, forgetting that I'm the opposition, being an Englishman. Whenever I watch Vikings Invaded England on telly, on Vikings or the Last Kingdom and stuff like that, it's like, oh, they're so cool, they're so handsome, they're so.
It's because they normally make them the good guys, don't they? It's like pirates.
Yeah.
You normally root for the pirates instead of the evil, British guys.
Yeah.
When the pirates are, I don't know if you know this, but they're pirates. They're fundamentally criminals. But yeah, I think it's just you root for the people whose perspective the story is told from.
It's the Hollywood effect.
History is written by the victor.
Indeed. Green Tree's in says, hello again, peoples. Hello again, Green Tree. Larry Minute, glad I can actually make a Tom stream. Oh, thanks, Larry.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll probably get some nasty comments a bit further down after what I've just said, but he knows I love him. You could hire Larry as a spreadsheet intern, says Frederick. Don't, he'd love that. He'd absolutely love that. Richard Clammer says, how has it been 3 months since Tom last streamed? Has it been 3 months? That's crazy.
You did 104, which was the 12th of October.
Are you joking?
Nope. No. No, I'm not joking.
That's crazy.
It is, isn't it?
That's I can't believe it. Well, there you go, Richard. I can't. Exactly what you just said. I can't believe it either.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, sad that time is a very much a different thing when you're older.
How would you describe it?
Timey-wimey. Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey.
In the immortal words of Blink-182.
Crazy. Time.
One more time. One more time.
Time. Is the BSIME spreadsheet color? Don't waste.
Don't waste your time on me. You're already your voice is so moist.
Where is it? Where are we? Is the BSIME spreadsheet color coded, Damien?
No.
No. Michael Bilkins. So Frederick Stokes, there's the dear lady, he said, showing a horrend picture of a scarred orc captain with a rotting skull on his helmet. This dear lady, he said, showing
oh yeah, this dear lady.
Yeah, exactly, that dear lady. Sam said, post-Team Spirit said, are we getting a deep dive into the history of Maccas himself? I mean, you kind of had that in October.
Yeah, we had that last time, right?
We had that last time, yeah.
On your hobby journey.
I mean, there's not much else I can say. Well, there's a lot I can say, but not really. I don't think many people are going to want to know my whole life story. Guys, I warned you about this. Don't act up. Don't make me beat children on stream. Joseph. Mark had his son on, and he was a very good boy. You're showing me up. Anyway. Where are we? Mac, does Tom Mac have a small BSIME mug, or is he different scale than Damien? No, I am a different scale to Damien, to be fair. Damien's a very, very handsome, average-sized, well, quite tall still, but, he's in proportion. Whereas I'm a rather large one, so, everything looks kind of small. So if that's a comparison, me holding a full-size Pepsi can. I have big hands, so you know what I say about people with big hands?
Big
really
gloves.
Big gloves. Yeah.
It is worth saying though, Mac has got a different host mug because I've got the one that me and Steve bought 5 years ago. That's probably what they're talking about.
Probably, actual scale-wise, the writing is smaller, so yes.
Yeah.
You're not going mad. So Michael Ashford says dream or even fantasy team this evening. A little bit of a passive-aggressive comment there, Michael, I think. Any chance of impromptu fantasy fellowship narrative scenario to throw in a Friday night mix? Probably not.
Maybe that's what we do. Maybe in the future, that's how we finish it. We just start doing them live on here. Recreated them.
No excuse then, yeah.
It's altogether
can you
more
imagine
plausible.
the faff, the setup? Oh, it was bad. Just I'd like to add how much. Like it was. Guys, I understand you're dying for more, but it was horrible to feel. Pleasant to play, and we had laughs and fun, but the setup and the rigmarole, I'm telling you, it was not fun. So bear with us. It might happen. Dare I say it will happen, but just be patient.
I agree with your sentiment that it might happen.
It's only been for 4 years, but can you believe that? How long ago it was?
I really can't.
It just doesn't seem right. Anyway, sorry, Michael. Probably going to dash your hopes there about an impromptu scenario. You can call him, but you can go out of the room to call him. I asked you. Yeah. Joe Kelly says Tom is here to defend his spot of one of the top 5 BSIME guest hosts. Brian Adams is out. Michael Haskell took his spot. Good evening, DVD fans, says Calamar.
Oh, that's you did. I don't think you got to answer that, did you? Do you like DVDs?
Do I like DVDs? Yeah, I like DVDs.
There you go. Callum likes to know.
I like DVDs. I'm old school. I don't like this whole streaming nonsense. Give me a nice, crisp, fresh disc to put in my DVD player.
I'm going to say this because if I don't, someone in the chat will, like Larry. But it's just nice to hear you say, I don't like this streaming nonsense, given what we're doing.
Didn't think of that. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I agree, though. I like a disc.
I like analog, and I wish we still had windy phones. It takes 4 years for the 9 to dial. But, was it 9 was the closest one, wasn't it? Because obviously emergencies, they want you to get through to them quicker. It was 1. You clicked 1 and went, and it would take ages to come back round. Show my age there.
I don't actually remember a windy phone. I don't think we had one. Or maybe we did when I was really young, but the first landline I remember was physical buttons.
Yeah, we had buttons as well, but I was being facetious to some extent. But we do. To be fair, we've got a phone now. It's retro downstairs, which is still the thing. With all the digital age, we've still got a windy phone, like the little numbers are windy. But just to clarify, how crazy is it? How far technology? Because I'm only 37, and I remember having 4 channels.
Yeah,
I predate Channel 5.
Yeah, I predate 5. I don't remember having 3. We had 4 as long as I
remember. Channel 4 was already established when I was born.
Yeah,
but it wasn't that old.
No,
1984, wasn't it? Or 1983, Channel 4 came out, wasn't it? Or...
It's mid 80s, I think.
Yeah, I was born in 87, but it's just crazy how we've gone from 4 channels in the early 90s, or very late 80s, early 90s, to then 5, and everyone like
82.
Do you remember
82?
Do you remember Sunset Beach?
Yeah, I remember Sunset Beach. It's fucking awful.
Peak television.
Yeah, 1982 for Channel 4.
That's mad.
But yeah, I remember the launch of 5. I remember the launch of Channel 5. I remember what happened at Friday night at 9 p.m.
Absolutely. It's just blows my mind. To clarify, Josh, Harad. I think we've clarified it in the video stream already. But yes, any Harad essentially in the Harad army list. Good evening from the M11. So Sam, you shouldn't. I hope you're at the services, Sam, and not typing in the chat while driving. Naughty boy. Larry Miller. I still think he's meant to be a different watcher. Shut up, Larry. He wants us to paint the watcher in the water that doesn't exist.
In everything I've read, and I think I've now read everything around that film that's published. It's unclear. Targ
it's still unclear whether it is the same.
Yeah, Targ calls it a watcher in the water, and I'll dive in for the first time into this book because there's a lovely map. There's a gorgeous map. But so this is a really nice map. And the Watcher in the water. This, you see this little foresty swamp?
Yeah.
That's where the Watcher is. You sort of see,
okay.
You sort of see the little
What
Rohirrim
is
bits
it? Wild Rega, Wild Serega, Wild of I don't know, I can't read it.
Wailed say Whittaker, that says.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's it's just below the falls of Ralros. And so that's where the Watcher is in the film. And you'll notice that there is a route. Oh god, I can't possibly do this backwards. Oh, I've got to move the rocket. There's a route
down the river to
the
gate.
Right up and into Fangorn, which is on the borders of the Misty Mountains. So it's the wrong side. It's the east rather than the west, but there is a water-based route from where it is to the Misty Mountains, at which point, if you get to the Misty Mountains, I think you can get under them through secret channels.
Yeah,
so
I'd say so.
They don't make it clear, but I think I think it could be the one from Fellowship of the Ring.
Okay. I would lean towards it being the same one as well, to be honest.
But Targ definitely says a Watcher in the water.
Yeah. Like he's seen more than one.
Yeah. So, who knows?
Yes.
I like it though. Bit of world building. It's quite fun. Is it the same one? Are there more? That's fun.
No, it is fun. Didn't we have a Mummic War Leader's head on Theoden's Body Week? Joking. Didn't we have a Mummic War Leader's head on Theoden's Body Week? I don't know. Did someone put the War Leader's head on Theoden's body?
They might have done. I don't think we ever had it as the theme. Speaking of American things like Joe Achilles, I'm going into this bad boy.
I'm going to go to Birmingham, all the way to Birmingham with the Cadbury factory, and have some superior chocolate to Nestle.
Tastes like air travel. Thanks, Michael. Oh, that's good.
Thank you.
I love that.
Max Malas says, "Good evening, you beautiful Middle-earth slags."
That's rude.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I take it as a compliment. Nicholas Gardner's in. Says, not enough elves in War of the Rohirrim. No, definitely not. If Eowyn is fine, shouldn't Gandalf be See, we had this discussion, didn't we? I mentioned that to Damien when I saw him this week, and he made a good point that he is mentioned, but Eowyn actually narrates it.
Yeah, Eowyn's in it.
You know, Eowyn's in it essentially. Yeah, exactly. And Saruman, you see Saruman on screen.
I didn't say this. It's pretty obvious. This stream will contain spoilers for War of the Rohirrim.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So, if that wasn't clear, yeah.
They should have all seen it by now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had their 3 days to see it in the cinema.
Yeah. So Joe Kelly said, I have a few Canadian cousins, but I'm sadly not Canadian myself. So Brian Adams might be safe. Says Michael Haskell. Frederick Shaw's old metal wildman should be in as well. Well, yeah, why not? Can we say yes to that?
Yeah, because the models are interchangeable, right? You can use the Hill Tribesmen as wildmen. So Logic
the Hill Tribesmen they're pictured as wildmen have done in the army book. So
so Logic would say you could use the metal wildmen as Hill Tribesmen. Yeah, they're definitely So yes, the answer is yes. Knock yourself out. Joseph, what's the matter with that? Right. Where are we? Actually, I take that back. Dark Lord is mentioned, and that's a can of worms. Yeah, exactly. Isn't the war leader a named character? Says Larry. He is?
I don't know, Larry.
Why does that matter?
I don't know. He just put a winky face at the end of it, so he's being a troll for some reason.
It's a wording thing. It's based on what we've said.
Oh. Casey Box is in. Beautiful morning down here in New Zealand. Job's becking, unfortunately. I have to be more prepared next time. I mean, you are 12 hours ahead, so we don't blame you.
Thanks for joining us. How's the future?
I know, how is he commenting now if he's 12 hours ahead? It's just time. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey. And by the way, I'm not that stupid. I know how it works.
I don't know how it works.
It goes,
I don't know how time works. Do you honestly know how time works? I don't think Brian Cox is convinced he knows how it works.
No.
And he was in War of the Rohirrim.
It's dead big.
It's so big.
Yeah, John
big.
John Colshaw's impression of him was brilliant. The thing about the universe is that it's dead big.
It is.
And it just makes me laugh. Sam Sadie says, dice ran out. Scandal.
Yeah, I know, right? Who would have thought we'd still be here?
One second ago, sorry. Okay. Sorry, guys. Where are we? Yeah, the dice ran out. Scandal. Josh Coles, need to get something out the starter set to build and post.
Yeah.
Indeed. Fortunately, I'm closer to Hunt for Gollum than War of the Rohirrim. Still getting through Mirkwood. Okay.
What was that closer
to? You won't be entered, but you still can put it on the whip thread for us to admire.
Who's that?
Josh Coles.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see your stuff, dude.
Yeah, definitely. Hobby is hobby, and you're clearing the backlogs for it, my friend. So that's put it on there. So Michael Haskell says, shouldn't that be one of you fine gentlemen or ladies? ? Most probably, Michael. I'm quite frazzled from the week just gone, so I don't know the context of that comment. So apologies. Damien might be able to jump on that one.
I can't remember.
Jokingly, at Michael Haskell, after your outstanding work on Damien's hobby vlog, I put above Brian in any list. There you go. I do like Brian though. He's probably not as massive a fan as you are. I like him, but Michael does trump Brian Adams every day of the week. So, for me,
I agree with that. And I like Michael Haskell more than I like Brian Adams, and I do not say that lightly.
Yeah, exactly. That's high praise indeed.
Yeah,
coming from Damien.
Like he said, I don't know if you've watched that latest hobby vlog, but he said, like, congrats to Michael for his work in the hobby vlog, and Michael tis but a cameo. In this one,
I haven't watched it yet. I'm up to date on all of your vlogs, bar that one. So
this one, he's like Saruman in War of the Rohirrim in the latest one.
Oh, really?
It's the next one where your Haskell content is gonna.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't watched it, if you're out there, the first part of Shedfest is live. I put it out last week. It's taken me forever. I've sobbed into a computer. Please go and watch it after this stream. Please leave a comment. I'm working away on the second one, and it's driving me insane. So the more comments you get on that, the more dopamine hits I get, and it encourages me to go back to the editing software and keep going. So thank you for all the lovely comments that are already on there. I hope you're enjoying Shedfest 2024, and I will keep working away on the next part.
Shame about the Fantasy Fellowship, though. That was really horrible. Sorry.
Editing Shedfest 24. No, sorry. Editing a Fantasy Fellowship makes editing Shedfest 24 look like a kind of 4-piece jigsaw. You know, it's like.
I know. There's just one. I think there's one video that they deserve. Right?
Yeah.
I know I say it every time. There's one video that I know it's out of sequence, but. They deserve it.
It's Wizard's Duel, isn't it?
It's such a good video.
That's the thing. I've said this multiple times, but the reason I genuinely believe you will see the Fantasy Fellowship is because there's no way I could go to my grave without people seeing what happens in Wizard's Duel. I can't say too much one way or the other, but it's probably the best thing I've ever been involved in my life, and I've got 2 children. It's the hour or so I spent playing Wizard's Duel with Macklin is joyous to me, and I want to get back to doing Fantasy Fellowship just so you see that video, because I can't say the bit I want to say, but it's
you can't say the word. Yeah. Can't say the word. Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD.
One day, man. One day. All we need is St. Mary's to make me nice and redundant, and then I'll have loads of time to edit.
Yes.
As long as I don't need to get a different job.
In the little room. What's that, mate?
As long as I don't need to get a different job.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm sure you won't. So Larry says a week and a half. Those are rookie numbers. Don't know what that means.
What do we say about a week and a half? Don't know.
I don't know. A week and a half. Those are rookie numbers.
Week and a half. That wasn't the length between the next stream. What were you doing? It wasn't how long it take you to paint the model. That was like 7 minutes. No.
I don't know, yeah. So Stephen Ryan's in, even all. Imagine scheduling stream night on the same night as the Traitors finale.
Yeah, no Traitors spoilers, you drunks. I've muted my Traitors chat. My wife and kids are away.
Yeah.
And I imagine after this, my post stream snack is going to be staying up till stupid o'clock watching the Traitors finale.
It's not that I don't like it. I don't watch much telly anymore for some reason. I absolutely adore the Wingman, so I'm surprised I haven't got involved in it.
It's very, very good.
Where are we? We'll be back. Oh, yeah, Stephen says we'll be back on after the drama has ended. So someone is not watching us. They're watching something else.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
It is, yeah. How awful. Warwick Griggs is in. Good evening, guys. Lovely to see you on screen, Mr. Macklin. Thank you very much, Warwick.
That's the other. That's the third of our winners in. Max, Richard, and Warwick,
Indeed.
all in.
Good evening. Lovely to see you both well, and the families too. Indeed. Good to see you, mate. Good to hear from you. We need to schedule that golf game, Warwick, that we went to, but we'll get round to it when it's a bit hotter now. I would walk away, take from that what you will. All right, Larry, I'll take whatever I want from it. And that you're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. Clearing Sainsbury's backlog, says Jack.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. They keep reducing them. If they reduce them by the next time, the same amount they reduce them this time, they'll be paying me to take them.
Yeah, of course you can. Larry says, anyway, I need to get to my models and snacks since some people insisted on starting their stream 3 minutes early. I say, Larry, we did it just to annoy you, my friend. Larry says, again, who would send things to Damien? Damien's parents accidentally, question mark. I take it he might have sent it. Has that happened? Is that a canon event?
I believe. Was that the Gilgalad?
I think so, yeah.
He definitely sent the Gilgalad to my parents. I can't remember if that was accidental. Might have sent me something accidentally more recently as well. Don't know.
No. Josh Crocker says, I believe, if memory of you reading serves, it was signed Winston Cat, not Winston the Cat. I think Cat is his surname.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
I thought it was a cat though, wasn't it?
Has that just blown your mind?
Well, have I entirely misinterpreted this? And it's a man called Winston Cat. Let me see. Right, it says, dearest Damien, I followed you for your channel for a while. All the content has been perfect. But I particularly like the deep dive, except episode 89, in which cats were most sorely maligned. Now let's cut to the chase, open brackets, of rats and crunchable birds, close brackets. I've crossed the Great Sea, no small feat for a cat, to bring you the rewards entailed here. Proof, if ever it was needed, that white gummy bears do exist. It is Steve who is mad. Beware of Cult of Crows. I myself have caught several of these. Would have been more, but I was distracted by playing with their dying bodies and some string I found in someone's pocket. My birthday is 4th July. A song would be nice next year. I mean, that sounds like it's a cat, doesn't it?
It does that, yeah. It's pretty self-evident that Cat wrote that. I mean, you can't. It doesn't lie. It's clearly
lovely lighthouses of Connecticut as well.
Nice.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know, Josh. I don't know why I don't know why he feels like he knows anything about this, but that to me sounds like a cat called Winston, frankly.
So there you go, Josh. There you go. GR Hobbies is in, joining from Canada. Only 3 p.m. here. First time actually watching this live.
Oh, well, welcome. Get on the booze.
Welcome.
You got all day.
Yeah, Joe Gilly and Justin. So they say gin and tonic. They nailed it before I did.
There you go.
But then Larry jumps in, of course, with Hikari Sweat.
That would be a classic.
Joe Hosman, it's not that horrible. Refreshers lager. Steve has it. Did he have a Refreshers lager on stream?
I don't know. Over the years, he had a lot of things, and he used to drink some awful stuff.
Larry said gin and sweat. Yes, that's right.
Gin and sweat.
Ashley Hampstead Reed is in. Hello, mate.
Long
time. Hey guys, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Good catch live stream indeed. Thank you for coming. Michael Curtis, we're happy to enable your Twinkie habit, Damien.
Thank you, my friend.
Frederick Shaw's same here, Damien. Big hype for War of the Dunlendings. Post-team spirit. Excited to see an actual BSIME celebrity tomorrow. Thanks, mate.
You're going to be signing stuff?
Yeah. He's excited about it. Yeah.
I'd be excited if I was seeing you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to see you too, mate. I got sick and tired of trying to enjoy the hobby, a true embodiment of BSIME spirit.
That's your quote from earlier.
I mean that was clearly. I mean, it wasn't meant how it sounded, but I can understand why people are jumping on that.
Put it on a mug, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very. Ashley then says Macklin's painting is wild with a what's that symbol? Like the fingers.
Like chef's kiss. That's not chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Is that chef's kiss?
I think that's a chef's kiss, isn't it? That's sort of like.
I think the chef's kiss is like that. That's just okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
That just means okay.
Well, I appreciate that, Ashley. Thank you very much for that compliment. Thank you.
Well, he's just saying
coming from you as well,
okay,
considering that you've got actual models in the cabinets of Warhammer World. So, yes. Julian Hammond's in. Evening, guys. Looking forward to a night full of hobby. Making progress on Rohan traitors using old Rohan, always spears. Whip thread done. Well done, mate.
Very cool.
And we won't forget you tonight. We won't forget you tonight. Josh Ribby, why is Mac trying to enjoy the hobby in a different way to how I enjoy the hobby?
Yeah, we don't stand for that sort of thing.
The renegade. I'm not. Yeah, I don't play by the rules. Josh Triffitt's in. Hello, mate. Yeah, Mako, your painting's very good. You're doing yourself a disservice. No, I know, mate. I know what I mean is I'm not putting any sort of real super duper effort into these. Just I want them done, and I've got a full 500 points done in the month of January. So that's pretty. Even that's quite an achievement for me. Yeah. A whole army done in the month of January.
Oh, that's brilliant. 500
points obviously is quite a small army, but it's still a finished army.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jamie Wiggins said, I have a tard to finish as Snaga and Orc Spearman for an event this weekend. Nice. Right. Rory. Hey, got it right.
Good work.
Rory's in. Yeah. Because Rory rhymes with brewery.
It does.
I didn't forget. Why are they 37 minutes early?
Hey.
No. Larry Minute. Is it an apology for the delay of Fancy Fellowship? Shut up, Larry. Just so you guys know that I know everyone loves Larry in the chat. I will categorically go on the file and say I love him to death, but he annoys the life out of me. So that's why there's a lot of Larry hate in my speech. Okay, just so you know.
I don't think you need to apologise for that. I think people understand.
Just in case they think I actually hate him, which I don't. I love him to death, but he's a P Rick. Right, well, where are we? Oh, no. So it's an apology for the delay of Fantasy Fellowship. HSM is now 19 years old.
HSM?
What's HSM?
High School Musical. It's High School Musical.
No way. Oh, yeah, we were singing it earlier when we were
Wildcat. There we go.
No. That doesn't seem right because I believe you, but my niece was bang into it. But maybe it was already quite old when she was young because she's 21 now, so that means she wasn't into it when she was 2. it's not for 2-year-olds in that sense. So maybe she just found it later in her life when she was younger. So maybe
Mate, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was playing songs from that in the SU bar on student nights in 2006-7. So yeah, it's not new.
I don't know if you're frozen on YouTube, but you're frozen on my Zoom call, Damon. Just so you know.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm moving. It all looks all right on Zoom to me, and it looks all right on Streamlabs to me.
Cool, that's fine. If you're frozen for me, it doesn't matter. As long as the stream's fine. Post to absolutely not Larry, says Sam. Steve wouldn't have forgotten Julian. Larry says, lost his glasses on his head, yes, but not missed someone out. Josh Crosby says, Hammond wouldn't have beaten me. No point giving him a role.
Who's that? Hammond?
Absolutely.
Oh, Hammond, right, yeah, got you.
Hammond, yeah, Julian, yeah.
I instantly went to John Hammond from Jurassic Park.
Welcome to BSIME. BSIME Park. Larry, are all of the guest hosts involving kids now? I don't know, maybe. Don't know.
You've got to try new things to keep the ratings up.
Yeah, exactly. Get the younger audience in. Steve, somebody says, Steve would have just blocked him getting onto the dice draw. wrong banner or something. Fine, I'm guessing that's to refer to that he would have just used any old excuse to not do any proper work. Doesn't sound like Steve at all. Josh Cresby says exactly as I predicted. Oh, this is obviously just catching up. That's the role. Bloody hell, this chat is... Hopefully I can catch up on it soon. Don't want to start painting. Who could the guest host be? God help us all. Sounds like Larry to me. Says Sam. I don't know.
I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to put Larry live on the internet.
Exactly. Or would they? Do we actually get a Larry stream? Wow. Jamie Wiggins butchered the quote. Is it Larry? Oh, my OMFG, says Sean Clark. Welcome, Sean. Michael Dublé says, must be Larry. I think we might have gone a bit heavy on the, I don't know. Or did we? Who knows? Fohammer's in. Hola, guapos. I don't know what guapos means. What does guapos mean?
Guapos?
Guapos, yeah. Guapos. I'm hoping it means friends.
Let's say it means friends.
Yes. Oh, guapos. Give the people Larry, says Sean Clark. No, because he doesn't deserve it.
Well, the thing is, you need to be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's the problem.
When when someone's house is set on fire just through the internet, then they'll ruin the day that they asked for Larry.
I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that if Larry hosted a battle streams, someone's house might get set on fire remotely.
Exactly. Remote. Yeah, it's just his energy.
I think it could happen.
It's his chaotic energy. He'll be doing his favourite thing in the world, catching up on the chat for hours. I must admit, I do want, because he's such a troll to me. I do every now and again when he types in the chat, caught up. I do want to just like put loads and loads of just spam messages so he has to catch up again. But
I think he'd be happy. I don't think you'd win that.
I'm not like Larry. I wouldn't do that to someone. Okay. Sean says I can't wait for his snacks. Yeah, God, that probably like dried crickets or something. Akari sweat and crickets.
Out of date crickets.
Yeah, out of is the guest host Brian Adams? Oh, that'd
be good.
That would be good. He's not Michael Haskell, but it would come in a close second.
That would be very good, wouldn't it?
That's it. Yeah, he's not the Gotham dessert. He's not the Gotham deserves, but not the hero it needs right now, says Jamie. Should I be insulted? Everyone has jumped to this conclusion. No, Larry. And then Larry shouts, catapults.
Garrett's week.
Garrett's week, indeed. we've had one entry, yes, but what about second entry?
Getting through that.
That's very clever. Yeah, that was a bit of a big entendre on my part. Anyway. The old double entry. Fohammer, whoop, been wanting to make Gurrett's conversion, and now I have a respectable reason to do it.
There you go.
Indeed, well done. Yeah, well done for holding out, mate.
Drown the world in Gurrett's eye.
Exactly. Are there other Gurrett still good for the one entry?
No.
No, Larry.
Has to be the conversion sprue.
Has to be the conversion Gurretts. I want Gurretts to get his stream before Kellerborn, says Larry. I looked on eBay and couldn't find the sprue. Richard, unlucky. Yeah, it's very niche. If there's more than like one or two on eBay, I'd be very surprised. But obviously, there's none.
You should do. You should try and get GW to do a made to order on them.
Sam Hardy says, if you cut up Gurrett's and then build him with the conversion sprue.
yeah, that's fine. If you get the Forge Roll Gurrett's, cut his head off and put the Gurrett's and the sprue on. Absolutely. You're using the sprue. In fact, no. I was tempted to say you can have 2 entries for that as well, but no. I'll just get out of hand.
No, just the one. Larry, Larry says, I also wanted to get a horse option before Kellerborn, but that is a battle for another day. Oh, yeah, because Gurrett's famously rides a horse.
He rides a horse about as much as Kellerborn does.
That's very true. That's very true. Frederick says, yes, in brackets, Helm's deep dive. Very clever. Richard, there are loads. Larry says, Richard, there were loads when I looked when they did the last issue. Okay.
Maybe everyone bought them up.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
They knew that. The thing is, they've got the magazines, they know what's coming, so they might have gone, I'll have that. Josh says, hi, Mako. Hello, mate. See you tomorrow. Can't wait. Must have been a surge in demand, as I predicted, says Larry. As Helm's Deep is called Helm's Clam in Germany, I believe I'm obliged to call it a clam tauch. I'm hoping I said that right, Frederick. A clam tauch. In my English sort of cockney, it'd be touch. But yes, I'm guessing it's touch. But I'm guessing it's tauch, maybe. Do I have a pencil? Let's have a look. You'd think I'd have one in this absolute carnage of...
Seems achievable, doesn't it?
Yeah, let me just quickly sharpen that for you. Where's my hobby knife gone? Seams. I had it a minute ago. No, the blue-handled hobby knife. Where is it?
Oh, you're sharpening a pencil with a knife.
Yeah, I don't have a pencil sharpener. I'd take that, but the pencil's downstairs in the box, downstairs in the cupboard.
That's such an unnecessarily aggressive way to sharpen a pencil.
It's all I had at my disposal, but he's gone to actually get the pencil sharpened from the stationary box downstairs. I tell you what, guys, I know it's been a bit chaotic with him here, but he's gone now. But the fact that I've told him off and he's doing something crafty, like not crafty as in like poor dodgy way, I mean like crafting and wanting to draw something, it's amazing. He's got him off the bloody Xbox finally. So
what BSIME does, see, can even get
he may not be painting a model, but he's doing something hobby related, which is nice. I hope you guys aren't going to spoil the first 20 minutes. Oh yes, famously Larry got to the. Of course he did. He got to the film 20 minutes late, so he's not seen the first 20 minutes of the film.
I'm almost certain we will spoil.
And he's not gone out of his way to see it, just because that's Larry. Jamie says, "Love the film, really good fun. Freya Laugh was amazing."
Are they talking about the film?
They started on the film now.
You've caught up.
So should we stop there for now?
You've caught up, my friend.
I think I have. Yes. Right. Let me get some paint on this bloody cloak. Otherwise, I don't want to be painting him in the morning before I get.
And not only have you caught up, you've caught up at a wonderful time where I've just finished a wash, which is cool. So, if people have started talking about their thoughts, I thought it'd be fun for us to talk about our thoughts, and then we'll find out what the nerds think. So, we're just talking about the film for the minute. And hang on, let's think about this carefully. You guys now, hopefully you've had a chance to put your film thoughts in, so stop doing that. You need to know where we're going to go next. Maybe it doesn't matter. No, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we don't need to. We can do it. Just keep telling us about the film. So yeah, I got to see it at Harry's private screening, and then 4 days later, I went to see it in the cinema again with quite the human.
Well, I try.
We went to see it together.
We did indeed.
So
the only two people in the screen.
We were, weren't we? Yeah.
We were sat at the back, and we were still sat at the back snogging. So
yeah, we could snog and no one could see us, which is cool.
Exactly.
So we went 4 days after it came out, and there was no one else there.
No.
Which is a kind of fairly common story, I think. So Macklin, what did you think of the movie? That was the second time you'd seen it, right? Didn't you see it with the kids first?
Yeah, I saw it with the kids. Yeah. Well, first of all, I'll say what they thought of it. Joseph was not a fan.
Okay.
He said, I don't think he hated it, but he's like, why is it so long? And I said, oh, my sweet summer child.
Nothing of rings?
2 hours. 2 hours is child play, mate. I said, wait till I force you to watch Lord of the Rings proper. But and Lola quite liked it. She's a bit more nerdy in that sense. She likes fantastical sort of stuff. Her big thing is Harry Potter, but
okay.
She's played a couple of scenarios of Hero Quest with me and my nephew, so she's more open to the idea of nerddom.
Is that new Hero Quest or like your old one?
The new, not the old one, the new one with the more modern sculpts.
Oh, what did you pick it up?
I did pick it up, yeah,
cool.
For that reason, because she said she would play it. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll pick it up then. And cool. Yeah, we've got only two scenarios in. But yeah, it's very, very fun. And but unfortunately, my dice curse has been passed on a generation because, yeah, they're finding it very hard. They lost the second scenario and they have to replay it because they just couldn't roll. For some reason, my dice were incredible and theirs weren't. So that's just simply unheard of.
That's genetic, is it?
Yeah, that's the thing. That the universe will let me beat children at a game, but when I want to face my peers on the field of battle, it's like, no, you can't have a 3+. You don't deserve it. Anyway, we won't get into that. That's a whole other kettle of fish. So I'll answer the question you actually asked, which was quite handy, and probably what you'll want me to answer. On the whole, I don't know if I'll give it an out of 10 score, but if I would, maybe if we're going to go really, really finicky, then I might go like 7.8.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite an 8. But then I don't know if what I'm about to say will justify that. You might go, actually, it sounds like you enjoyed that a bit more than you're saying, Mac. Or actually, but I can go into my what I think how the film should have gone if you want me to.
Do so whatever you want, mate.
Okay, so yeah, I very much enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. It was nice to be back in Middle Earth, regardless of format. Anime. It was quite strange to see it in anime, but I got past that pretty quickly for me. I didn't mind it being animated. It was, the direction of the film, I feel like it's a bit, I understand that before I get cancelled, there's a common theme of making, they made Hera the main character, basically, which I feel a little bit. But I understand Helm was set to die anyway, so I get why they chose to do that. They weren't bowing down to the woke mob and all this sort of stuff, that the rhetoric that goes around. I just feel like they've done her a disservice. I feel like, the direction of the film, it didn't make sense. She didn't make sense with the interaction with the eagle, and the fact that she says, I'm your fastest rider. I'm like, there you go. There is the line for her to go, right, let me jump on my horse and find Freyalaf, go to him myself, then come back to Helm's Deep to liberate it. She still could have had a big clash with Wolf. She still probably could have found a wedding dress somewhere in the story to make the whole bride of, you know what I mean? But the whole bride of death thing. Like, she could have even found it, taken it with her, and then come back into battle dressed as the bride. I feel like that would have given the bride theme, and the fact that he wanted to marry her, the much more gravitas for her to rock up next to Freyalaf and go, right, this is do you want a bride then? Come on, let's have it, sort of thing, you know. So I feel like it was very, very
devil's advocate. She can't.
It was all very
She can't ride out to Freyleth because they're under siege, right? That's why she has to send an eagle.
But if she can sneak out, you know, there must have been I feel like at some point the direction of the film could have gone. Like they could have changed something for her to be able to escape. Because Helm slips out during the night, so why couldn't she?
But he doesn't slip past the army, does he? He slips out and then goes and punches everyone to death.
Oh yeah, of course he attacks the army, but I know, but maybe before, maybe that from Edoras, because Freyleth's already been banished before the siege of Edoras.
Yeah.
So she could have hot-footed it from there. So I understand they need to set up the theme of the Wraith of the Hornburg, but they didn't need. So Helm could have made it to Helm's Deep with the aid of Olwyn and Leif instead, and Hera could have gone, right, I'm the fastest rider, I need to go and get help. You know, and they wouldn't have had to even mention an eagle. I don't know why the eagles are there.
It's the eagle bit you don't like.
I don't like the eagle, but yes. But I think the concept, that's the only thing I would have changed regarding her storyline, is that I'm the fastest rider you've got, and then she just goes, oh, I'll just send messages along the battlefield. Which there isn't no messages. There's one underwhelming charge. In my opinion, I feel like when Haleth and Helm call death, I'm like, oh, awesome, and then they stand there for 30 seconds and let their whole army charge forward, and I'm like, no, I feel like death means you're front of the I think Theoden done it. You know, that it gives it much more gravitas with Theoden doing it. So I felt like they should have gone down that direction as well. That's a little nitpicky thing. That doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. But for me, it seemed a bit silly. And then obviously you might mention this because we had a laugh about it in the screening, about Hammer and his choice of whether not to draw his bow while he's, you know.
He has a nice chat with his horse, doesn't he?
Yeah.
There's four of them coming after. 4 of them.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And he's got about 400 arrows. And he has a nice chat with his horse. And he has a look around. And he has a think.
Yeah. And then he goes, I'm not 1 arrow to take out 4. Yeah, okay. So, that overall, I really liked it. But, yeah, I think the use of the eagles and making her an expert climber from Rohan, you know, climbing a frozen mountain, it just all seemed a bit silly in that regard. Other than that, I think it was a solid film. I enjoyed it. Like I said, same as you, I'm very excited with the new range of models. The fact that it's breathed a whole new lease of life into the game again is a positive thing. So yeah, I'm happy. So maybe 7.8 is a bit wrong. I'll go 8.5.
I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think I don't know if I said this on a stream or on a Zoom call or what, but the climbing thing's interesting because like you know. The climbing bit is on the surface stupid. You know, she climbs up a massive mountain on her own. But I think there's a really good comparison to Pippin climbing that beacon in Return of the King, which no one cares about.
To be honest, I didn't actually cop that. That's a good point. I understand that they're trying to, you know, but at the same time, you don't need. They kind of did that in a few things with Rings of Power, which I know we're not talking about. But you don't. If you make it good, you don't have to go, hey, we're Lord of the Rings, you know. You know, we're Lord, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We're Lord of the Rings. There's a comparison to PJ, and there's another comparison. You know, that sort of.
But what I mean is that I would argue that Pippin climbing that thing is just as preposterous as Hera climbing the mountain.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And no one cares in the slightest.
Don't say that because I don't say that because I have to agree with you, but. I don't want to because I feel I think because I've got such rose-tinted glasses for the I think it is. Yeah, I didn't realise how preposterous Pippin. I get what you're saying.
And you get people.
I'm backtracking slightly, but I feel like. Do you not? I don't know actually. Oh my god, you just blown my mind.
You just get. I've seen a lot of those reviews saying this is stupid. There's no way she could.
Climbing a massive rock face is probably
it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But you get a load of those really negative reviews, like saying this is stupid, and going, that could never happen. And then in the same sentence going, this is so much worse than those Peter Jackson's films or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. It reminds me of the people who think that Indiana Jones being blown across the sky in a fridge is stupid, but will defend in Crystal Skull, but will defend him falling out of an aeroplane on a raft and landing on a mountain.
Yeah,
like it's that kind of thing. Now, I don't. It doesn't mean that the films are as good as each other, but they're fantasy films where silly things will happen.
No, of course.
I take your point about the Eagles though. The Eagles is interesting because there's no real need for the Eagles to be in it at all, is there? Like the Eagles don't. They're not in the story. I don't think we have a lot of lore about the kind of humans talking to eagles.
No.
And so...
And as far as I'm aware, they didn't. They couldn't.
I mean, there's stuff like Beren and... who is it? I want to say it's... I think it's Turin. Is it Turin and Tor who get carried to Gondolin?
The old men of, like, Newman, like the old men, Turin and Hurin and all that, possibly.
I think Turin and Tor get carried to Gondolin on an eagle, for example, and like an eagle saves. Does he save? I think it's the elf. It's the elf who's chained to Angband that the eagle saves. Thorondor, I think. But there's a few bits. But is that just? I don't know. What is that? Is that just eagles are cool? Do you know what I mean? Like what?
Maybe. I wouldn't mind, but the thing is, they are cool, but at the same time, it's not like they're not out there selling Middle-earth eagle toys. Well, they are, Games Workshop, but you know what I mean? They're not selling they're not trying to sell an action figure. They're not, like they did with Star Wars and put the porgs in, the little fairy things. That was just merchandise. They didn't serve a purpose in the film. They were just a cute little thing. So they've not gone down that direction, but they are cool. So they are cool, but at the same time, they didn't need to. They just didn't need to be there.
I'll be interested in the story, like development of that. So is that them working out how can they get Helm's armor to Freyalaf? Oh, we use an eagle. At which point we have to put her near the start, having a relationship with eagles, or is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a more kind of we want to have eagles in the film? I don't know that.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can't. I don't have an answer to that. I don't have an opinion to an answer because. At the same time, I like the principle of Freyalaf wearing his armor. Saying I'm the new, the future king.
Yeah.
Helm's gone. This is and the whole scaring the absolute crap out of the hill drive and saying, "Oh my God, he's still alive."
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she is the fastest rider. Put the armor in a bag and stick it to the back of a horse and ride like the flipping wind. And then give it to Freyalaf yourself.
I think there's also an argument that she's the last line of Helm and she wouldn't want to abandon her people. I think there'll be a narrative point to that.
Okay, but still, I'm not a fan of that.
But I grant you that they say she makes a big deal of saying I'm your fastest rider, and then, to the best of my knowledge, never has to ride anywhere fast.
Yeah, no.
She carries Helm, right? She's on Asheray when they carry Helm away, but the Royal Guard seem to keep up with her.
Yeah.
Like if anything, she should have gone back and helped Harmer. God rest. But
yeah, I know. Yeah, but God rest and God bless.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being too much of an old fart, but
I don't think so at all. You feel how you feel, don't you?
Yeah, it just seemed a bit unnecessary. But other than that, I thought she was a good character. I enjoyed, I did enjoy what she did.
I think Hera's really good. I think Hera's really, really good. And I think, again, I don't think it will be people on this chat, but I think there are clearly a lot of people, and I've read them online. There's a lot of reviews just girl bossing her and Mary suing her, or an awful lot of them. They're not fake things that people are making up. They are loads of people going, "Oh, it's stupid. She's a Mary Sue," and she's clearly not. She's not a Mary Sue. She's not a girl boss, and anyone who's saying that is clearly a bit sexist.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean anyone who doesn't like the film is a bit sexist, but the people saying, "Oh, it's just another Mary Sue," they've either not seen it or they are sexist because she's not. She loses fights to everyone, right? She gets beaten up by
exactly.
Lord Thorn and gets saved by a horse. She loses. She has a very even fight with Wolf and gets tricked by him a bunch of times. She does stupid stuff. Yeah, she gets herself kidnapped. And she does good things as well. She does lots of very positive things. Gets herself kidnapped. Intelligence 10 plus, please. Moron. What an idiot. But I think she's really good in it. I think she's really well balanced. I think she's a really good character. And I think they did really well with it. I just think there are some people who don't like the fact that she's bigger than Helm on the poster.
But the reason she's bigger than Helm is because she has been made the main character.
Yeah.
And like I said, at first I was a bit like, I did sort of do the eye roll and go, oh, here we go again. But after seeing it, you're right. She is not Mary Sue by any stretch. And I understand the reason of making essentially an unnamed character the main character, because as you alluded to earlier on about the deep dive, it's a very, very small bit of text in the grand scheme of like the whole story. So I don't mind the fact that Helm, and I think they still do Helm justice. Like he's in everything. They still fit it in, but they needed to add a bit more to it.
I think Helm's really good in it, and I think for the first half of the film, I think you can clearly argue that they are jointly the main character.
Yeah,
and then he dies. And I do think I've said that again. I can't remember at which point I said this, but there is a very, very clear thing where the main characters, as it were, that people want to be the main characters in the book are Helm, Harmer, and Haleth, and they all die halfway through. So you need another character to carry it on, and that's the role.
They all die. Big FIN comes on the screen after that. Yeah, I mean,
so you need another character to carry on the story at Helm's Deep.
Exactly.
And also, let's not forget, like before, let's bow down to the wokeness of it all. It's not bad to have women in films. It's like,
no, I know
there aren't any females in that story. Maybe it's all right to have one. Maybe it's all right to have a girl.
Of course, absolutely.
My favourite bit of criticism was someone said, I think this was on a wargaming group as well. This was on like I don't know if it's the GVHL or the Middle Earth one or whatever. But someone went, it's absolutely stupid. She's such a Mary Sue. When she's fighting Wolf, she literally jumps over his head and onto the other side of him. And in the same fight, Wolf does the same to her. But this guy completely ignored that. He ignored when the man did it, but was outraged when the woman did it. It's that kind of... What about when Helm leaps about 20 foot in the air and punches a snow troll to death? Like that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's absolutely fine. But when the girl jumps over someone's head, stupid. When will it end?
That's silly.
Yeah. And I'm more with you. I'm more like, criticise her for not being sensible with her horse. Don't criticise her for the things the made-up character in the anime movie does. Like. But I really liked her. I thought she was cool, and I'm quite excited. I'm excited about the models. I think she's a cool hero to have in the game and to paint up models for. I think that's pretty cool.
I'm looking. I like the bride model, but I'm very much looking forward to the plastic. I'm hoping it's plastic. I don't know for sure. They said it's plastic, didn't they?
Yeah, the footer-mounted one's plastic.
Footer-mounted one. Very much looking forward to that. I'm going to buy 2.
Yeah, I for reasons.
You've chosen Cloak, haven't you?
Yeah, for reasons that will remain secret for now. I think I'm going to be painting that plastic Hera twice this year.
Remains fine. Keep your secrets. We Macklins were very well thought of in the show.
No one. I'm sure there's no one who's got any idea what I might be thinking anyway. Yeah. But so I thought she was cool. I thought she was a good protagonist, and What else?
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, I really liked it. I've got it. I picked it up when it was on Amazon. I think it's coming out on DVD on the 1st of March. I was a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I want it on DVD just because. Yeah,
it's possible they haven't announced stuff, but at the moment the only extras on it are the ones that have already been released online. So that's a bit disappointing. So that's why I ended up getting it on Amazon, because I was like, well, it's not like the extended versions where it's worth waiting. Although it's worth saying, the theatrical editions of the Lord of the Rings films had fairly awful extras on them. They were like the real studio-made promo stuff, and it was only the extended versions that had the really good stuff on. So it's possible we might be getting a special edition or extended edition later that has more on. I don't think we will, but it's possible.
What'd you call me?
What'd I call you?
You said moron, so.
Moron?
You said more on as two separate words.
I see. Got you.
Hey, joke for you.
So yeah, I picked it up, and Emma hadn't seen it. She didn't go to cinema to see it, so we started watching it Tuesday night. And I kind of had the thing where I was saying to her, I was like, look, it'd be good to watch it before the stream so I can sort of refresh it. Tuesday night was the only night we could do it, and she's not into anime. I'm not into anime, and we watched until we got about 45 minutes in, which is just before the battle at Edoras, and Em fell asleep, and I was like, "Do you want to stop there?" And she went, "Yeah, we'll try and kind of pick it up another day." And I was like, "What do you think?" And she went, "Well, I mean, I don't like it, but." And I was like, "Whoa, that's a big that's a big opening gambit." I was like, "Well, you don't like it?" She went, "No, I don't. I'm not really enjoying it." I was like, "Oh, okay, this is quite bad." And then she was saying like the form of it really she didn't like. You know, the idea that she was like, "I don't find the anime as compelling to watch as like a conversation between two real people." And I think there's something in that for sure. There's a bit in the I was watching the bit in the stables with Helm and Hera, and the pauses in between the lines seem quite long. It's a really weird thing, and you might not notice it. Maybe it's just me, but it's like she says, "You want me to go away?" He goes, "You want me to go away?" "Yes, I want you to go away, because then you'll be safe."
Yeah.
"You want me to be taken away by someone else in the future?" You know, there's just like a slight. It's and it feels like you could obviously. It could obviously shorten that, but I wonder if it's the way, because of the animation, they can't cut. You know, the lips start moving when the lips start moving, so they can't shorten it once the animation's done or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just noticed that, and it was maybe that's the sort of thing Em was picking up on. It just, it doesn't feel quite as natural because it's not natural. It's not real.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. It was a big, not risk, but or maybe a risk. I don't know how much it cost to film. They had some big actors in there as well, well-paid actors. So they would have spent a bit of money on the cast. From what I understand, there was 60 different animation studios involved. So that's a fair amount of money. So it's a big risk to go down the anime route. It would have probably been cheaper to film it live action.
It is. I know it's a cheaper medium. Like the thing they've put out, and I haven't seen the press release, but I do believe this because it's been reported in decent sources. They made it to keep the license. Warner Brothers have admitted it's a cheap. It does cost them less to do the animation, and it's like they needed to make a Lord of the Rings film to keep the rights, so they fast tracked an animation basically.
Okay.
But that now I don't know that for sure, but that's been reported many times and apparently came from Warner Brothers, so I'm inclined to believe it. But that doesn't mean it's awful. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't.
No, of course not. No. I don't think they just sort of. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't have been just like, oh, let's make it any old shit. They have thought about it. It was, like I said, it was a good film. So I'm glad they did it because it'd have been. Who knows what could have happened in the hands of other corporations, because it would have been bought up straight away by someone.
Yeah, or someone else will buy the rights for it for sure. There's some law differences about it, but I think we're going to read the story a bit later, so I think we'll have a look at those there maybe. But I enjoyed the stuff they added in as well. I think for the most part, I didn't mind the Watcher. It's a bit extraneous, but in a way, I think the Watcher makes a bit more sense than the Eagles. Just having the Watcher there in a forest possibly makes more sense than the whole Eagle taxi thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. I liked Freyalaf wearing his armour, but I didn't like an eagle delivering it to him. That feels very anti what the Eagles do.
That's my thing. I feel like they could have reworked the story somewhere down the line they could have gone down the direction I wanted them to, was to make her to make her give it to him and go, right, the future of our people is in danger. Let the line of Helm and essentially, the line of Helm's sister or brother or what, I don't know if he's his sister, if he's his sister's son or his brother's son, I don't know, But let the line of Helm essentially fight for survival. And I'd have been like, oh, that's so cool. She's such a badass. But it's like, it's sort of like, oh, okay, well, I just
think everything the Eagles tell you in Lord of the Rings is like, they're not Middle Earth taxis. I know it's a bit Deus Ex Mac Eagler, but they do turn up and save the day. But they turn up and save the day, kind of to help Middle Earth at large, and often with the help of wizards and stuff.
And to be fair, they help because in those scenarios, even though they are essentially untouchable, things will still be worse off for them in general.
Yeah.
If Sauron was a Dark Lord again,
I don't think the Eagles really care who's in charge of Helm's Deep.
No.
And that bit to me I just felt like an eagle delivering armor to Freyalap. That just felt a bit weird, I think.
Yeah.
It's not very far, is it? As an eagle flies, I suppose, from Edoras to Helm's Deep. Oh, he's at Dunharrow. Yeah, well, it's not far from Dunharrow.
He's at Dunharrow, yeah.
Helm's
Not
Deep,
far from Dunharrow at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. That's the.
I'll tell you what I did love. What possibly my favourite bit. A story change I think they really improved. And again, we're going in deep into it this time, but apologies if I've said this before. I loved in the book. It says we'll read it later, but it says something like, he would stalk out at night and fought like a snow troll and punched them to death. And they call him the Wraith of Helm's Deep or something, the Wraith of the Hornblade. I think they call him that in the book. And I love the fact, and I kind of missed it the first time. It was only the second time I watched it that I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because I remember the first time coming out and we were chatting in the lobby and we were saying, what happened to the bodies? All the bodies that disappeared. It was like, what happened to them? And then someone would be like, oh, the troll took them. I was like, okay, so, right, the troll ate them or whatever. And what I think is really clever storytelling is by having the troll and those two orcs, I think there's 3 readings of what happens. And so I think you could read that Helm went out, killed a bloke, then went back inside, and the troll rips everyone else apart.
Yeah.
And they blame it on Helm.
Yeah.
That's one. I think you could read it that the troll does nothing and Helm goes out and absolutely murders everyone and rips them apart.
Yeah.
Or you could read it somewhere in the middle, that Helm goes out and punches a bunch of them to death and the troll is also out there eating the bodies and ripping people apart and leaving them to... Do you see what I mean? And I think I love the fact... I love how they handled that 10 minutes and it was like a ghost story. And you can you can genuinely come away with your own interpretation of how much Helm did, but they did a very good job of explaining how that legend would come to pass, of how they would all be. I think having the snow troll is a really clever way of explaining why they were so scared of one man.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It's like I think the impression I've taken from it is that some of them saw the troll thinking it was Helm. And, that's and the roar of the troll is like the roar of the horn and all that sort of stuff. And so when the troll ripped people apart, they were then blaming it on Helm and stuff. And I don't think they ever make that particularly clear. I think it is ambiguous for you to take what you want, and I think that's really, really good, like really good storytelling that I really enjoyed, and I thought it was quite clever the way they did that, and without contradicting the text. And then you can see that 200 years later, when they're telling the story, it's like no one talks about the troll. They just talk about Helm going out killing everyone. Do you know what I mean? And I think Lord of the Rings, by its very nature, is wrapped up in so many unreliable narrators.
Of course.
If you take it literally at face value, as Tolkien wanted you to, Tolkien says in the foreword that he translated the book, like he found the book. And he translated it. Yeah. But the book he found isn't the book Frodo writes. The book he found is a copy of the book that was copied by some hobbits. And it's probably a copy of a copy of a copy. So you have you have multiple layers of people rewriting the story, and even the first time it's written by Frodo and Bilbo, and so whatever you read about Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli is what they told Frodo.
Is their account, yeah, exactly.
And so the whole thing is wonderfully embedded in these kind of like this history of legends that you can, and that's why I think I never have an issue with the Rings of Power or the Hobbit movies, because I think you can take them as like this could be what happened. If it's different to the book, maybe this will upset them. Maybe the Rings of Power is what actually happened and the book got it wrong.
Yeah.
But you can have that, and so I just thought that really resonated with me with the Helm storyline bit, and I thought that was really, really good, and yeah, I liked that. I liked that bit a lot, and thought it was very, very cool. One thing I will touch on there, we just talked about adaptation because I mentioned it about who was in it. You were talking about the cast. Get this is nuts. I had no idea about this until yesterday. I was watching a bit of it on Amazon, and one of the things comes out. I was like, why do I recognise that name? And the guy who plays Harmer in it is an actor called Yazdan Kafori. I think I'm saying that right. And I don't know if you remember this, but I went to see a revival of the Lord of the Rings musical at the Watermill Theatre. I think it was last year. So it was the big West End musical that was on at Drury Lane, and then finished in like 2006 or something. And it had its first ever revival at this lovely little theatre. It was absolutely beautiful, and I wrote a big review of it on Facebook. I thought it was brilliant. Emma said it was the best version of the Lord of the Rings she'd ever seen. It was incredible, and better somehow than the West End version on a smaller scale. And check this: the guy who played Legolas in it is Yazdan Kafori. So the guy who played Legolas in the version we saw on stage, it was very good, is Harmer. And it says here, upcoming, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim.
Nice.
So that was cool. So yeah, Harmer, God rest his soul, also played Legolas.
Although one of them shoots better than the other.
That's very true. Maybe that was the link. Have you got experience playing archers in Middle-earth? I do. Right, I am going to jump into the chat and see what the nerds think of War of the Rohirrim. I'm sure there's lots of thoughts. So you can do some painting, my friend. I'll take this one.
Yeah, go for it. I'm almost finished. It's the basic material I'm using. I'm using like this paste. That takes a while to dry. So that texture paste.
Do you know what I think might have happened? I think someone might have just mentioned War of the Rohirrim before we told them to.
Oh.
I think there's still quite some chat.
Well,
maybe not. No, maybe not, actually.
Justify figuring it out then.
Oh, there we go. Right, we're somewhere there. Love the film. Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Jamie Wiggins. Really good fun. Freyalaf is amazing. Looking forward to his model. Agree. Frederick gives War of the Rohirrim 7 out of 10. Could have been better, but enjoyed it. Larry still hasn't seen them.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm just going to show you something. Joseph Drew, remember I said I'm glad that he's drawing. And obviously he's Googled Warhammer. I think you've Googled Warhammer, haven't you? Look at this. Can you see that?
Oh, that's cool.
That's
a deathcore of Kree. I know that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good work.
Oh my god.
Get it in the whip thread.
Not blowing my own son's trumpet, but that's pretty good.
Yeah, get a picture of it in the whip thread. You can win a die.
I will do. Well done, thank you. Is that for me? Thank you.
That's awesome. Kids of BSIME, man. It's new. It's happening.
Take a picture of it and send it to me as well. I'll put it on Facebook. Yeah.
And claim you did it.
Go on. Yeah. So Jamie Wiggins started it off preemptively.
Yeah. Larry says I still haven't seen them. I think that might be the first 20 minutes. Sam, enjoyed the film. Found the combat a bit janky. That's anime rather than anything wrong with the story. Brian Cox's helm was golden. Crosby, film was 6 out of 10. Had low expectations. Quite enjoyed the watch. Schultz liked the realism. Apart from the siege tower. Yeah, the siege tower is good, isn't it? Of the siege and the horror bit, even though it felt a bit short. I mean, it's so obvious. It's not an original thought, but what's that they're building? A massive wooden siege tower. Why don't we just set that on fire? We could do that, couldn't we?
Hammer all over again.
We could do that days and days and days.
Yeah.
But it's getting bigger every day. Is it a threat yet? Nah.
Yeah.
Is it a threat yet? Nah. Is it a threat yet? Nah. Should we set it on fire? Nah. Sam says, Larry, what is this wolf guy's problem? Larry says, have you seen cinemas are re-showing it in Japanese for the ultimate Weebmo? Indeed, I had. I did check my local one, but they're not doing it. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Josh Coles, I enjoyed it, to be fair. Went into the film not reading up on that section of lore. Well, tonight's for you, my friend. If I was aware of certain stuff, I might have disliked parts. I would rate it lower than all 6 films, but a solid 6.5 out of 10. Frederick Schultz says, also, is Helm supposed to glow in the cave scene, being the glittering caves, etc., contributing to the rest of it? Yeah, that is weird. He says it kind of looks...
Yeah.
He does glow a bit, doesn't he? That is interesting. Do you know what? It never occurred to me it was about the glittering caves, to be honest. I haven't picked up on that. That's interesting. United YT says, lovely to see you, Tom.
Oh, thank you, son. Even though you are standing right behind me.
Richard Clammer, loved the movie. Been rewatching the beginning over and over again just to see that really awesome high-res map of Rohan. Yeah, it's cool.
That is lovely.
Jamie says, can Damien get a host who doesn't break the chat? Hasn't happened in 5 years. Justin, I love the movie and I look forward to watching it again soon. I particularly enjoyed the portrayal of Freyolaf. Yeah, Freyolaf was cool. Freyolaf was really cool. I'm glad he got to do his really defining moment right at the end as well.
Yeah.
I cannot wait until he has a model in the game. Darren Warner, love the film and characters better than I expected. 8 out of 10. Dale Groves is in. Hello, lovelies. Jamie Wiggins, great minds. Justin, Larry Miller. I think they finished.
7 Hour Groves.
You what?
7 Hour Groves.
What?
Dale.
What are you saying?
The stream.
Oh, 7 Hour Groves. Yeah, 7 Hour Groves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He can last, can't he, that boy?
He's got some stamina, that man.
Wiggins says, United fans. End movie videos in, Mr. Harry Parkhill. Evening, gents. Can't wait for a relaxing stream. Mrs. P is out, leaving me to look after Archie. Inevitably, I've just had to put up with an hour and a half of screaming. But I thought you said Mrs. P was out.
Hey.
Victory sip.
Victory sip.
I myself, Harry, if you've just joined, you probably on this. I am sitting pretty on an empty house. Mrs. O and both children are away for the night. It's Friday night. I've got a large G&T. I'll have another. It's a party. Josh Goals, never thought I'd see mewing on BSIME.
Yes, that was Joseph's little action I do one for the people that don't know.
Is that that thing? That's that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
What is it? What does it mean?
No idea.
Darren Warner says, you've got this, Harry.
idea.
Hold it on in there. That's the baby thing. Yeah, you're right, Harry. Yeah. You got it. United YT. Macklin, back before GTA 6. Let's go. Why is he back before?
What?
Is that you back or is that younger Macklin's back?
I'm back, yeah. Macklin's back before GTA 6. Don't know why that's...
Oh, is that because... Is GTA 6 the long delayed one? Is that the next one to come out? Is that right?
Next one, yeah.
Yeah, so it's taken ages to come out. So you've got back before GTA 6 has come out. It's clever. Larry Miller says, yeah, there you go. He says, sometimes a typo is just a typo. So he did indeed mean... I can't remember what it was. What was it? It was host or something? What we debating?
Yeah, battle. No, was it? I can't remember.
I can't remember, but it's fine. We understood it at the time. We've just forgotten.
Yeah.
Callum says the Vikings were no worse than anyone else. Don't fall for monastic propaganda. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Josh Crosby.
I'm not saying they were the worst. Absolutely not. It was just the fact that they weren't very nice to the locals. But Hollywood makes you love them.
I think the point is no one was very nice to anyone.
No, that is very true.
Josh Crosby, I love it when those Vikings stick it to those monks. What business do they have praying, tending to the sick, and giving it to the poor? Is that when the Vikings took down Robin Hood? Larry Miller, I actually have plans to start a new spreadsheet tonight. That's fit. Frederick Schultz says, I think this is when I was singing High School Musical. No, it will get us banned in Angola and Nauru. Richard Clammer, oh great, Damien plays a song clip and now none can watch this episode. Oh no, it's Blink, it's Crazy. If we get shut down in Chad because I played It's Crazy, I won't believe it. Norwegian Blue, well, modern day Vikings are actually quite nice. Having set my axe to anyone's face today, but painting 30 hobbits might want to be there. Oh, 30 hobbits, you have my small club, my friend. Jamie Wiggins, beating children could be more problematic than the Nazgul episode. Yeah. Michael Haskell. My mum said to me when I was young that time speeds up, and I thought, nah, time is a constant. Now I'm old. My mum was spot on. Come to think of it, she was spot on many other fronts too. It's a wonderful thing about parents, isn't it? They're wrong about everything until you're about 19, and then what's that wonderful phrase? My mum and dad didn't know anything until I was 18. I'm amazed how much they learned in 3 years.
Exactly.
Destro Dextius is in. Estonian greetings all. Larry, calm down, guys. Learn some patience. Fancy fellowship will happen when it happens. No need to make a big deal out of it. Michael Curtis, there with you with rotary phones, Tom. Got some rotary phone love. Larry, what he doesn't like is how the digital copy is twice the price of a DVD and 25% more expensive for a Blu-ray. Yeah, is it still twice the price of a I don't know. Is a DVD 10 quid? The digital copy is 20 quid. I don't really know how much those things are these days. Would anyone buy a DVD as opposed to a Blu-ray these days as well? I don't know.
To be fair though, I've got my Xbox as a Blu-ray player. That's the only reason I buy it on Blu-ray. So.
Larry Miller was 5 when Channel 5 came out. That's appropriate. Right, Colours is in. Oh, he's after a dice. Evening, chaps. Hope everyone's well. An hour in already. Trying to go for an even longer stream this week. We are not. Michael Curtis, more like the lurker in the lake, if you ask me. Michael Haskell was in with some phone knowledge. Our phone was a rotary one when I was growing up. Still remember the number. Standlake 438. 438. My first phone number was 5937. That was our landline.
And the thing is, our house number is still 2873. And I remember as a kid, the whole my dad was like 2873. And I'm like, why are you answering?
You've got something else you must have something else on the front of that, though. Obviously,
I don't want to say my whole phone number out loud. Yeah.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
So it's 0208 is the area code now, but back in the day it was 081, I think, or 018 or something like that. And then such and such, and then 2873. But he'd always answer with 2873, and I'm like, they know it's 2873. They've just called you.
That's what it would have been originally. It would have been the 4 numbers.
Yeah. Oh.
That's what I mean. As I said, it's only my parents that I'm doxing. So it was 5937. You typed 5937 into a phone and it would connect to them.
Fun fact about telephones. You know that when Alexander Graham Bell invented it, he already had 3 missed calls from Chuck Norris.
Yeah. That's good. Well done. That was funny. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And then they added an area code.
Yeah.
I think the area code came before the added 2 numbers, and then they added 2 numbers to the front of it.
Yeah.
And that's how you end up with 11 numbers.
Mm.
And he says, I was almost out of my teens when the 4th channel started. Brave New World. Richard Clammer, I've been playing a lot of Return to Moria last month, and that as a watcher inside Moria in a Bake Lake. Seems reasonable. Jack Brown says, what do you think the lifespan of a watcher is?
Oh, I think it's immortal, in my opinion.
Immortal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a what do you call it? It's essentially a kraken, and the kraken's infinite, isn't it? I don't know. In the lore, I don't really know the lore of the kraken in
I don't think the kraken's. I don't think it's immortal.
I mean, it can be killed, but I mean, it lives.
I don't think it would live forever. I don't think even the Great Kraken would live forever. I think it was just a monster. I've killed Krakens in Man of War. Hang on, that doesn't count your point. I don't think the Kraken's meant to be immortal. I don't think it'd be immortal. I think it could live for thousands of years though.
Yeah.
Don't know. Larry Miller, Damien being just like Wolf, ignoring Targ's wisdom. Can't remember what of Targ's I ignored. Frederick Shorts, maybe it's the other way around, Dave. Maybe it's about the Watcher, because he said a Watcher in the water, and I'm saying maybe it's the same one. Frederick Shorts, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe that Watcher came down from the mountains where they all come from. Yes, I like that. Cool.
Yeah.
Jack Brown's, it feels a very UFO kind of name. You call it a Watcher because you don't know what it is, rather than to identify it. Yes, I like that.
That's clever.
So maybe it's the name for weird big things that live in lakes, rather than things that look quite similar.
Yeah, just a generic term for.
And Larry writes, because it pleases him, you're accepting him, but he was alive in the WOTR era, not the WOTR era, because he thinks it's very funny that War of the Ring and War of the Rohirrim have the same initialism. Scott Newman, good evening, lads. Going to start painting shortly.
Laugh, but he's made that joke 1,000 times in our group chat. So.
Yeah, well, that's what he does, Tom.
Yeah,
it's always the same joke. He's got 4. Shortly in the process of flat pack furniture with the missus and not one argument. Congratulations, sir. Darren Warner said, that's an amazing Shedfest vlog, Damien. Thank you. Justin, I'm loving Shedfest 2024 so far. Granted, the Michael cameo at the end, spoilers, was particularly enjoyable. I can't wait to see the next episode. Sam says, so not only are we still not getting Fantasy Fellowship, we're getting teased for it. Yeah, I know, sorry. Michael Haskell, sounds like we need to club together to give Damien a sabbatical term at St. Mary's. Yeah, that would be cool. Larry Miller, it was about how out of date your chocolate was. Wait, you can watch other things. Can't remember. Joe Kelly, Damien, loving the vlogs, just outstanding. Thank you, fun to watch, and I can really appreciate all the editing you're doing on those. Great storytelling. Cheers, dude. Hey, Frederick Schultz says, traitors, spoiler. Lord Thorne dies fighting Hera and Asheray. That's traitor. That's funny. Traitor spoiler. Thorne forgets to bring his men to the siege of Edoras. He has to do the fighting on his own.
Do you know what? I think that was cut out. I think they did a right. Well, maybe not actually. The battle went away, but it just seems. But then obviously he pledged, and then obviously being a traitor, he doesn't have to bring them. So that's the whole point of his treachery. They're not there. They never were mustered. Yeah. They never were there. But I feel like, I think now obviously we can say it out a bit out loud that Dan Entwistle would have had some knowledge of maybe some concept arts and stuff like that before, the models were released. And his direction of painting them red makes me feel like there might have been some art. Is it in the book? Are there Rohan traitors? No.
I'm going to say, and I don't know. I disagree with that. I think now what happened was he's a traitor, and I think a bit like GW made up Grimhammers. There are no Grimhammers. There are dwarfs that look like them, but there are no Grimhammers, and they made up hunter orcs, and they made up. I don't know that. I suppose Knights of Dale, but they make up names for things that don't have names in the films. If that makes sense.
Yeah. That makes that does make sense.
I reckon at some point they saw him. Maybe there was. I just don't believe a massive section has been cut out like that. And I think they went, hang on. His men are traitors.
Yeah.
So we could have some Rohan guys in this evil list. Yeah. I think it might. I think it's more like. I actually think that might be a games design thing where they're gone. Oh, we could get more use out of the sprues.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I don't know, but I don't feel like there's ever a bit where a bunch of guys in red have been cut, and I think they're painted red because Thorne wears red, so they're painted in his colour.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that seems very logical.
It was just afterwards. It was like everyone's going, "Where's the traitors?" And I'm going, "Yeah, where were the traitors?" I was like, "They're traitors because they weren't there. They're not traitors that we were meant to see that are missing."
Yeah.
Don't know.
Which gives us slightly more gravitas in that aspect.
Oh. Larry, you said you'd be crazy to walk away from 30p mince pies, and I said I would walk away from them. Fair enough. It was Gilgalad, got that one right. The one became your mountain Gilgalad, God rest his soul. Yeah, he did indeed. Thank you for that, Gilgalad. Sam says, maybe the cat family are notoriously bad swimmers. Why would Winston Cat be a bad swimmer? I can't remember. Josh Crosby says, all cats have the surname Cat. It is their family. Fair enough. Larry Miller, I think you're reading too much into that, Damien. Clearly just a guy named Winston Cat. Actually, their name is Philaday. Josh Crosby, Philaday equals cats, or are you just suggesting that all Philays really just speak Latin? Richard Clammer says, at this rate, the Fantasy Fellowship will end up getting edited by AI instead of David. Yeah, it probably could. Larry still hasn't got around to watching High School Musical. Watch it next Friday night. Josh Crosby, and why have a plural surname? Surely not Felidus or Felida, depending on gender of the... I mean, I don't know. I don't know him. Don't blame me. And then lots of people start to say, Frederick Shaw says, not Frozen. Calamar says, not Frozen for me, despite how much Damien loves Frozen. Why? What is this? Why were they saying things aren't Frozen?
I don't know.
We must have had a debate about is something Frozen. We must have done.
Is something frozen?
Was there a debate about something being frozen? Maybe in the film?
I don't know. Well, obviously, Helm freezes to death, but
I don't know. Frederick Shaw says, lol. Sam says, this is next week. Damien, Larry, please. It's 5 a.m. Let's just call it. Why are people suggesting Larry will be on? Fohammer, guapos, meaning a collective group of good-looking people. I will drink to that.
Cheers.
Victory sip. Jack Brown, with a turnaround of approximately 190 working minutes to make it in time. Is that for him to get back for the stream? Chris C is in. Evening all. Jumped in at the Conversion Spree chat. Bought mine off eBay a while ago in anticipation. Frederick says, wow, the talc was pretty good. I don't know if that was. Very good for an English speaker. Touch. Touch. Touch.
I think I said, yeah. Did I say talc?
Talc.
I saw it. Talc. Yeah.
Talc. You catch up as I finish clipping all my Hillman components off the sprue. Oh, God almighty. Why do you do these things? Sam says, I like how we're going to rate in decimals rather than just do a score out of 100. Harry gives it a 7.89 out of 10. Boris Herzog, evening all, just popped in to say hello. Hope you're all well. Can't stay long as prepping for my wife's birthday tomorrow. Don't worry, you don't have to sing. I don't have to. Get her on. Get her on. Sam says, Hera, come out. This is two quotes. Hera, come out and face me. Not yet. I'm not ready. Oh, God, where is that dress? Stephen Bonnar's in, and he says there's a rear exit through the caves. I presume that means that she could ride off to
could have got to fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Stephen Bonnar, but she's keeping her people together. If Hera, she's the last member of the family. If Hera leaves, they'll all lose hope and abandon hope, won't they?
But they all leg it anyway. Anyway, yeah, let's not get in.
They do all leg it, don't they?
Yeah.
Why don't they all just leg it earlier? Why don't they all just leave?
Yeah.
If anything, that's probably the most convincing point I've heard. Well, should we wait for them to build the siege tower until we leave, or should we just go out while they're building it? I think we just go out now. Don't tell them we've gone.
Leave a note.
Screw you guys. We left months ago.
Yeah.
We're back at Ennery. Stephen Bonnar, Helm in a wedding dress, just punching out warriors would be far more scary. Josh Coles, really like Freyaluf. Must say, I'm now clued up on the lore. His involvement in the story, I do think he wasn't given enough time in the film. Yeah, he's. When we read the story, one of my biggest bugbears is the ending. Frederick Schultz, agree the Eagles were a bit unnecessary, felt a bit forced. Also, that it felt a bit like a cheap Helena copy. Sam says that part feels like it's a rant I could hear in David Mitchell voice. No, you called death. You lead the charge.
Yeah.
I remember I give it a 7 out of 10, but 13 out of 10 for the bits where old Pennycrook is being weird. Old Pennycrook, right? I am going to blow your mind. As I saw earlier, I was just having a look at the cast, right? You know, old Pennycrook, crazy old Helm's Deep witch.
Yeah.
Who plays her? And I'll say it. You know, you've got time in the chat. There is I will not believe anyone who gets this right. So if you get it right, I'm just going to assume you Googled it, and I'm going to say you're a liar. All right?
Well, I have to Google it. I have no guess, but I won't Google it. I'll wait a little while before I Google it.
You know what she sounds like, yeah? The wedding dress, oh, burn the harp, save the harp. Yeah.
Is it a Monty Python character?
No. You will never guess it. And I actually think there's very few people in this chat who will know who she is, but I think you will. I think you need British
faces and the names and.
I think you need British people.
I won't say it out loud. Can I Google it?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a name.
Yeah.
All right, and then see if you know the name, which I don't think you will. I think there is the tiniest chance that a small number of British members of our audience will know it. Her name is Janine Duvitsky.
Janine Duvitsky.
I can see your eyes looking down. You better not be Googling Janine Duvitsky.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that message. I'm not Googling. Okay, can I Google?
No,
she don't know the name.
She now looks like this.
She, Wizardora. She wasn't Wizardora, but I'm sure she was in Wizardora. If she wasn't in Wizardora, she was she in Maid Marian? She's a massive telly actress, like TV actress.
Yeah, I mean, that might well be a traitor spoiler popping up there. I'm going to get rid of that for people.
That is a traitor. It looked like it was. I feel like
there's one role that British people will know her for.
She's not in. I feel like she was in a lot of children's telly programs when I was growing up, but she was also in Benidorm. Is it the Benidorm reference?
I'm gonna. That's not what I'm after.
Okay.
And by all means, the thing you know her from might be a lot more than the thing I know her from. Let me see what we got. What we got. She's like Minder. She's been in
so many things. Then
Casualty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She's been on English telly for forever.
Midsummer Murders, of course. Doctors.
Yeah, of course. Everyone's been on Midsummer. I've been on
She's
Midsummer.
in Benidorm. She's in Benidorm.
That's the area. Because she plays a swinger in Benidorm.
Nice.
Um,
What I knew her from, she's the neighbour in One Foot in the Grave. She's Pippa in One Foot in the Grave. She's Angus Deaton's wife.
Yeah. Oh. That's not... I don't remember that. I don't remember. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
I mean, it's been a long time since I've watched One Foot in the Grave, but I would like to think I would remember her in it. That's crazy.
It was basically 4 recurring characters in it, and she had the friend as well, didn't they? They had the other woman, but the neighbours. It was Angus Deaton before the fall, and his wife.
Yeah.
And
before the fall.
Yeah, and then obviously Richard Wilson.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's Pippa. I mean, and obviously she's a very well established English character actress. So it would be incredibly rude of me to say, what's that bird from One Foot in the Grave being in a Lord of the Rings film? You know, she's an actress who got a role.
She's been on telly a long.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was fun.
Apart from the base walk is finished.
That's alarming how fast you can paint that.
Yeah, but it's all contrast. It's all slapped up on contrast, mate. It's not, you know.
Ricky Drinkspate says Pippin had plenty of practice climbing up and down Treebeard. I don't think they're the same. Larry says, I've said it about The Hobbit and it's still true of War of Rohirrim. Nothing's more unrealistic and jarring for me than Denethor's flaming sprint. Yeah, absolutely. Stupid.
Yeah.
Absolutely stupid. Larry Miller, still peak stupid moment. Agree. Josh Crosby, that definitely...
because to be fair, he does run a long way.
Josh has shown me up, so that definitely does not happen to Turin and Tor. Who are the 2 that get taken to Gondolin on an eagle? There's 2. Is it a Hurin? I'm sure it's Hurin and Hjor or Turin and Tor, isn't it? There's something about one of them they get carried there on an eagle, isn't it? I can't remember.
It sounds familiar. I've only ever watched sort of like lore videos on it. I've never read the book, so
they get carried. Isn't that how they don't know? Because isn't the whole point that they don't know how they got there? They don't know where it is because they got carried there by an eagle or something. I don't know. I don't know it sure enough. I can picture like an Alan Lee picture of Gondolin with a eagle flying over it, and I thought there were men on the back, but I might be imagining the men and just picking the bit when they go to Gondolin. Don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad it doesn't happen because it's even more the case that the Eagles don't tend to help out men. Gary George, good morning, gentlemen. Lovely day for a stream, isn't it? Frederick Schultz, the Eagles almost feel like an attempt to bring more fantasy into the human versus human setting, which doesn't feel necessary. Yeah, possibly. Larry Miller says Porgs were primarily because it would have been really expensive to CG all the birds on the island they were filming
Oh,
on.
yeah. There were a lot of penguins on the island, wasn't there? But I'm sure it was native penguins or toucans or something in that. Because it was in Ireland, wasn't it? Where The Force Awakens was filmed. That little bit of the Last Jedi, I think, where she finds Luke, and it's a little really like rocky outcrop island off the coast of Ireland. Yeah, I think. And there's a lot of toucans or penguins. But
All right. Jack Browns, I think the eagles are a bit the benefits of her being adventurous and inquisitive because it links that bit at the beginning where she transports eagles. Yeah. Larry says merchandising was a secondary bonus. And Jack saying it's a bit of her being outside society's norms. Yeah, that's cool. James Wilson's in. Jamie Wiggins wore the Rohirrim, or when Rey Skywalker went to Rohan. For its shorts, the Wolf-Targ dynamic was a bit too simply. Could have been much more nuanced. I like Wolf, idiot, Targ, good.
I loved it. I loved it. Not saying you're wrong, but I like the fact I like Targ in the end. By the end.
And then Sam says Hera got herself kidnapped. Damien beat me to it. Exactly, Intelligence 10 plus. Fat Hobbit Gaming's in. Good evening. I felt very sorry for General Targ in the movie. He was never listened to and gave such sound advice. Yeah. Jamie Wiggins says, "Hey, Lian." Larry Miller, I don't like that she's bigger than old Penacrook on the poster. Gary George saw War of the Rohirrim at an early screening and then again a couple of weeks later. Enjoyed it even more on the second viewing. That's how I felt.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
Fat Hobbit Gaming. Hey, Mr. Williams.
It more the second. Actually, I better be careful what I say that. I enjoyed it more the first time.
Well, the company was better the first time.
I watched it with my kids the first time, so I have to say the first time was better. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Wiggins, hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to seeing your Sunday. Frederick Schultz, Hera being a fighter makes more sense than Eowyn, doesn't it? Warrior King father, Warrior Prince brothers, and Shield made a mentor and all. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with her being a fighter.
Oh, I did. I had no problem. I didn't want her to be a shrinking fighter. I think she's the perfect amount of action. And like you said, she wasn't like, super high elf combat. She struggled against Thor. So it was perfect. But she didn't come across as super like I will kill anyone. No one is a match for me when that clearly wasn't the case.
Larry says Fat Hobbit Gaming he really relates with Targ not being listened to. No one ever listens to my sound advice in the BSIME community. Harry says movie's good, better than some Hobbit films, though I won't go into that. ... Don't like how episodic it felt, introducing characters only to kill them off in a scene or two later. Regularly was annoying. Yeah, we all said that on that was my sort of first reaction, that the characters appear and die a lot. Do you like Freka? Dead. Do you like Suns? Dead. Do you like Hell? Dead. Do you like Orcs? Dead. Troll? Dead. Everything dead.
It's very Game of Thrones, isn't it?
Yeah, except everything dies. Like all of them die. Targ's alright. He's dead.
Yeah.
James Wilson. He liked Wolf as a villain. The only human main villain so far in a Tolkien adaptation.
Is it?
Should we say what about Boromir and chuck that grenade out there? No. His story did end up a bit blinded by a desire for revenge, but he was a convincing villain. Callum R. A film whose original conflict begins because of a proposed arranged marriage is perfectly reasonable to focus on the perspective of the would-be bride. Yes, good point. Old school Chris C. Ruth quite liked it. She didn't think that Hera was as good as the ginger elf in The Hobbit. Ginger elf in The Hobbit.
Some random. Yeah. I don't know her name. But...
I am no ginger elf. It's a blazing redhead.
It was almost a bit like Brave, wasn't it? Like the ginger princess didn't want to get married.
Yeah, was it you? Mate, someone said that to me. It might have been you. So I said, "Is that Brave?" I was like, it could be Brave. Yeah. And a bear. Helm's a bit like a bear, but she does appreciate there's another kick-ass girl to lead her armies. Yes, cool. Gary George, I thought Hera was a good lead. I also very much enjoyed the character. I liked Olwen. I thought Olwen was good.
I liked Olwen. The only thing is, I think we both agreed to this on the night. Is like she says to Freyla, "Your plan sucks. I'm going to do your plan."
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've talked about this on the stream, but He goes, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to fight my way in there and save her. She goes, no, don't do that. I've got a plan. And her plan is go in there and fight her way into it. It's very, very similar. It's a very similar plan. It's the same.
It's like the Pam Office meme, isn't it? Like,
tell us the difference between these two plans. They're the same plan. Maybe she just thinks she's a better fighter than Freya.
Possibly. But yeah, I did like all of them.
You know what I thought? I thought the other day when I was watching it, at home, I didn't think this when I saw it in the cinema. Do you know how? Do you know how Hera gets away?
Yeah.
How does she get away?
Well, she jumps like 30 feet out of the window.
Yeah, and she jumps 30 feet out of the window, but she lands on a kind of tarp. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
She jumps out of the window onto her horse and rides away.
Yeah.
She could have done that at any point. Olwen coming in.
Before they came in the room.
She's just on her own in the room at the same window. Olwen coming in achieves absolutely nothing except alerting the guards. Now you could argue that the archers would shoot her at the gate. I'll grant you that much. Yeah, but it only occurred to me the other day that it's not secure.
No,
like, she's not.
Really not.
She's not in jail. She's in a room where she can jump out the window with her horse beneath her.
Yeah. Right underneath the window she can escape from.
Yeah. Frederick Schultz says, War of the Rohirrim SBG magazine special incoming. Baby. Old school Chris E. Ginger elf equals her words. Larry Miller. Hera for Fantasy Fellowship 2046 confirmed. Justin. Oh, Damien painting 2 models as a secret. That must mean Shedfest 2025 is going to Edoras. Can neither confirm nor deny. James Hogg. The one-dimensional character... Oh, well, I think this is our first dissenting view. The one-dimensional characters and the actual character animation was a big turn-off. The backgrounds look spectacular as well as the voice acting. Pacing really needed dressing places. Cool. Josh, I was going to say that I was kind of maybe alarmed or surprised at how positive everyone had been. Everyone seems to be floating around a sort of 7 out of 10 and saying I really enjoyed it. So nice to have another opinion. Josh Cole's...
It's nice to have it's nice to have discourse and opposing views. So yeah, all for that.
I will say some moments took me out, like how Helm was tanking hits from a troll. He's strong, but come on. Though it's anime, so it's always going to be a little more over the top. Yeah, I agree with that. Larry Miller, this is your moron joke, says, I got the joke, Tom. Some of us were paying attention. Jack Brown, I thought the difference between the style of backdrops and scenery that I loved and the character animation made me less forgiving of the character animation. Yeah, the only bit that really troubled me with that was the bit where she rides through the forest and the jungle animation suddenly becomes really, really 3D or something.
Yeah.
That's the only bit in the whole thing. That's the only bit where the animation really jarred for me. Harry says, could the delay you speak of be because of it being in other languages too? But perhaps the Japanese version takes longer for them to say something, causing gaps in the English. You might be right there. I do think the gaps are where their lips aren't moving, though. It would be my only counter to that.
It's the whole cliche of the old spaghetti Japanese Western type things, isn't it? Of being done in English and their lips are still moving while the English sentence is finished.
You might be right there. It could be it. Josh Coles, my girlfriend felt a similar way. I think this is to Emma. She'll happily watch the films, didn't really enjoy the film and couldn't get past it being anime. Jack Brown, I thought the overall story was good with lots of good bits. Agree with Josh that some books took me out of it. I like how much he's saying bits. Mostly Helm freezing, but some other bits too. Sam said maybe they should have sent Leaf to deliver the armour as Helm's page and given him his big moment. Yeah, that would have been cool. James Holden, my other half wanted it turned off within 10 minutes, which I was disappointed with. She loved Lord of the Rings. She likes the Hera model though, so that's a positive. Larry Miller, they obviously should have sent old Fenugreek. Jack Brown, I like the idea someone mentioned that it's an oral folk telling that has evolved over generations. That's how it becomes exaggerated. Maybe the third lent into that even more. Loved Eowyn's bits. Josh Coles, trying to not sound like I hated it, laughing face. As much as I've said loads of perhaps negative stuff, I did enjoy it for what it was. I'll take the 6 live action films over it any day. Yeah, my instant reaction the first time was I wish it had been live action, but I don't think it ever would have been made live action. So I don't think it's a choice between live action or animation. I think it's a choice between this or nothing. So, but yeah. Larry says, should...
Where are we? Hang on.
Should have just sent the armour to him on a train to Dunharrow and Dunwheelstone. That is top work. For any of our international viewers, there is a train station in England called Harrow and Wheelstone. That's good work, Larry.
Yeah, that's funny enough. That's the train Joseph gets home from school.
There you go. That's why we keep him around.
Bakerloo line.
And Josh Crosby says it's also possible that Helm ate all the bodies. Yeah, this is what I mean. It is. Yeah. It's possible that he went utter mental and ate everyone and killed everyone and ripped them apart. Josh Cole says, got to get the protein during the storm. Sam says, think I also saw some of Thorin's company actors were in War of the Rohirrim too, including Norrie and Gloin. Were they? It wouldn't surprise me if Jed Brophy's in it, because
I'd be very surprised if Jed Brophy wasn't involved.
He's almost in everything over there. Gloin is Peter Hambleton, I think.
Yeah.
Larry Miller, quite the accusation, Tom. Do we ever actually see him shoot? Maybe he's even better than Leggy. That's about... who's it? Harmer, isn't it?
Was the case, he wouldn't have ended up the way he did.
He does. You do see Harmer shoot quite a lot. He saves Harlef's life by shooting one of the guys, or Helm's life by shooting one of the guys out of the Hadrum, and then he shoots quite a few guys in the Siege of Edoras. So he deserves 3+ shoot value, unlike Percy. Old School Chrissy, I agree with Damien's thoughts that Lord of the Rings is not a fixed text, but it's intended to be read and told and evolve into different things. Yeah, that's how I take it. That's how I like it. Stephen Ryan, back after the end of Traitors. No idea what's being chatted about right now, but want to see me and Vicky. Loved War of the Rohirrim. Glad to hear it. Oh, Sam says it's a pretty sick drawing from Macca's Jr. Josh Crosby, let's all get our Deathcore Krieg in the whip thread. Old School Chrissy, with the Rings of Power comparison, if we look at the Bible, as J.R.R. Tolkien was a Catholic, are the timings in that to be taken literally, or is there a degree of storytelling license with it? Did a guy actually live to be 900? Who knows? Did the events of the Second Age take place over thousands of years? Yeah, I without wanting to upset anyone,
he's always said the word is allegory, isn't it? He's always said it was never an allegory.
Yeah, he hates allegory. Tolkien hates it.
Yeah, he hates it. So, but at the same time, it's hard. I could understand why that would have been a theme that people might have taken from it.
I don't think he's saying is it an allegory for the Bible. I think he's saying is the Bible kind of like what I was saying about Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
more like
yeah.
And yeah, I mean, in my personal view, the Bible is a series of moral tales to give you a moral guidance for your life that have evolved and changed over years. That would be my view, but other people see it differently. Richard Clammer, only criticism I had was the weird battle at Edoras. Didn't understand why Helm rode out to meet them on the field and then still lost. Also, it was very rude of him with his nephew. He was rude. I mean, he rides out because he thinks he's going to smash them up, and they do smash them up, don't they? They smash those guys up, but then oh no, surprise elephants. And Edoras burning, literally no trees anywhere in sight. Must have been rebuilding it when Theoden was a baby. Yeah, it does get raised. I thought that the other day when I was watching it. I mean, the stables and Medicel get raised effectively to the ground.
Pretty much to nothing, yeah. I mean, it's still 185 years before the War of the Ring, and so 125 years before Theoden is born?
I think his point is, where's the wood from?
But when he fights at the Pelennor, he's about 60 years old, isn't he? Or 57 or something, isn't it?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you my counter to that, Richard. For the last 25 years, when we've been watching Lord of the Rings, we never once questioned where they got the wood from for Edoras. So, I think we can also say in the case of this film, we'll never once question where they got the wood for Edoras twice.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz feel like they could have brought Freylaf into the final duel part without sidelining Hera. Couldn't have broken the film, connected it more to the book. When we read the book, I'm going to talk about that. Sam said, giving it to the poor.
They should have come together. She should have wrote to him, and they should have wrote anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's always better when you come together. Larry Miller says DVD is £10, Blu-ray 15. Ashley Fisher, evening all. On my way home from a
What? Hang on.
Caled. Caled.
Hang on. So far behind on this chat.
Caled.
On my...
Caled. Cala. Cala. Cala? Cala? Don't know what that is. Sorry. Ceilidh.
Oh my god, I am so far.
I am being disrespectful to someone's heritage, so I'm going to learn. It's a dance.
I'm not even going to bother to try and go back on the chat because I'll catch up when you can tell me where the chat is once you've finished talking.
Kelly. Is it Kelly? Traditional Scottish and
Irish. Kelly is Irish.
Kelly.
Yeah, it's Kelly. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I've heard Kelly, but this wasn't. This is the alternate thing of it. It was a K. It's obviously a different spelling with DH at the end.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Yeah, but a DH is like a. Hang on. I'm trying to think in Irish. Gaelic, what is it?
Yeah.
Because Neve, MH is a V sound, so DH must be. I don't know.
Good use of
I'm
Neve.
trying to think of other Irish words that have DH in it and try and remember the sound, but I don't really know. Obviously, BH is V for Siobhan.
Yeah.
Yeah, MH is V as well, though, for Neve.
They're all V.
Hang on, yeah. They're all V's, yeah.
It's a Caleb. We've got it. Ashley Fisher says, don't know if it's because we watched it in IMAX, but the first thing Tasha and I said to each other at the end was how distracting Hera's massive anime chest was. I thought when it's her in the green dress at Edoras.
Yeah.
Like I think, well.
Yeah.
Well done, Hera. Joe Holzman, Tom's theory about the Watcher being immortal is based on lore from an unrelated creature in an unrelated mythology that he also may have made up. I think that's correct.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Something about the war leader from Larry that's talking back to another comment. Rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
Yes. What are the rookie numbers? I saw that comment, but
so Larry said those are rookie numbers, and he said that was a comment about the war leader, but I don't know what our rookie numbers were. Sam says there may be sketches of potential scenes not fully animated like we had in some of the Return of King extras. Agree. Jack Brown. Much easier to sell treachery to generic Rohan foot soldier as a way to stay at home rather than a way to try and kill people you've seen every now and again who look a lot like you. Yeah, this is true. Treachery's okay.
Yeah.
Larry Miller, my joke was just because Felade is the family cats are in taxonomically. I think I understood that one. I see. Larry Miller said, Tom said Damien was frozen on his Zoom. Not frozen, and then people say not frozen, not frozen. Jack Brown, that is a made-for-order of Gurit's conversion spree. Yeah, that's what I was suggesting. That'd be cool. Joe Holzman, is there an exit through the caves at that point? They didn't appear to know the existence of the glittering caves. I just assumed all that was developed between Wuthering Road. But they go somewhere, don't they? Aren't they? I haven't rewatched the end since it's gone home, but that isn't. Yeah, they lead them out.
They find a way. They're about. They essentially go out the back door.
Yeah, and I thought they said like the mount. I thought they used the same terminology as Lord of the Rings as well. Don't they say the mountain pass or something?
I think so.
Christopher Brightser said there are so many Middle Earth books. Which one features the new anime film? It's in the appendices of the Lord of the Rings. And people start suggesting who played Old Pedicrat. Richard A. Stephen Colbert. Joe Holzman, I've looked it up, but the names eluded me. Britney Spears, a plane, not the old swinger from Benidorm. Julian Hammond says she was in one foot in the grave. And Joe Holzman says, I don't believe it.
I think the Father Ted episode of Richard Wilson is funnier than any. But yeah.
Do you know what? I bet he'd love that. I bet he'd love that, Ted. I bet no one ever does that. Joe Holzman, it's no less absurd than the bloke off The Office being a hobbit. Than that.
Yeah, that does it. Yeah.
Who's that?
What a transition from The Office. Martin Freeman.
Oh, I see. It's the bloke and the hobbit. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sam said the traitor spoiler was don't trust that worm tongue bloke. Good.
No, the English office, not the American.
Julian Hammond says Huron and Haw. Is that? I think that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, there we go. James Wilson. Huron and Haw are carried to Gondolin by the Eagles after the Dagor Bracalat. That's it. I went a generation apart.
That coming from James Wilson is a fact.
He's also got books. I'm just sitting here with my memory. All these people have got books on the internet. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I can guarantee James is not. He's read the book, but he has not referenced. He's not gone to that book.
Mr. Wilson knows his law. He knows his law.
He knows his law.
I get my T's and my H's confused on your Huron and Haws and your Turin and Tors. Yeah. If I'm honest. Joe Holzman, I also remember that happening. Ryan Cuthbert, I might just be imagining the men. Put it on a mug. Josh Crosby says the man. Josh Crosby said it never happened, and it did happen. It just happened to two different characters, actually. Josh Crosby, the main part of the Fall of Gondolin is Turin's journey on foot. Turin never went there. Yeah, but Huron and Haw did, like I said, ish. Joe Holzman said, "I think puffins is more likely than being wild toucans and/or penguins in Ireland."
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm just saying some sort. Yeah, I think puffins. Oh yeah, more likely than being wild toucan. Oh, I knew. My head in my brain, puffins was the name, but toucans came out of my mouth. So you're absolutely right, Joe. That was a slip of the tongue. But I did mean puffins because toucans are a tropical bird, from what I understand. So yeah, that would be very rare for them to be in Ireland.
Larry said my personal favourites were Harmer, Wolf, and one other character who I shall leave as a mystery. Stephen Ryan says, is Grima a human villain? I believe he is. I think that's a fair point. Take that, whoever said it was the first one. Sam says, the more I hear about from Larry, the more I think he sees War with the Rohirrim as Pennakrug, the movie. To be fair to the Dunlendings, I don't think they're used to actually taking prisoners. What do we do with her? Just put her in that unlocked room. Stephen Ryan, I meant he's the main protagonist. Wilson's come out swinging at Ryan for suggesting Grima. I meant he's the main protagonist, Ryan. Grima's a villain. The main villains of the Two Towers is Saruman. Get back in your scenery-making box, Ryan. That's what Wilson says. Frederick Shorts, lol, Frolaf shooting down the archers is what helped her escape, not Olwyn charging in. You're right. Yeah, it does nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
James Wilson, antagonist rather, not protagonist. So, Somming Fish, the prison industrial complex hasn't yet arrived at Dunland.
Counterpoint to that, though, maybe Frolaf being the better archer was her plan, and she just didn't say it. Maybe she said, I'm going to storm in because I can't shoot these guys.
That's after the fact, mate. That's what she says when she gets home. She thought she wanted the XP. Stephen Ryan says, I think you're right there. Larry, Hera for Shedfest 25. We all know Damien won't learn from past mistakes and start working on throwing this far advanced. Damien, Macklin knows.
I do.
That Damien has had something delivered for Throwing Skulls 2025 already. Something foolish, expensive, and embarrassing. Just as you all want. James Wilson, controversial opinion. I didn't like the Watcher scene. Thought it was a bit OTT. Also, why did the Watcher have a tree growing out of his head? Should have just been the tentacles. You can't have tentacles growing out of your head, James. That's insane. Yeah, I don't think that's that controversial. I think a lot of people thought the Watcher was... I want to say it's Sam Page. Is either Sam Page or Harry who described it as making their skin crawl when it ate the elephant. So I don't think you're alone by any means. Why they have the tree growing out his head? Camouflage. Would have made it more mysterious except to those who've seen the Fellowship. Harry says, I'm with you there, James. Oh, maybe it's Harry. It had no bearing on the story either. They could have had us stumble into a kidnap plot in a much smarter way. I didn't mind it. I get what you're saying. I get why you wouldn't like it. I think that's fair. But I didn't mind having the Watcher there. And the little Tolkien nerd in me likes the fact I've looked at a map and seen a Watcher in a different area and thought, oh, can they get out there? I quite like that. But I thought it was a bit silly that it could eat a mummock whole.
But this is then the arguments came out of, it was a baby mummock, not a full-size mummock.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, I'm sure you might have said this, that even the mummocks at the Pelennor weren't fully grown mummocks according to the law. Apparently they're actually a fully grown mummock is bigger than the ones we saw in the films. I don't know if I've heard that or misheard that or thought that in a dream. And I
don't know of a reference saying that. I know the ones in War of the Rohirrim are meant to be smaller. But still, even like you see how big it is. You see, like
It is
Freyalaf rides underneath it. It's still quite large, and you get some idea of how big the Watcher is from the length of the tentacles, and it still seems it seems like the Mummock is bigger than the Watcher's stomach.
Yeah, exactly. And he just and it's
so I don't know where the Mummock goes.
Yeah.
Unless it instantly poos it out in one smooth eating and pooing motion.
That's right. I'll come back to you on that.
That's no way to eat.
No.
Like having a McDonald's breakfast.
Yeah.
James Wilson says Gloin is indeed, who is Peter Hamilton, is indeed credited in War of Rohirrim. That's cool. Calamar, I agree, James. No need for the Watcher to be there. How did it get there? Showed you that. Showed you a map and everything. Moria is plausibly connected to the deep places and the nameless things, but a swamp doesn't. Look at my map river. So Strumming Fish, not an allegory, doesn't mean it's meant to be taken literally. Not an allegory. Saying something is not an allegory doesn't mean it's meant to be taken literally. No, of course it doesn't. I don't think we said that. Calamar, quite a lot of silly stuff in the film, but I still always enjoy it. Yeah, I agree with that. Posting Syrup, maybe their new Castellan of Orthanc had a ready supply of wood. Oh, here comes the wood question. Jack Brown, I like the helm is quite like Wolf, bad at listening to. Yeah, I like that. That's there in the book. Yeah. It's clearly like he's. I think
he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. You know what I mean? He's on the good side in the film, but he's clearly an arsehole.
It's kind of his fault, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that is in the book, as we'll see in the book. And someone corrected me on this last week. He just punches him. He doesn't even get punched first in the book. So it is. He does punch someone. He gets a bit uppity. You know, I want my son to marry yours. I want my son to marry your daughter. I'm going to punch you to death.
Yeah.
I don't know. Freck is a bit treasony, isn't he? He does say things that you probably can't say to a king.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you're right.
But he doesn't do. You know, Freyalaf, good king. Freyalaf's going, don't. Yeah. Freyalaf's going, just don't punch him to death. All right.
That's the good point. Actually, that irked me as well. Is the fact that I understand Wolf's proper, like the whole meme of Kylo Wolf, like, you know, the whole really, really evil, very, very quickly.
Very evil.
Because he just witnessed his dad dying, which I get, but it would have made more sense to make Helm just be the antagonist in that scenario. You know, where Freck has just gone, you know, like, you know, or been like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want you throwing in all this. And then Helm's just gone, fucking bang. And then be super angry, you know. But then to be punched, you know, but for Frecker to land 3 punches before. So at this point, Helm has retaliated in the fight. And in a fight, like, it's not like Wolf stepped in and goes, no, someone could die. Don't do this. He's watched his dad throw 3 punches at the King of Rohan. And then the King of Rohan slapped him back and killed him by accident. And then he's gone like, oh my God, I hate you forever. Like fucking, you know, emo Wolf. You know, it kind of, that irked me a little bit. I was like, maybe it should have been more like Helm's.
Fair right, his revenge is a long time afterwards. It's not like he doesn't kill, he doesn't stand up and kill Harmer. The film says seasons pass, and I think I read somewhere, it might be in this book somewhere, I think it's meant to be 4 years from like Frecker dying to them seeing the Mummock, essentially. It's like 4 years later he slashes Harmer's throat. And it's like, I'm not saying don't care about your dad, but it's like,
no.
I think you could,
exactly. He's for essentially a fair fight. He's spent a long time plotting the death of.
Yeah, I think Harleth's death's fine. It's in a battle, you know. It's in hot blood, isn't it? It's like that. That's fine, but I think that.
I don't know. You know what? I don't like the way he died either. I think that obviously he had to die, but the way he died, it just. I don't know. It did lean into the whole Wolf's a dick.
Yeah, I think it's meant to set Wolf up as slightly worse.
In combat.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Wolf knows Halef would have backed him up.
That's it. I think Wolf knows that Halef would have beaten him, and so there's a little bit of cowardice there. And that's why he does it. And it's the same. He kills Harmer when he's tied up, slashing his throat. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Larry says the Eagles flew the wood for Edoras there. James Wilson, Gondor did come to Freyalef's aid to clear out the rest of the Dunlendings possible. They brought some builders with them and some wood. Richard Clammer, maybe not questioning the wood. I've definitely been questioning where all the food is grown. Literally no fields outside Minas Tirith or Helm's Deep or Edoras. Only fields we see in Shire. I think you might not see it in the film, but the whole Pelennor is meant to be farmland, isn't it? I believe.
Yeah.
Like in the book. For sure. Oh no. Very sure says it's always better when you come together. Damien O'Byrne, 2025. Put that on a mug. Ashley Fisher says, lol, that, and he says, a Kaylee is Scottish dancing. I agree that a Kaylee is. I just didn't know that word was pronounced Kaylee. And Justin says, it's pronounced Kaylee. Here it comes. James Wilson, wasn't the Pelennor farmland in the books? There we go. I think a lot of goods also came to Minas Tirith from the fiefs. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense in the books. It's just in the films they pick these cool locations that don't really look very practical for any of it. Justin, traditional Greek folk dance. Joe Holzman says DH is a th sound like in Galathram. Richard Clammer, James Wilson, yeah, but then they never show them in the movies, nor trees and War of the Rings. Yeah, or War of the Rohirrim. Larry Miller, that was who was alive in the wrong era. That was about the sell-by date on his chocolate. Frederick Schultz, when the troll picks her up, her bum is basically the part of her that's in focus. Naughty troll. Larry Miller's doing explanations for his two comments. Love it. Richard Clammer, if you watch closely, you can see they leave the same way Helm and Hera did. They actually move the rocks. Larry Miller, he did say main villain. Sam says, Olwyn barges in, creates a ruckus, alerts the guards, nearly gets them all killed. What an idiot. What an idiot. Intelligence 10 plus. Joe Osmond, I just assumed her plan was to sneak in and fight out, whereas Freyalef wanted to go in all guns blazing. Did he? She kicks a door down, doesn't she?
Yeah, I don't think...
It's not super sneaky. I think that's more Olwyn propaganda. I don't think we see anything to suggest Freyalef wouldn't have been sneaky or Olwyn was sneaky. Larry, maybe the Watcher we see in Fellowship is a young Watcher. Could be. Joe Holzman. As in Watcher in War of the Rohirrim is massive because the Fellowship one's baby. Joe Holzman, I'm pretty sure there are examples in nature of animals that can eat things that are bigger than they are. Yeah, well, snakes do it, right?
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz, the Watcher part.
They do it, but they take time. They size up their enemy, and then they prepare for it.
But they digest it over time. But he does as well, right? He sinks back down into the water.
Yeah.
He goes, I enjoyed that. I love elephant. Thanks, Hera. Frederick Schultz, the Watcher part was kind of like Eagles in that regard. More fantasy-esque than the rest of the film and not really needed. Foham says, a Hydra is a real-world creature that lives in deep, dark water and is immortal. So maybe the Watcher could be immortal.
I think what he might mean by that is the Hydra is in our real world mythologies, possibly.
He says it also has lots of tentacles.
In Greek mythology, it's immortal. So maybe that's.
I don't want to break his heart.
Premise that the Watcher might be an immortal being.
It's like Santa Claus, isn't it? Like Tim, the Hydra.
It's real, though, right?
Hydra's not real, dude. Sure. Fun thing about the Rohirrim mimics being small, the GW kit.
Santa's not real.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said the Hydra's not real.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, he says, funny thing, the GW kit is probably a perfect size, just slightly different. I agree with that, yeah. I think they are perfect. Josh doesn't think that's said about Mimical Pelennor. Yeah, I don't. I tried to find a reference to the word because it is the only word preserved of the Haradrim. That's cool. Larry says, spoilers about something. Sam, Wolf would be a good keyboard warrior, forgets what he saw, creates an injustice and runs with it. Very short. Like the fact a lot of the characters are more grey than a lot of people say Tolkien's characters are. Yeah, some things could have been done a bit better. Helm being a grumpy old man, but still a good guy's cool. Wolf as a vengeful, angry emo prince is a bit of a boring trope. He likes the idea of Wolf-Targ dynamic, but the execution was a bit lacking. Yeah, I thought he should have listened, as everyone does. He should have listened to Targ a bit more to have that kind of old wolf kind of old wolf, old wolf, young wolf type thing. Yeah. Haleth would have beaten Wolf. He kills an entire mimic. Fohammer, I think Wolf has a lot of Kylo Ren energy, although Kylo kills his own dad. Kylo kills his own dad. Yeah. That's how that should be pronounced. Larry says that was the war leader. Cool. Frederick Shaw, primary sector economy should be 90% of society in that sort of medieval fancy setting, yet is usually neglected in films. I think that he's talking about the farming and all that.
Yeah,
That was the rookie numbers. Richard Clammer, Hera wouldn't know she could escape past the gates without Olwyn coming to her aid. Yeah, that's what we said, isn't it? It's probably the archers. But in Lord of the Rings films, the neglect of farming, etc., kind of helps separate the peaceful civilian shore from the dangerous war-torn lands outside. Larry Miller, don't know if there's a real-life Hydra. Fun fact, lobsters are immortal. Has an asterisk. Not really, since they don't stop growing, so will eventually hit a max size. That's an interesting thing.
And die. I think they hit a max size and then die. But there is a jellyfish that is mortal. It produces asexually. It technically dies, but it's still the same jellyfish. It rebirths itself. So if it doesn't get eaten or stabbed or stings someone and someone could, it lives forever. But yeah, jellyfish content for you then.
Penguins aren't penguins. You know that?
What?
That's a good one for you on a Friday night.
Are you trolling me for my inane jellyfish?
So I won't remember the name of it, but penguins are a bird that looks like a bird that was called a penguin. And they're not related to that bird. And it's called something that I think that other bird is now extinct. And it's called something like the old auk or the old ark or something like that. So there's a bird that looks like a penguin, and the things that we call penguins looked like that, so they got called penguins.
So the people just went, oh, they must be penguins.
Yeah, so they call them penguins, but penguins aren't penguins. It's a fun one.
That's so cool.
It's a fun one. Let's see. B-side. Educational.
They're called penguins.
Yeah, indeed.
You can't pronounce penguins.
James Wilson, the Watcher is normally depicted as a kraken. Is it possible that Tolkien was inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu? But possibly, I haven't read anything about that. And also, I don't think Tolkien's ones are kraken. No. It's just tentacles, and they even make it clear that they don't, in the book, they don't know how many there were. They don't know if it was one creature or many. So I think the kraken comes from depictions of it afterwards, possibly. But maybe. Fred Shaw's honestly think they're fledgling. They could easily fledgling the Mummic kit for this edition, yeah? Old school Chris C. Snakes don't size up their prey. They ambush predators, not hunters. They look at it, think that'll fit, and bang, we're going for it. Ideally with one new sprue. That's from Frederick Fohammer. No, not the Greek Hydra. It's a real-world creature and is considered biologically immortal. It just keeps regenerating its cells. That's why they called it a Hydra, based on the Greek myth. And then, as a separate comment, he says, I'm not lying. Okay, I believe you. I think, crucially, the I wasn't aware of that creature, and it's the fact that it's not the Greek Hydra that I think is the important bit. If you go back and read your comment, it does sound to me a little bit like you think the Hydra is real. But that's cool. I didn't know that. Thanks, Tim.
That's awesome.
I was called Chris C. Snakes also don't have dislocating jaws. They have an extra hinge in their jaws to allow them to open wider sideways. They're also very stretchy. Frederick corrects a typo. Joe Holzman, the only animal that's been classified as biologically immortal is the jellyfish Teratopsis Dornhill, which can revert to an earlier stage of their lifestyle. Larry Miller about lobsters, I think, says they don't age, or maybe it's about the moment war leader. Frederick says the Shire is farming, the rest of the world not. Larry says that jellyfish reverts to an infant state when they mate, don't we all? Joe Holzman, yes, Macklin, exactly what I said. So they're only immortal if they keep getting laid, says Larry. Edmund videos. Killing it at night, guys. We'll catch up with the rest in coming days. Looking forward to the deep dive. Night, chaps. Larry, they become kids every time they do it. And Frederick says penguins are penguins, or penguins are penglings, or penguin. Just our smell.
Penguin.
Yeah, Julian Hammond says the bird was called the orc. The bird was called the orc. That was it. Larry Miller, also, aren't we going to discuss the fact that you'll be doing the Sauron mag after you run out of Battle Games Middle-earth issues, possibly? Joe Holzman, lobsters aren't immortal, they just don't die due to old age. I mean, I'll take that as immortal. Yeah, if they say, Damien, you're not immortal, you just won't die of old age.
If they're never captured, then yeah, they never die.
Very short. Aren't the ends of the Watcher tentacles described as hands in the book? In the film, they created 3-fingered hands for the tentacles that look like less like real. I don't think they're described as hands. I don't think we're meant to think they look like this. But me, I don't think so. Joe Kelly, have to head out to dinner with the family. We'll catch up on the rest of the stream tomorrow. Thanks for another great one. See you. Well done, Tom. See you all next time. And Joshua Crosby
Thank
says,
you.
one of the heads of the Hydra was immortal as well. Heracles had to bury that head under the rock. I personally trust the sources regarding the Hydra's historicity. And I've caught up!
Whee!
Right, stop your talking. Enough about Hydras, enough about lobsters. That's very, very exciting. Let's all calm it down. And now, my cherubs, I'm going to do a deep dive, but I need a drink. So, Tom, if you can just hold the fort a little.
Okay.
Hopefully we're calming down. And what I'd like you to know, what I'd like to direct the conversation to now in the chat is just anything about the book version of the story in particular that you like, or that you like change, or changes to the film from the lore, that kind of thing. And then we're going to read the book. But settle in, grab your paints. I'm going to read you a bedtime story.
Ooh. Right. Now he said that, and he's going to watch his back because I'm talking behind his back. I don't know the actual story. I just have a vague idea. So I don't know what the massive changes were, apart from obviously Hera not being named in the story, and now she's the main character. So yeah, that's interesting. And also, I don't know if you've got. No, I don't think so. So I'm just going to see I'm on my dad's laptop, and I can, in the Zoom chat with me and Damon, I can see my dad's name. I'm not sure if you guys can see it on the YouTube. Let me check. Thrilling content for you. But I suppose you can't, because Larry would have called me Roger by now, and that's my dad's name, by the way. No, I am not Roger Macklin on YouTube. What's this? What's the scientific definition of dying of old age? Death, isn't it? Expiring, expiration. Why wouldn't dying from growing too big, too old meet that definition? Don't know. Suppose it would. Caught up with the chat and not even halfway through the stream yet. Go on, lad. So yes, just waiting for the texture paste to dry. Sorry for the boring content, gents, because I have no idea. So there we are. You're back.
I'm back.
I was just explaining to the lovely guys that you asked me to. When you watch it back, you'll probably have a little laugh. I don't know the full. I haven't read the full story, so I don't know what. I know Hera is the big change to the story.
Yeah.
Because she's not named. She's not named.
Mm-hmm.
So I did mention that. But yeah, so I'm as much in the dark. Well, I'm about to enjoy this segment as much as everyone else because I get to hear it for the first time.
Glad to hear it. I wanted to point this out. Have you noticed what's in the backdrop?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's very nice.
Wow, isn't
That's
it?
so cool.
Yeah, I got I found a War of the Rohirrim calendar, and I thought I've got the normal Tolkien one I always get, and it's in my office. But I thought pop that bad boy up there. And do you know what else I got?
Yeah. What'd you get? Oh, nice.
You know what these are for?
I think I have an idea.
What are these for, Tom?
There might be prizes for a certain yeah.
Everyone loves their May calendar. Do you know what else I got?
What tier are they going to be in? Because I want to be in that. Oh, actually, I want that one more than the other one. That's sweet.
Do you know what else I got?
Go on.
We are fully festooned for our May calendars.
Yeah.
Look for them towards the end of May. So, settle down, grab your paints, get comfy, and I'm going to read you the story of Helm Hammerhand because the thing is, it's not that long. So this, of course, I've got the lovely hardback edition illustrated by Alan Lee. It's nice. Then Ael mounted him. I thought I had it in the right place.
Is much written about Ael on that note?
Ael?
Yeah.
I would say that the most is written about Ael of any king of Rohan that's not Theoden.
Oh, okay.
This is but it's not Ael week, is it?
No.
This is the story of Helm Hammerhand. This comes from Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings, The House of Ael. Of the kings of the Mark between Ael and Theoden, most is said of Helm Hammerhand. He was a grim man of great strength. There was at that time a man named Freka, who claimed descent from the king Freowine, though he had, men said, much Dunlendish blood, and was dark-haired. He grew rich and powerful, having wide lands on either side of the Adorn. Near its source he made himself a stronghold, and paid little heed to the king. Helm mistrusted him, but called him to his councils, and he came when it pleased him. To one of these councils Freka rode with many men, and he asked the hand of Helm's daughter for his son Wulf. But Helm said, "You have grown big since you were last here, but it is mostly fat, I guess." And man laughed at that, for Freka was wide in the belt. Then Freka fell in a rage and reviled the king, and said this at the last, "Old kings that refuse a proffered staff may fall on their knees." Helm answered, "Come, the marriage of your son is a trifle. Let Helm and Freka deal with it later. Meanwhile, the king and his council have matters of moment to consider." When the council was over, Helm stood up and laid his great hands on Freka's shoulder, saying, "The king does not permit brawls in his house, but men are freer outside." And he forced Freka to walk before him, out from Edoras into the field. To Freka's men that came up, he said, "Be off! We need no hearers. We're going to speak of a private matter alone. Go and talk to my men." And they looked and saw that the king's men and his friends far outnumbered them, and they drew back. "Now, Dunlending," said the king, "you have only Helm to deal with, alone and unarmed, but you have said much already, and it is my turn to speak. Freka, your folly has grown with your belly. You talk of a staff. If Helm dislikes a crooked staff that is thrust on him, he breaks it. So!" With that he smote Freka such a blow with his fist that he fell back stunned and died soon after. Helm then proclaimed Freka's son and near kin the king's enemies, and they fled, for at once Helm set many men riding to the west marches. 4 years later, I think that's where I've got the 4 years later from. So it's 4 years later in the book.
Okay.
I think you can read that in the film. I think it could be 4 years later. Great troubles came to Rohan, and no help could be sent from Gondor, for 3 fleets of the Corsairs attacked it, and there was war on all its coasts. At the same time, Rohan was again invaded from the east, and the Dunlendings, seeing their chance, came over the Isen and down from Isengard. It was soon known that Wulf was their leader. They were in great force, for they were joined by enemies of Gondor that landed in the mouths of Lefnu and Isen. The Rohirrim were defeated and their land was overrun, and those who were not slain or enslaved fled to the dales and the mountains. Helm was driven back with great loss from the crossings of Isen and took refuge in the Hornburg and the ravine behind, which was after known as Helm's Deep. There he was besieged. Wulf took Edoras and sat in Meduseld and called himself king. There Haleth, Helm's son, fell, last of all, defending the doors. Soon afterwards the long winter began, and Rohan lay under snow for nearly 5 months, November to March 2758 to 2759. Both the Rohirrim and their foes suffered grievously in the cold, and in the dearth that lasted longer. In Helm's Deep there was a great hunger after Yule, and being in despair against the king's counsel, Harmar, his younger son, led men out on a sortie and foray, but they were lost in the snow. Helm grew fierce and gaunt for famine and grief, and the dread of him alone was worth many men in the defence of the burg. He would go out by himself, clad in white, and stalk like a snow troll into the camps of his enemies, and slay many men with his hands. It was believed that if he bore no weapon would bite on him. The Dunlending said that if he could find no food, he ate men. The tale lasted long in Dunland. Helm had a great horn, and soon it was marked that before he sallied forth he would blow a blast upon it that echoed in the deep, and then so great a fear fell on his enemies that instead of gathering to take him or kill him, they fled away to the coombe. One night men heard the horn blowing, but Helm did not return. In the morning there came a sun gleam, the first for long days, and they saw a white figure standing still on the dyke alone, for none of the Dunlendings dared come near. There stood Helm, dead as a stone, but his knees were unbent. Yet men said the horn was still heard at times in the deep, and the wrath of Helm would walk among the foes of Rohan and kill men with fear. Soon after the winter broke, then Freylaf, son of Hild, Helm's sister, came down out of Dunharrow, to which many had fled, and with a small company of desperate men he surprised Wulf in Meduseld and slew him, and regained Edoras. There were great floods after the snows, and the Vale of Entwash became a vast fen. The eastern invaders perished or withdrew, and there came help at last from Gondor, by the roads both east and west of the mountains. Bit late. Before the year 2759 was ended, the Dunlendings were driven out, even from Isengard, and Freylaf became king. Helm was brought from the Hornburg and laid in the 9th mound. Ever after, the white symbol Mina grew there most thickly, so that the mound seemed to be snow-clad. When Freylaf died, a new line of mounds was begun. The Rohirrim were grievously reduced by war and dearth and loss of cattle and horses. It was well that no great danger threatened them again for many years, for it was not until the time of King Folkwine that they recovered their former strength. It was at the crowning of Freylaf that Saruman appeared, bringing gifts and speaking great praise of the valour of the Rohirrim. All thought him a welcome guest. Soon after he took up his abode in Isengard. For this, Beren, steward of Gondor, gave him leave, for Gondor still claimed Isengard as a fortress of its realm and not part of Rohan. Beren also gave into Saruman's keeping the keys of Orthanc. Would probably be fine. That tower no enemy had been able to harm or enter. In this way, Saruman began to behave as a lord of men, for at first he held Isengard as a lieutenant of the steward and warden of the tower, but Freylaf was glad, as Beren, to have this so, and to know that Isengard was in the hands of a strong friend. A friend he long seemed, and maybe in the beginning he was in truth, though afterwards there was little doubt in men's mind that Saruman went to Isengard in hope to find the stone still there, and with the purpose of building up a power of his own, certainly after the last White Council in 2953. His designs towards Rohan, though he hid them, were evil. He then took Isengard for his own and began to make it a place of guarded strength and fear, as though to rival the Barad-dûr. His friends and servants he drew then from all who hated Gondor or Rohan, whether men or other creatures of evil. There you go.
Very nice. Cool little short story, really.
It is. Before I go into it, the nerds like a deep dive when we can do it. So I had a look at this. This is the Peoples of Middle-earth, which is volume 12 of the History of Middle-earth. So this is the one that deals with how the appendices were written. This is also my book that I got signed by John Howe, which is very cool.
Very nice.
And I went digging through this. And sadly, as I said, my deep dive is going to be quite shallow because there's really not much about this at all. So on the House of Ale section, there's only 5 pages. And on Helm, this is what they say. So there's a note. There's basically a list of the kings to begin with, and there's a note on Helms. In the note on Helm, it's seen the first appearance of the tale told in Appendix D, Appendix A, very hastily written and still underdeveloped. So this is the original draft of that story. In his day, which is Helm, there was an invasion from west of Dunlanders and of South Gondor by pirates and by Easterlings and Orcs. In 2758, in the long winter, they took refuge in Helm's Deep. Both his sons, Hammer and Haeleth, were killed. They were lost in snow. A bit of a change for Haleth's death there. At his death, there was in the kingdom an upstart king, Wulf, not of Ael's line, who with help of Dunlendings tried to seize the throne. Eventually, Freylaf, son of Hild, his sister and nearest heir, was victorious and became king. A new line of mounds was started to symbolise the break in direct line. That's it. So it's largely there. And then the only other thing is literally that when he rewrites that story, and it effectively goes from that version to the version that's published, he changes Haeleth to Haleth. He removes an E from the name. And that's the deep dive. That's it. That's what we have.
A bit of a shallow dive.
Yeah, indeed. That's what we have about how Tolkien wrote that. It seems it's one of his stories that he just kind of wrote once and didn't go back to and revise. So there we go. So, Maccas, you said you hadn't heard it. Thoughts? What's different about the film? Anything jump out to you on the first listen?
Actually, I think the only difference is obviously Gondor doesn't come to the aid, and Hera's not mentioned. But other than that, there's a lot. They basically the film is verbatim from like the calling him fat and offering him outside exactly word for word from the book. Like we don't brawl in the house, but we that.
He says the line, doesn't he? Men are freer outside. That's in the film.
Yeah, and he says it. Yeah, so I've actually got a bit more respect for the film now, because a lot of creators now do sort of take liberties with IPs, in my opinion. To make, and they've pretty much just gone right. That's what Tolkien wrote, and that's exactly what we're going to say in the film. It's the same dialogue. So yeah, I really like that. That's awesome.
So the changes that I noticed when I went back to it are that they don't have the big battle at Edoras. It seems like Helm's fighting at the Fords of Isen and gets driven back. Haleth stays at Edoras and dies at Edoras. I think I'm fine with that as a change. It's like I think you make it a big battle where everyone's in the same place. That's narratively that makes more sense, I think. And they have Wolf kill. It says Haleth fell defending the doors. It doesn't say who killed him. I get Wolf to kill him, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. It sets him up as the antagonist.
Yeah, you get your main characters to kill each other, don't you? So I think that's all right, and I think that feels quite fair. A big change. I got this wrong last week because I thought both of them had died at Edoras, but Harmar dies by wandering out in the snow. He doesn't get killed by Wolf.
Oh yeah, to forage.
Yeah, that's a great change. You don't want your heroic character wandering out into the snow and dying, freezing to death. That's rubbish. So I quite like that they make his death even another reason to hate Wolf and to drive the division between it. And then the climax is at Helm's Deep. Rather than at Edoras. When Freyalaf comes to kill Wolf, he does it at Edoras. And of course the big thing, Hera's not in it.
Yeah, exactly.
And when I was fine with everything. All I wanted was for Freyalaf to kill Wolf. I want Hera to beat him. Hera can beat him. That's absolutely fine. And she can knock him down, and then Freyalaf storms in, and because it's basically his justification for why he becomes king.
Yeah,
and it was really the only bit that bugs me at the end. I get it for the film. In the film, it's set up to be between Hera and Wolf. I get that, but in the film, they have to put that line in where at the end, Freyalaf goes, "It should have been you," which is the audience speaking. Because it's like it should be her. And even now, if you're looking at I don't want to use the dreaded W word, but if we're putting in a female character and she's going to be the hero, look at the new Aladdin film. Jasmine becomes the Sultan at the end. It's like it's like the way this film should play out is that she becomes the Queen of Rohan.
Yeah, she should be Queen of Rohan, definitely. And
so he has to go. But she has to, instead of doing that, she has to leave history, doesn't she? She has to go. Yeah. I'm gonna helpfully ride away from history.
Yeah,
exactly. Bloody Gandalf. So that was the only bit I think that annoyed me. That I wanted Freyalaf to have his moment that justified why he became king. But and like I said with the Snow Troll, it's really interesting. I think reading that back because
that's the thing. I'm not having read it. I did think, why have they just crowbarred in a Snow Troll but they haven't. They literally haven't. It makes complete sense.
It's finding a bit in the text, isn't it? It's finding something in the text and then extrapolating it. So it says he would go out by himself, clad in white, and stalk like a snow troll into the camps of his enemies, slay many men with his hands. It was believed that if he bore no weapon could bite on him. The Dunlending said if he could not find food, he ate men.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where I think they took those sort of two sentences and did a really clever bit of storytelling. Like, if that's the story that's been passed down 100 years, how could they think he ate men?
Exactly, yeah.
Here's how it could happen.
One adaptation is the troll. It was actually the troll that ate men. It might have been Helm that punched him to death, but then the bodies were eaten by the troll because Helm wouldn't eat. Yeah.
I think that's really cool.
All the noises come from the troll, so they think, oh my god, he's troll-like. And Helm does eat human flesh because he's going to die. There's so many ways you could adapt it, or what's the word I'm looking for?
Interpret it?
What's the word? Huh?
Interpret it.
Interpret it. Yeah, that's the word. For it.
So yeah. I also thought, because we'll give them something else to talk about, I took the. Do you like the song at the end, the Parish Paloma song?
I didn't really pay attention to it. If I'm honest, I haven't heard it all the way through.
It's very good. I think I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Someone did a hot take the other day on the GBHL saying, "Is it the best? Is it the best song from the credits?" And I was like, "Oh, that's pretty big, but I like it." But I went and had a look for it, and I went through the lyrics, and I thought this could be fun to read because I think often you don't necessarily listen to it, but there's some interesting lyrics in it that says, "So it's you ask who will answer, in need who will come, when the last line is broken, when the day is all but done. Heyo esse wind, heyo esse wind." That's Old English for "she is the wind."
Mm.
You are the wind that will carry them home. When fire burns low, turns into smoke, when all the songs are sung, remember those and all who rode to battles lost and won. I know the fear you have inside, let hope rule over doubt. If dark the night, be the light when all of the lights go out. You ask who will answer, in need who will come, when the last line is broken, when the day is all but done. It's you, your name they're calling, from the deep they will rise. Go forth and they will follow, time to fight, it's time to ride. Hey OSC wind, hey OSC wind, you are the wind that will carry them home. Arise now rider, arise with the dawn, you don't know what fate awaits, but know that you're not alone. Hey OSC wind, you are the wind that will carry them home. Ride now for ruin, ride for your kin, take up your shield, maiden, and ride to the world's end. I think it's cool.
I like that. That is very cool.
The thing that bugged me is that the line in it, which is Heyo, which is HEO, IS is SEC, and then wind, Heyo SC wind.
Mm.
And she goes, hey, OSC wind. How is it? Hey, OSC wind. And I heard it as hey, horsey when. Like she's annoyed at her horse for being late. And I now can't hear her going, hey, horsey when. Hey, horsey when. But there's some nice stuff in there. There's like the who will answer, in need who will come. That kind of to me was a bit like Theoden's line with the the whole kind of you send out for aid, who will answer, and who will come, my friend. I think there's some of that. The last line is broken. I think is meant to be about the line of kings. And this is just me speculating now where Helm's the last king from that line possibly.
He's from the original bloodline, isn't he? Before
it's you the name they're calling.
The first divergence, isn't he?
Yeah, Freyleth starts the second line. It's you, your name they're calling. From the deep they will rise. From the deep sounds like it's like krakens and hydras rise from the deep of the water, but it's also Helm's Deep, isn't it? It's like sort of thing. Arise now, rider, arise with the dawn. They all felt like Theoden's speech to me. Arise, of Theoden.
Rise of Theoden.
Yeah. And he mentions the dawn, doesn't he? What's he say? Is a red dawn is
a red day,
a sword day, and the red dawn, and
a red dawn, and the red dawn, and the sun rises,
And then we have ride now for ruin. Which of course is and that sort of stuff. So I thought this was really cool. I really like it. I think it's a great song, and there might be if I've missed anything in there from anyone. If you think there's some other stuff, by all means, let me know if there's things I'm not picking up. I like the Old English. It's meant to be about Hera. The song's for Hera, effectively.
Yeah,
and it's about her kind of saving her people, and where is it? It's you, your name they're calling, from the deep they will rise, go forth and they will follow, time to fight, it's time to ride. You are the wind that will carry them home. I just realised that I'd spent a few weeks like listening to it and singing it and I hadn't really thought about the lyrics, but it's kind of interesting to kind of read over it, I thought. Dare I suggest you catch up on the chat?
Do my best. Right, where did we get up to before? Who was the last comment?
I've got Tim Garrett said, I'm not lying. Harry saying, I'm calling it a night. Bird was called Orc. It's around here. Hans, Joe Killy, Josh Crosby, Mortal, Frederick Schultz. I think you read a few when I got a drink, but we're around. Sam saying caught up with the chat, not even halfway through the stream yet. Have you read that?
Yeah, I think that's the last one I saw as well.
So if you can find that, you'll have to tell me what you read. Did you read Tim saying I
I
really
can't
like the
get over,
Roman?
so I've got up to Pang Wang. Yeah, so that's an older comment. So we're on the lobster chat. And this is more provided getting eat. Where are we? Okay, I cannot hear Damien's rendition of the reading. That's Justin.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
So Frederick Schultz, Hera
Death
calendar in the
by
background.
old age related to genetic. Yeah, so I'll skip that bit because that was lobster chat about lobsters dying. So it says I cannot hear, and then so Frederick's Hera calendar in the background. Frederick's called you a sellout shill. GBHL BSIME fanboy admin dumb.
I like the dumb at the end in particular. I am all of those things, man.
Very shill, much fanboy. Admin dumb. Hera being Miss January was a difficult conversation with the wife.
What's that new anime calendar you've brought home, adult man? Emma got me that.
Did she?
Yeah.
She's facilitated it. It's her
I got a good one, man.
Definitely. She's a keeper. Well, 2 calendars with a powerful lady on the cover. Indeed. Which one do you prefer?
Oh, they're talking about Ungoliant, aren't they? We're talking about Hera or Ungoliant.
Oh, of course.
I would.
Here's a powerful lady.
I think in every possible way, I prefer Hera.
Yeah.
For like to be near, to talk to cuddle, the lot. I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to cuddle Ungoliant.
Also, Ungoliant, she'd be a nightmare in the garden. She'd eat all your trees. It'd be awful.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, can't grow anything with her around.
It'd be rubbish.
Yeah. I love John Howard Annalee's artworks of Middle Earth. Fun fact: they both have cameos as one of the 9 men at the start of the Fellowship of the Ring.
They do.
Oh yeah, the Kings of Men, right?
Yeah, they've got lots of cameos
before they become. Yeah. If Earl is so great, why doesn't he have a deep named after him? Earl's Deep. My name is Earl. All Earl got was a house and a people. Helm got a dyke. Careful now. Careful now. Where was this much fat? Was there this much fat shaming in the movie?
There is quite a lot of fat shaming.
Yeah, he does call him out for being a fatty.
I think there's more.
Sounds more bullying than fat shaming. Yeah, it was. Joe Holzman, he definitely said something about him being lazy and enjoying his food.
He goes, "You've missed many a council, although doesn't look like too many meals."
Yeah.
And they'll go, "Oh, good one, King. You got him."
Yeah, he's fat, isn't he? Yeah.
Fat, I get it.
Okay. Yeah, fat shames the guy, then punched him to death. What a swell guy. Yeah,
how did you like cake?
Yeah. But in the book, it sounds like 80% of their interaction was Tim making fat jokes about him. Yeah, to be fair. That was an arsehole.
That's what I mean. He is an arsehole, yeah.
Yeah, pushes him out the door to punch him, basically.
And also, Tom, we didn't talk about this. In the book, he just punches him to death. And I think that's interesting.
It's not one punch. It's just the fact that he clearly has...
Yeah, but Freka doesn't punch him. So in the film, they get Freka to punch him, I think to make him more sympathetic.
Yeah, so he's called him a fatty, offered him out, punched him to death.
And in the book, it's also quite sinister, the way it makes it quite clear that he takes him out to a field and his men sort of intimidate his other men so they can't protect him, which isn't what happens in the film. In the film, it's far more, let's go out and have a one-on-one fight.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think they have changed it a bit in the film to make Helm more sympathetic.
Sam puts Hera. Are we the baddies?
yeah, that's it.
I love that much of the web sketch. Yeah. I love it. Are we the bad? Helm, Freka, you fat bastard. Wow. Yeah, basically. Where was Gondor when Edoras fell? Says Gerald. Being attacked by pirates. I sure hope we get a Freyalaf model, which also includes him in the armor of the king. We were discussing this. It's not, in my opinion, it's never going to happen.
I think you'll get half of what you want.
Awesome, but because they've already sculpted, I'm assuming they've already sculpted a new helm, and so they've sculpted the armor. So it wouldn't be a million miles away from like tweaking it to like fit another face, another face inside the armor.
I think you're going to get. You're going to get a Freyalaf model, but I don't think you'll get him in armor because it would need such a big redesign.
Yeah,
but it will be a hard conversion because the helm is going to, particularly the way those models come, it's not going to be a bearded head. There's going to be beard on the chest that joins up to beard on the chin and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to somehow cut the helmet off and put a new face in it or something.
Mm.
Or cut the beard off, which is going to be.
You think there'll be options for helmeted and unhelmeted?
What, helm?
Yeah, helm himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
that's typically what we get in most kits with helmets. But
what you need is the unhelmed, as Larry would say, the unhelmed helm. I guess you need the empty helm, which you won't get.
Is this a? Do we know who? After Justin wrote that comment, I want you to look at the name. Is that someone we know, or is that just someone coming and to be a troll? The name.
I don't.
It's quite a funny name. It's quite a funny name.
I don't know Dildo Gaggins.
No, for Frodo.
Now, there's a couple of things here. One is that I don't think that's a troll because that's a Lord of the Rings based pun name.
It is.
So I think that's someone. I mean, at least with it's not a hot and sexy boys and girls, is it? This must be someone with a passing interest.
Yeah, passing interest
in Lord of the Rings of some sort.
But yeah, the hot and sexy boys and girls is quite funny.
Dildo Gaggins, tell us who you are. Let us know.
Yeah. Dildo Gaggins, yeah. I do love the pun. It's very funny, and the profile picture goes along with the. Is that Bilbo's author name for his more adult books? Dildo Gaggins puts a laughing face. Lol. Shame they brought no Corsairs coming from the western coast in the film, just mummoks coming from the southeast. Yeah, but the Corsairs are fighting Gondor in Gondor, right? Nowhere near Edoras, I believe. But yeah, Justin says that deep dive just felt like jumping into a shallow end of a pool when you think you're jumping into the deep end.
It's not my fault.
No,
I can't control what you wrote.
But I think some slightly converted Corsairs would work well as proxies for hill tribesmen having similar weapons. Yeah, it's your hobby, mate. Yeah, that sounds. And you can make your own law. That's not a problem. The war is simplified to fit better into the film. It would have still been better to see a slightly broader conflict. Freyalaf / Wolf at the lack of Gondor are big differences. Yeah, definitely. I said that as well. I wouldn't have minded seeing Gondor turn up.
I think it's just too much for one movie, isn't it? It's just the extra time.
I wanted Legolas to kill Wolf, says Larry.
Don't we all?
So Frederick says they mentioned Gondor a few times in the film, but with no prior knowledge of Lord of the Rings.
Well, one of the bits they introduce is the idea that Helm might have agreed. He doesn't make it clear, but what's brought Freka is that he's heard he's marrying Hera to a Gondor prince.
Yeah. Not just that there weren't. So Frederick also goes on to say that not just that there aren't any Gondorians. I don't really explain to new viewers who the Gondorians are. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
But then that's up to the viewer to then go, oh, what are Gondorians? So then it's sort of on the onus of the paper that if you are watching Lord of the Rings, it feels like everyone that watched it, apart from my kids, obviously they've not watched the feature films.
Yeah.
A lot of people have not just gone, oh, I'm going. Everyone's crying Lord of the Rings fan. I can't imagine many newbies out to watch the film. Most 90. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 98% of the audience already knows the lore.
Yeah.
So
I think I said in the last stream that my best mate Chris, who loves them, doesn't play the game but loves them. He he didn't know anything about the film. He didn't know the film existed.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think someone in the last stream said GW did a better job of marketing this than Warner Brothers. So like,
Yeah.
we all know about it, but big Lord of the Rings fans didn't know it existed, which I found quite interesting.
Yeah.
There was something I was just going to say on that. What was that you were reading?
Frederick, and then it goes on. Sam says, from the top of the siege tower, Larry.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, that was it. It reminded the Gondor thing reminded me of. If you must have seen the meme. It's been going around for years of Aragorn at the Black Gate saying for Frodo, and it cuts to all the warriors of Minas Tirith who go, "What's a Frodo?" Like, and it's and it reminds me of that. I'm like, "Will Gondor come?" And everyone in the cinema go, "What's a Gondor?" Like,
yeah, what's it going?
Is it bad? Is it bad that they won't come?
Yeah, that is funny. Though. What's a Frodo?
It's really good.
That's a totally different film for them to just go, who the hell, what's a Frodo? No, we're not fighting. Explain. Who's this?
You're going to come and die for Frodo? Well, probably not. What is it?
No. Oh, it's cool. Yeah. Wasn't the no weapon line another word by word quote they used in the film?
What?
I think so. Like the whole if he used no weapon would bite him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think
sorry, I get it. Yeah.
Doesn't Eowyn say that in the narration?
Yeah, she does. Yeah. I think that there's very little dialogue, and whatever they did, they tried to kind of incorporate.
I think from what you read, it sounds like almost all of the dialogue written down was in the film, so that's a nice touch. The book could have used more old pen and grip.
Who said that?
Larry.
Oh, Larry, was it? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Michael Haskell says, calling time soon, entertaining, informative, and great to have Tom back into guest host hot seat. Thank you, Michael. Lots of
the BBC.
Yeah. And then, so, Sam said, she is the wind. So it's a tribute to Patrick Swayze.
Could be.
Yeah. While there are some flaws, I feel like the extrapolation. Sorry, feel like the extrapolation bracket snow troll, etc., and the word by word adaptations, Helm's Eowyn quotes are quite good. Yes, indeed, Frederick, that's what I said exactly. And Frederick says, "Hey, horsey, when."
Hey, horsey, when. Hey, horsey, when.
Joe says, "Hey, horsey, when wouldn't sound too far out of place for my lovely horse by Father Ted." Father Ted Crilly and Dougal Maguire. If they did a Freylaf sculpt in the King's armour but without the helm, would that be a helmless helm? Sorry, I'll read that again.
Is that Larry by any chance?
Helmless helm. That certainly would be. The helms, Larry's put helms, helmless, helm. Fucking hell. Excuse my language.
It's the gin.
Yeah. The first F-bomb at 10 to 12 is not too bad. I think I'm caught up there, mate.
Have you?
Yeah, I think Larry, the helmless helm.
Oh, good work, my friend. Good work. I thought that the last bit that we were going to talk about was profiles, really. So I thought, just given I'm dry brushing, I can't really pick up a book, we can have a kind of little informal now. Like, how do you feel about the profiles? So you can tell us this now in the comments. We've still got 30 people out there watching, which is awesome. But like, let us know now in the comments what you think about the profiles, basically.
Hang on, Frederick just said I skipped a bunch of comments. Yeah, I'm a technophobe, Frederick. I might have, as I was scrolling through, I might have. Oh, hang on, right. James Wilson says, right. Yeah, apologies. Let me go back a little bit more.
We've got Frederick Schultz saying, "Hey, horsey, when?" Then Frederick Schultz, random thought, in the films Freylaf and Aemma are both the start of a new line of kings.
I missed those ones, yeah. So random thought, the films Freylaf and Aemma are both the start of the new line of kings. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Do the same downhill ride at Helm's Deep.
That's how you become king, man.
That's very good. Yeah, indeed. They have both also had bows removed from their profiles.
Who have?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Aomer and
Baron Freylaf doesn't have a bow, does he?
Yeah. That must be because it's not on the model.
Yeah, Frederick says,
Wolf, right?
you have many a council, though it seems very few meals. Yeah, it's a fat shaming again. I see age has not improved your manners, my liege. Right, folks, calling it a night. Playing my first games of the new edition tomorrow. James, yes, indeed. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow then, James. I'm assuming you're at EHT, because you normally are. In the book, Helm is like a mafia boss going to talk, in quotations, to someone who lost a big load of drugs or something. And then Frederick says, no, don't start to Helm talk again, Larry. He will go nuts. And then he did. Oh, a helmless helm, says Larry. And then hey, horsey, where was Joe? So I think I caught up with that. And afraid I stole from King's Armour yet, so I can carry on going. And then I skipped a few comments. Hey, horsey, where's the comment? I didn't look at the profiles until seeing the movie, says Larry. So if the Lion King ends, you'd best hope there's an invading army at Helm's Deep. You charge downhill or you're stuck, says Sam. So I think, I am caught up.
So now in the comments, guys, like, what do you think of the profiles? Are they good for, like, not that I don't really care about if they're good in the game, but do they excite you for use in the game, and do they accurately represent the heroes? Do we think, and is there anything strange in there, and what are you excited about using and stuff like that? So, Tom, we could kick off with you, because aren't you using them tomorrow?
I am indeed. So I will start off with Wolf. I actually really love his profile. I think it's very cool. It is quite a good adaptation as well of his... Well, the fact that he's a hero killer, and they've given him rules as such. He's very much... The only drawback is being fairly squishy.
Defense 5,
he's a good fighter. Defense 5, yeah. So you still have to be careful. You still have to think about what hero to chuck him in on. So he's not designed for killing your Gil-galads, your Elrons, or even your Aragorns. Really, he's got strike, so he can. But other than that,
fight 6, right?
Yeah, he's fight 6. Yeah. So he's up. He'll be good at fight. Yeah. Well, he's good against fight 6 heroes that don't have strike, but most of them do. And he's got strike as well. He's got strength and challenge. So that's pretty good. And then obviously challenge is quite a good rule now. I like challenge. But obviously he's going to be super, super good against Rohan.
He gets hatred, right?
Yeah, he's hatred, yeah. And General Hunter as well. So General Hunter, I haven't read that. Is it like the Blood and Glory one?
Yeah, it's Blood and Glory for the General.
Yeah, Blood and Glory General Hunter, yeah. And then obviously he gets to reroll a single D6 in the duel, regardless of the result, and then he must reroll one to wound rolls of a natural 1. So essentially, they're built in like
Is that against anyone?
Against anyone. If he rolls a 1 against enemy hero. Sorry. Beg pardon. So
to be fair to him, I know people are going to say he shoots. They're going to say he shoots Haleth, and he kills a defenseless Harmer. But his whole thing is about going for people, right? He's very, very keen. I'm going to kill your brothers, then I'm going to kill Helm, and then he tries to kill Hera. And so the idea of him being very, very, very anti-hero, I think, is pretty cool.
Yeah. So he gets. So essentially, they built where they're taking special strikes away. They built in a sort of pseudo feint for him against heroes.
There's a lot of that, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a lot of that, and I don't mind that trajectory of the rules, but some people obviously that was a sticking point for some people. Overall, fight 6, shoot value 3, but I always wondered why they can't just put a dash in models that don't have a bow.
They said it was in the Middle Earth version. They just said it was future proofing. They just said it was like there might be a scenario rule where they can pick something up and shoot.
Okay, fair enough.
They did used to do that in early versions. They did have a dash.
Yeah.
What are you using tomorrow? Are you using usurpers or besiegers?
Usurpers, yeah. So it's Wolf, Targ, and Thorn.
Well, no Frecker.
No Frecker, no. Arguably, I've been told that he's the better hero for what he gives the rest of the army. So I'll move on. I'll do his profile next, actually. Then they've got the model, but so Dunnan Heritage, friendly Dunnan War models with 6 Frecker gain the bonus plus 1 to their fight rate. Yeah, he arguably is better for the army as a whole. But I'm not going to paint him now. It's too late. I've made my decision.
It'll only take you 7 minutes, wouldn't it?
Huh?
It'll only take you 7 minutes, wouldn't it?
Well, I've got to spray him black first, and it's too dark and too cold and too wet to go outside. So he gives within 6 inches they get +1 to their fight, which is handy because they only fight 3. The hill tribesmen, or just Dunnan warriors in general. As long as you've got Dunnan in your keywords.
So Cobain get it.
Yeah. Targ would get it.
That +1 fight value to Cobain.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It says as long as it's got so models within gain bonus +1 to their fight value. So Dunnan warrior models. So yeah. If you're classed as a warrior, hang on. Has to be warrior. So heroes don't have warrior in their profile. So yeah.
Cobain
Heroes won't get the benefit. Cobain are warriors, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. And then claim to the throne is if the enemy general is removed as a casualty whilst within 6 inches of Frecker, and for the duration of the battle, friendly Dunnan models treat Frecker as a banner.
I really like that.
It's a good synergy with Wolf because you send Wolf in to destroy the enemy general, and just make it's a little bit of tactics, and you have to be in the right place at the right time.
It's cool narrative, right? Because what's it called? Line of Kings or something?
Claim to the throne.
So the idea is that when, say it's Helm, but when that guy dies, the idea is that he's next in line.
Yeah.
That's what that rule means, and so people start fighting more fiercely around it. I really like that. That's fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. So that's that one. What is he? He's 5'5". He's strength. Shoot 4+. Strength 4, defense 6 because he's a big old chunky boy. Only 2 attacks and 2 wounds. And he's got 3-2-1.
How many fate has Wolf got?
Wolf has 2 fate, I think. Hang on, let me go back. Yeah, 3-2 is Wolf.
What?
I know.
He dies.
I know. Just give him.
Speaking.
He dies. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fine. I think he should have 2 or should have 3. But the whole point is, Gil-galad's got 1 because he dies. Wolf dies. It winds me up.
I know.
So
I agree.
much.
I think even though I always thought that Gil-galad should have 3.
Yeah, of course he should. Yeah, he absolutely
should. The High King of Mordor, yeah. Regardless of whether he dies, he's like the biggest, baddest elf on the planet at the time. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. And then we're going to Targ because I'm using him again. I'm using him as well tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to Epping tournament. You're going to see the Panto, so I'll see you again on Sunday.
Oh no, he's not.
Oh yes, he is.
Oh no, he's not.
he just clocked it. He went, oh yeah.
He's funny. Behind you, actually. I
think. He's to the right of me. So Targ is he's 5'5" as well. He's strength 4, defense 5, 2 attacks, 2 wins. But having a horse, he's handy even though he's 2 attacks. He's 2-2-2, so he's 2 might, 2 or 2 fate. Armor and a hand weapon. What's cool? He's got heroic defense and heroic march, which is nice. It's a march to the army.
Nice to have march on a named hero.
Yeah, indeed. And a hatred Rohirrim, which is nice, and then master of battle 4+, which is pretty generous, I think.
Pretty good.
Yeah, 50-50 chance of master of battle. That's pretty cool. And then he's got a special rule called Dunlanding Commander. So then, whilst the general target is alive on the battlefield, if you win the role of the role to choose who has priority, and choose to give priority to your opponent, then until the end of the turn, friendly Dunnan warrior models within 6 inches of Targ may re-roll to wound rolls with a natural 1 when making strikes. Obviously, that's one again. That doesn't apply to Frecker, Lord Thorn, the chieftain, unless the chieftain's class as a warrior. Notice hero infantry as well. So yeah, heroes won't get it, but the rest of the army will. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. and then we'll finish off with Lord Thorn of the Wold.
He's a traitor.
Because he's a traitor.
Don't trust him.
I know. He promised 300 men, but they didn't turn up. He has heavy armor and a hand weapon, so he's defense 6, which is quite nice. I didn't realise that. That's a good thing for me. He has 2 might, 2. Yeah, defense 6. Great. That's mad, isn't it?
He's stronger defense than Wolf.
Yeah.
He's just wearing a coat, isn't he?
So yeah, he's fight 5 as well. Strength, shoot value 4, strength 4, defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wounds. I didn't mention the courage of the member. Courage is 6+ for Pug, 4 breaker, and Wolf is a 5+, so he's a bit more courageous. He's got hatred Rohan. I like the fact that they gave us essentially Rohan models, hatred Rohan, because they're traitors.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, I know, yeah. He was a coward, wasn't he? Traitor of Rohan. So yeah, Lord Thorn may only include Rohirrim traitors in his warband, which is fair enough. He has a passive special rule called Edoras shall fall. During the fight phase, friendly Rohirrim traitors within 6 inches of Lord Thorn gain a +1 to their fight value. So my little Rohan contingent of the army is fight 4 essentially. If they all stick around Thorn, which is quite nice.
Very good.
Handy in a tight spot. He's only 70 points. I didn't mention the points as well. He's only 70 points, which I feel like might be a little bit expensive. I don't know if I'm making that up or whether maybe his special rules warrant the slightly high. But then at this point, equivalent over 10 points, I don't know. I'm not a rules writer. You know what I mean? It's not.
He's good as well because he also brings throwing spears. He brings defense 5. He brings a banner, and he brings a war horn, right?
Yeah,
he unlocks a lot for that list.
Yeah, the Rohirrim traitors. Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, the Rohirrim traitors are Rohan warriors, so they take everything the same as normal Rohirrim. So yeah, that was some standout profiles as well. Obviously, I'm taking the Hill Tribesmen as some traitors, but I think everyone knows what they do. Interestingly, I've given all my Flaming Brands shields. We had a if you want to, we had a discussion in the group chat with a few fellow nerds, and were saying, and obviously I think World Champion said it on the Facebook page as well. He was like, he just wouldn't pay the extra point. Not in a million years would he pay the extra point, and it's just on certain points levels. I'm assuming if you get higher, you're going to throw some shields in there because it's handy to have the shielding.
I think it's handy particularly on the brands, which because they're dominant too, you want to keep alive.
Yeah, that was my thinking of. That's why I've modelled them all with shields. I paid for the brands and shields and all. I've got 8 brands in the army, and they've all got shields. I thought I want for scenario play, like objective, I want them to stay alive. So if they're in combat, they're going to die. They're going to die regardless if they lose the fight. More likely.
The counter argument.
If they're being surrounded, they've got an extra dice to stay alive. So
the counter argument is they're only 5 points. So for every 5 shields you get, you could get another one guy. And does that help your breakpoint more? Does that help your battle line more?
I don't know. The thing is, I get what you're saying because you still get another. Well, there's an extra guy, but you still need the 6 points for a Flaming Brand.
Yeah, sorry, 6, not 5, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 6 points. Yeah, so for every shield you lose, you'd have to. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I couldn't care less about the competitive stuff, so I assembled 12 as normal with the Flaming Brands. And then I've done my other ones, which is conversions, which you'll see in the future. And those 4 brands, I put light shields on. And the reason I did it was because they are the only model in that army list that you can change the points on. So they can become 7 points instead of 6. Yeah. So I did that. So when you get to 998, 999 in your 1,000-point army, you can upgrade a couple to have shields. You see what I mean? Because you can't just now chuck a shield on a model like you did in the last edition.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And all of them are 6 points, except light shield and Flaming Brand.
Yeah.
So the worst ones which I've actually got 4 of assembled because I wanted to have the models. The worst ones are just the sword and the light shield. They're awful. Because the light shield is worse than a bow, a spear, a two-handed weapon, and a flaming brand. But
absolutely.
I do think I think there's a place
on the flaming brand makes more sense, right?
I think there's a place for them on the flaming brands potentially.
Mm-hmm.
But the flaming brand is a brilliant rule. Terror Cavalry and Terror Beast and Dominant 2 for a point. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's very good.
And the rule, your rules for that are oh, where are they gone? Your rules are good. The Usurper rules are good. You get a 6+ Fury for Hill Tribesmen and +1 to wound on all Dunland models against heroes. Those are good army bonuses.
Oh yeah, I forgot to actually. I need to really look at this book in the morning before I start playing.
The Usurper's bonuses are much better than the Besieger's bonuses.
Okay.
They're both really useful. Because like the Dunland models, so that's all models in your army except your Rohan traitors. They get +1 to wound against any hero. That's a great rule. And a Hill Tribesman gets a 6+ Fury save, which is great. Over the page, Besiegers of the Hornburg, you get Dunland Warriors. They get Dunland Warriors, so not all Dunland models, so it's worse already. They get +1 to wound when they're in range of an objective marker. Although it's against anyone, not just against heroes. And then Wolf becomes a liability. Whenever Wolf moves, he must charge an enemy when possible, and he gets a free challenge.
Okay. And
then the other one is just about not letting the scavengers affect it. So I think the rules are demonstrably better in Usurpers. So and then it comes down to basically, do you want Shank, Rot, and the scavengers, or Thorn and Frecker? Those are the differences really. And the traitors that come with it. So I think the Usurpers list is so much better. But I do think the Besiegers list is more fun. Because you get the troll.
Yeah. I was going to say, having a troll and a couple of orcs is great.
And I'll tell you what, this would be an interesting counter, because given that you've just argued for Usurpers, based on the fact that you're taking them, I am hoping to be taking Besiegers to the GP. So why don't we have a little look at those? So this is super cool bit of the game. I don't really think we've had anything like this, but 150 points for a 3-model warband. You get Shank, who's like 4s all over the place, defense 5, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, 2 might, 3 will, 1 fate. He's got a spear or a 2-handed weapon, and he can reroll strikes against a trapped model. He gets heroic strike. Then whenever Shank or Rot slay a model in combat, you roll a dice. On a 6, they found a trinket. At the end of the game, if at least one of them is alive, you get a VP for every trinket.
That's really cool.
So you've got a 3-attack, fight 4, strength 4 model, and a 2-attack, fight 4, strength 4 model. That anytime they kill a model, they roll a dice, and on a 6, they get a trinket, and that's a VP.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know how many models they're likely to kill. Like once the battle lines join, probably 1 a turn. So you might get 2 trinkets
between the two of them. Yeah, between the two of them. Yeah,
it's not going to be crazy, but I love that. I think it's brilliant. I think it's characterful. I think it then makes you want to kind of run away with them at the end if you've got a few trinkets to save VPs.
Yeah, kill a few and just bugger off. Yeah,
super cool. And he can also use a will point at the start of his activation. The Snow Troll must charge, but gains Fearless and can reroll all failed to wound. So he can use a will point, of which he's got 3, to charge with the troll, where it gets Fearless and can reroll all failed wounds. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Rot, as again, he's the fighter. He's got the loot the bodies rule, and when he kills a model on a 4+, he regains a wound or a fate point because he starts eating it. That's cool.
That is very cool.
I like that. He's only got 2 wounds and 1 fate. But takes a wound, kills a model, eats it, maybe finds a ring on it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I think the models are great as well, if I'm honest. I really like them.
They are really nice. I didn't pick them up yet, but I will.
I've got them on order, and they need to arrive because I need to bloody paint them for the GP.
Yeah.
And then I need to paint lots of things for the GP.
Indeed.
And then you get a troll. You get a cool troll.
Troll in the
He's
dungeon.
fight 6, strength 6, defense 7, 3 attacks, 3 wounds, intelligence 8+. He's an idiot. He gets claws, dominant 3.
Nice.
And a horned charge. The sharp horns on its head make for an effective natural weapon, especially when the snow troll lowers its head and charges. During a turn in which it charges, it gets +1 attack and +1 to its fight value.
That's big.
So if you get this thing charging near Shank, 3 turns a game, you can have a fight 7, 4 attack, fearless troll that re-rolls failed to wounds. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like them. I don't think they're hugely competitive, and I still think the Usurpers list is better, but I think they're awesome. And they're the sort of thing that just make me giddy with excitement that there's something cool. I think they're really cool rules, really well written rules that are just going to be really fun to use, and I can't wait to get stuck into them.
Definitely.
That's how I feel. There's loads of Rohan profiles, and I'm kind of loath to read through them all. We get Helm. Helm's got worse, right? He doesn't have Mighty Hero anymore.
He doesn't have Mighty Hero, yeah.
So he's got a free heroic combat every turn, and he's got a horn which is.
This is a good point. Even though it's a unique warhorn, it's still a warhorn, so the whole army gets +1 courage with Helm in it. But that's never mentioned.
Yeah.
Is it mentioned somewhere to say that they would, because it's a warhorn?
No, it is a warhorn, so they get +1
war. That's what I mean. It's a warhorn, but what I mean is it doesn't. So it could be misconstrued as to like, well, why are you rolling such and such on your Rohan? You know, like they're courage 6+. You know, or like, well, no, they're courage 5+.
I think it's. I mean, people might miss it, but it's very black and white, yeah. And then enemy models within 24 inches of Helm suffer -1 penalty to courage test they take, but that's once per game. Yeah. And then he's the same profile, fight 6, strength 5, 3 attacks, 3 wounds. Haleth is fight 6, strength 4, 3 attacks, 3 wounds. He's got strike, and whenever he's outnumbered, if he wins the dual roll, he can re-roll failed to wound strikes. I like that. That's better than the Brand is. I don't actually know if he still got the rule, but he had that useless rule that was when if he's outnumbered, he can call a free heroic combat, which he'll never win, so he won't go anywhere because he won't kill anyone.
That was very strange, definitely.
Whereas this is more like Tariel's rule. So when he's outnumbered, that just means you can charge him into 2 guys.
Yeah.
All right, and then suddenly he re-rolls strikes. So that feels to me like he's re-rolling strikes in most turns.
Yeah. Definitely.
He's got a massive axe, which would have been great in the last edition, but. Bastards have ruined that for everyone. And then you get Harmar, who's only fight 5, bless him. I wish his horse had movement 8, but it seems to be a normal horse. 2 attacks, 2 wounds. Yeah. He's got 3 will, and you can spend them, and Rohan models within 6 can reroll 1s when making strikes, which is pretty cool. So he's more of a little. I think he's hiding behind your lines, get him to shoot. He's got sharpshooter, and help your dudes. The normal version of Hera, fight 5, 2 attacks, 2 wounds. She can ignore Stalk Unseen due to a spyglass. I think that's quite cool.
That is cool.
If Hera evolves in a combat where there's only a single model on each side, then she increases her attacks to 3. That's pretty cool. So it's only Hera is fiercely independent and capable of her own. Those that underestimate her find out the hard way she's more than she seems. It's interesting that I get that if it was only her on her side. Kind of, it seems counterintuitive that she gets worse if there's more other opponents there. Do you know what I mean? I get it if it's her not being supportive.
No, but it's counterintuitive, but also thematic in the sense that even though she is a capable fighter, she would be overwhelmed by
I suppose
multiple. But the fact that I think the principle of like, oh, we'll just send one guy at her, she's just a girl, and then she goes, well, I'm not just any girl, I'm a fight, you know.
That's a fair point. Asheray is. She can go to move value 12. She's his fastest rider.
Asheray is moving 12, yeah?
Yeah, well, no, it's normally 10.
I wanted to. Oh, yeah, it should be.
But she can move 12 with woodland creature, but can't charge. That's pretty cool. Olwen is mega. Fight 5, 3 attacks for 80 points. That's pretty awesome.
Oh. I do like her profile.
She's got a shield as well, so a full shield. She's defense 5. She's got heroic defense.
She is the maiden of the shields.
Yeah, she's a sworn protector of Hera, and when she's outnumbered,
Oh,
enemy models require a 6 to wound her.
That's crazy.
She's awesome. Only when she's outnumbered again, but again, charge her into 2 guys, 3 attacks, fight 5. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's kind of got a natural heroic defense almost.
Yeah, I was going to say she needs 6s to wound. Is there a specific caveat to needing 6s to wound her, or
if
is that
she's,
just
if she's outnumbered in a combat?
She's outnumbered. Okay.
Yeah. And then it's not heroic defense, so they can use might on it.
Yeah.
I think she's awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Leaf, Page of Helm. He's rubbish. Fight 3, strength 3, 1 attack, but has some cool support rules. So he can spend a will. He's got 5 will, and he can spend 1 to do one of these. Rohan heroes within 3 inches declare heroic combat for free. That's awesome.
That's very good.
Rohan models within 3 inches gain the Fearless special rule. You can only choose each of these once per game, by the way. So he's got 5 rules and 5 will points. Friendly models within 3 inches don't suffer -1 to hit when moving and shooting, and can reroll fail to hit rolls. Friendly Rohan models within 3 inches get Woodland Creature and Mountain Dweller, and friendly Rohan models that start their activation within 3 inches increase their move value by 2. That's quite cool as he helps them out. Also worth pointing out, Olwyn and Leaf have got horse options.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I think we're getting the models.
Yeah.
And then Freyalaf, first master of the Riddermark. Fight 6, 3 attacks, strength 4. He's awesome. He's only defense 5 though.
Yeah, I suppose his armor might not count as heavy armor.
He's just got armor. He's got no shield option.
Yeah, he's got armor. Yeah. Does he have a shield in? No, I don't know.
I think you're gonna get the profile is gonna be. Oh, sorry, the model is gonna be
the Mummock part, right? Where he's
something like that.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I'm just saying, you've been frozen on my screen for a while, so I can't actually see what you're showing me. But
oh, really?
Yeah.
It's from the visual companion.
Yeah.
It'll appear on YouTube in a minute. There's a galloping horse. He's kind of leaning to one side with a sword out, about to chop something up.
Yeah.
I think that's what you'll get. Whilst within 6 inches of Freyalaf, he gets master. Whilst within 6 inches of Hera, he gets Master of Battle 4+. And any warriors of Rohan included in his warband are automatically warriors of Harrowdale. That means they can reroll failed intelligence and gain shield wall.
Oh, nice. I like that rule, actually. Having some Rohan contingent shield wall.
Yeah, I mean, it only works on foot, right? So it's just for the foot dudes. I think there's a really strong argument here for an all-hero Rohan list.
Mm.
I don't know if you've got much that could. I'd be interested to try, but like Helm is fight 6, Haleth is fight 6, Hera is fight 5. She can't go to fight 6. Olwyn's fight 5 with 3 attacks, and Freyalaf. Like they're going to be.
They're tasty combos.
300, 400, 500. 620. If you take all of them except Hummer, I think it's about 700. I mean, it's quite a lot of points. I think it's about 700, to be fair. 180. Yeah, that's 300. It's about 400. That's about 500. 600. Yeah, it's about 700 points for all. So I'm including Leaf.
Yeah.
Although I don't think necessarily you would if you're going all heroes. That drops it back down. About 600 points.
Yeah.
You get Olwyn, Hera, Freyalaf, Haleth, Helm. Is that all of them? All on horses.
Yeah.
That's pretty tasty.
That is.
They're pretty good. There's a lot of fights. I know fight 6.
Devastating on the top.
Yeah. I think they could be pretty cool, man. And then their kind of army rules for the army of Edoras, and obviously they can take Royal Guard, Rise of Rohan, and Warriors of Rohan. They get unlimited Rohan bow limit. Once per game, your general can use a rule. If they charge, if they do, at the end of turn, friendly Rohan models within 12 inches reroll all failed to wounds when making strikes. So once per game on the time when Rohan charge. I think that's good. You don't tend to need it with charging cavalry. You know, if you get the charging cavalry, you get 4 attacks against the thing there, 4 strikes.
Yeah.
But it's still good. And then when a friendly Rohan hero charges, until the end of the turn, the warriors within 6 of them pass all courage tests they're required to take for charging an enemy with a terror special rule. So I guess that's meant. Is that meant to be about against the mummoks, maybe?
Possibly, yeah.
But so yeah, that's the kind of Army of Edoras list, which I think is really good. I mean I'm not doing that at the moment really because I'm not painting up the new Rohan guys, but I think there's some tasty new. That's a tasty new Rohan army there with those heroes.
I'm not going to do any. I've painted up some Rohan traitors, but I'm not going to do any good Rohan until the whole range is out.
Yeah.
So when Leaf and Olwyn and Hera and Helm and Freyla, then I'll get cracking on it. But yeah, I'm not.
And then the 2 last profiles are the ones for the Besieged of the Hornburg, which is possibly my favourite profile that they've introduced, which is Helmhand, Wraith of the Hornburg. 180 points, fight 7, strength 6, so he can't be knocked down. Defense 5, 3 attacks, 3 wounds, courage 3+, intelligence 5+, 3 might, 3 will, 1 fate. He's burly. He doesn't get the +1 because he's not got a 2-handed weapon.
He's not wielding any weapon, is he? Yeah.
He's dominant.
So
no weapon could harm him, and no weapon he bore.
Yeah, but why have they made him burly if he doesn't get +1 to wound?
Yeah, because he can fight unarmed.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I forgot there was a double.
He's dominant 4.
That's crazy.
Fearless, hatred of Dunlop.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, a mighty blow. 3 attacks.
He's got mighty blow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's crazy.
He's got he's got heroic strength, so he can go to strength 12. I know you can't go to strength 12. Everyone, calm down. He's got the same unique war horn, so he gives everyone +1 courage, and then they all suffer once per game -1 courage. He's never considered to be unarmed. He can't be, and I love all this. This is so fluffy. He can't be the general, and he can't call Stanflas. Friendly enemy models can't benefit from heroic action. He's just storming around the table on his own, punching the crap out of stuff.
Yeah.
He must always charge if he's able to, and if he charges into combat, he gains terror, and he can declare heroic combat without spending money.
That's bonkers.
I think he's awesome, and I love the model.
Yeah.
I just think that's absolutely awesome. Such good rules writing, I think. Just absolute crazy. It's literally like he stepped out of the book, let alone the film. Crazy Helm. Charge him with cavalry. You ain't knocking him down. Stroke 6, mighty blow, 3 heroic combat. Lovely stuff.
You'd just throw him into like the clash of the lines all day long, wouldn't you?
Something like I love the fact that anything with 6 wounds, like Shelob, he could punch Shelob to death in a single turn. It wouldn't be that mad. 5s to wound, needs 3 wounds with 3 might.
Yeah. I mean, he can jump 30 feet in the air and rip Patrol's horn up. So,
nice massive spider you got there. Shame if it was dead. And then also, across from that, you get Hera, the Bride of Death. You can't have a horse, crucially. 125 points. Fight 6 now. Strength 4, 3 attacks. And she's got some mega rules. So she's fearless. She's got unyielding combat stance, which, if I remember correctly, means she can't be trapped or can't be knocked down. Something like that.
I think she doesn't have to back away.
Is it that one? Yeah, sorry.
I think it's that one. Doesn't have to back away. Could be wrong, though.
Sure, if you're engaged with her, you can't declare a heroic strike. That's awesome.
That's mad. But she got strike in her profile?
Yeah, she's got strike.
Oh, that's horrible.
And when she charges, she can re-roll fail to wound rolls when making strikes. And I was chatting to, I think Harry's painting these up. I think it was Harry that mentioned this to me. Like, you put these two together. Now, grant you that costs 305 points. But you put those two together, What's beating you?
Nothing.
Go
You
into
can't
that.
strike against them.
You
Yeah.
can't strike
Help
against
fight
them.
7. Yeah. You can't beat them. You can't beat them.
And then she's like 3 attacks, strength 4, re-rolling failed wounds.
Yeah.
And he's just punched everything to death. I love it.
Yeah. That's mad. It's yeah. Obviously, for me, someone that can't roll dice is not that potent. But for good players that can roll dice,
Yeah, for most humans it'd be great.
that's a hefty
I think
combo.
they're wonderful profiles that do a really nice job of capturing the lore.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
then their army list obviously doesn't have most of the brothers, and Freylaf's not in it, and the brothers aren't in it because spoilers, they're dead.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
It's just them two, Owen and Leif, right? And then Rohan captains with it.
It's sad that Freylaf can't be in it, given the way army composition works now.
Yeah.
So you can't have Freylaf charging down to help.
Oh yeah, you would think. Yeah, you would think he'd be part of it.
Helm can't take warriors in his warhound, which is cool. All Rohan infantry get dominant 2. That's pretty mega. All Rohan infantry warriors reroll 1s of when making strike. Pretty cool. And at the start of the end phase, in a turn in which Helm Hammerhand kills a hero or monster, which he's quite likely to do, enemy models within 3 inches of Helm must take a courage test in order chosen by the controlling player's movement. If it's failed, the model must move up to its move value directly away from Helm. Which is just like the lore from the books. I think it's so cool. So do you know what's really annoying for me? That I think the better armies are the army of Edoras and the usurpers of Edoras. But the armies I want to use are the besiegers of the Hornburg and the defenders of the Hornburg because they're so fucking cool.
They are, yeah. They've got a lot more flavour, haven't they?
Mm. Well, I think they're all great. And now I know we get other stuff as well, don't I? I think that's most of it. We get things like, the Eagles are in there, of course, and they have their own army. But those are our new profiles, right? And our new army lists. So what are your thoughts on them? What they brought to the game or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's all very welcome. I think, in my opinion, anyway. Obviously, some people might not like the new edition, but I think in general, I think the whole community's got on board with it, and it's definitely it's definitely a fresh take on the way they've built the profiles, and a lot of the reroll ones sort of things have been inbuilt into a lot.
There's a lot of reroll ones, isn't there? There's a lot of reroll ones about.
Yeah, so the rule writers have gone like sort of taken away and then given back, and
they take us with one hand and they give with the other.
Yeah, exactly. So I like it's very. Yeah, I prefer it that way, as to like being situational. Whereas not everyone can just. I know before the new edition before this not everyone could feint. You had to stab, but the option of just saying a word and being able to reroll once was sort of like, okay, But now it's a thing and it's a profile.
That's a bit that I'm not gonna lie. I prefer the old edition for that because in the old edition it was about you couldn't always do it. You could always do it if you had swords, but even then there was a decision about your fight value and stuff. And then sometimes you had axes and all that. Whereas now and there was a reason for doing it. I'm doing this with my sword. Whereas now I very much feel it's like I'm exaggerating, but like, oh, you're re-rolling ones because everyone re-rolls ones. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just kind of like everyone in the game re-rolls ones somewhere or the other. And I like that less. But I will give you my hot take.
I had a theory about the fact that it was probably very silly, but the piercing strike could have stayed, but I'm sure I mentioned this to you, but bladed weapons in general, like metal bladed weapons. So a sword, pickaxe, an axe, and then feinting be for more like for a spearman to use because they're. That I think they could have gone down that direction but obviously they haven't. Yeah. So it's all pointless. Is what I'm saying. But I thought that would have been a cool sort of thing.
Shall I give you my clickbait hot take?
Yeah, go on.
This is my rancid shill thing, and I'm going to preface this with I don't expect everyone to feel like this, and I'm not saying for a minute I don't have any sympathy with people who don't. But for me, personally, with my hobby, I would sign up for all the stuff we've just read through that they've added in this to lose the legacy stuff. Like on a personal level with my armies,
Yeah.
I won't miss Farharad and Khand. And so you offer you offer me those new things. You offer me those 4 new army lists with those new heroes, with all these new models, and you say, but to get these, you have to get rid of these. I would pick the new stuff. So that's, and I want to be very, very clear about that. I'm not saying the legacy thing is good. I'm not saying everyone should agree, and I'm saying that's very much based on my collection.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Is that I'm very much enthused by the freshness of it all.
That's how I find.
But at the same time, I do feel for the players that have invested all that time in those armies, and absolutely. And if they have an outrage, they have every right to be outraged. So it's not a case of you're wrong, I'm right. But I'm in your boat that I very much love the whole new, and I'm not butthurt by the legacy side of it. Thankfully, that's just situational. If I'd been more of those factions, then I would have been. It would have been a different story. But
I was always leaning into the evil stuff. I was always like, I'm going to do the Dunlendings, and I am doing the Dunlendings now. But I am annoyed how much I like all of the good profiles.
Yeah.
Are there 7? It's Helm, his 2 sons, Hera, Freyalaf, Olwyn, and Leaf. So there's 7 there, and then the 2 other ones. There's 9 new heroes. Yeah. And I like all of them. Yeah. To the point that I suddenly want to paint up those pretty much 18 models, because it's foot and mounted, isn't it? It's like,
of course,
I don't want that, and I don't want to have to paint a whole new Rohan army because I've got a Rohan army. But I don't have to. I could use the old plastics, but I'm irritated by how much I love those new Rohan profiles, and I don't love them because they're super super overpowered. I think they're good. I don't think they're game breaking good.
They're fluffy, aren't they? They're flavourful and they're fluffy.
It does genuinely come from the fact that I'm so in for all this. I love the film. I really enjoy the story, and I now want to paint up all those heroes and see them played out on the table and use them and stuff. And that's what I'm doing, man. That's what I'm doing this year. This year is me and this box. We're gonna have a nice time, and I'm so excited to be painting the new stuff and playing with the new stuff. And that's kind of just what I want. I want an extended edition. I want another edition with 10 hours of extras that I can just watch and play around in that sandbox. You know? I don't think we're going to get them.
Definitely.
But, so that's me on War of the Rohirrim and all the new stuff. I think it's mega. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I concur.
Whose turn is it to chat? And then we'll jump to the Facebook.
Yours.
So I have got.
Only because I'll be honest, I am absolutely record. So I would appreciate it's your turn. No. I think I was the last person to jump on it, so technically it's your turn. But
Larry Miller, I didn't look at the profiles until seeing the movie. So if the Line of Kings, then Sam, if the Line of Kings ends, your best hope is no, you've done that. Mac, as we're using a lot of them tomorrow. I think you said that.
Yeah.
Josh Crosby excited to field 100 wild men. 100 wild men, I swear. I will say this for Josh Crosby as well, because I really think this is important. I've been looking for colour inspiration, and his, I don't know if you saw them, they are so good. Josh's hobby's amazing anyway, but his wild men are so good. And I have them printed out here because I am ripping this off. It won't be as good because Josh is a better painter than me, but
that's insane.
These colours are just stunning. This is exactly what I wanted. Really, this kind of muted blue, the brown, the tan. They're absolutely gorgeous.
See, that's the annoying thing about it, because I am nowhere near that level, but I could emulate it, but I just can't. The effort he's gone to is crazy.
They're beautiful.
They're so nice.
So yeah, I've got them as my. They are my colour reference.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited for that. So props to Josh and thank you for your inspiration. He's got 100 of them though. Not sure I can face it. Sam says, I personally have written a list for April with Helm and Sons. Really looking forward to trying out Haleth. Absolutely. Larry, not entirely sure if Fight 6 was right for Wolf. Otherwise, I can see that because he does draw with Hera a lot, I think. It is tricky because
I think
he's
it's
not that
probably
fighty.
more as the wide. It's for the wider game
Mm.
because he's a hero hunter. They got coming up against Hera is fine, or against Freyalaf, or against. But when he's coming up against, Elrond, or he's got I think. Well, Elrond's fight 7 now, isn't? Is he fight 7?
I think he's fight 7. Yeah.
An example, but let's say a Legolas or a Gimli, that he's got to be able to stand toe to toe while having that hero.
I think we were saying. I feel like we were saying in the last stream, maybe with Dale, that those are the ones who feel like they've lost out. You're. I think we talked like Legolas, Tario. You're like elf non-lords who are now the same fight as Wolf.
Yeah.
Aema potentially. They feel like they've lost. They almost feel like they need a 6.5. Not possibly. Don't know.
But having the elven made weapons gives them a slight edge.
Yeah, there's potentially a 6.5. Yeah. Larry says Targ should have a rule that Wolf must re-roll successful intelligence tests when within 6 inches. And he was very disappointed with old Penacrook's profile. You can make the model, make a Rohan captain. Frederick Short's disappointed with the profiles. Haleth should have a big elephant chop special rule where he climbs to kill a mummock. And he doesn't have a 1.5 axe, right? No, I don't think he does. I think he just has a hand weapon. He does have a massive, massive axe in the film. Haleth just has a hand weapon. That too. Sam says doesn't specify he has to dismount to do so can climb the mummock on horseback. Larry said I think this is about the fight 6. He does fight a few times on screen before the fight where he dies, unlike Gil-galad. So it's hard to know what he agrees with. But I think
he says not that high.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what. I think he's talking about the fate that I said.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah. He does fight a few times on screen before the fight where he dies, unlike Gilly.
He just died to Hera.
I just think that's ridiculous. You're not making profiles based on just the narrative of the film to me, because it's just not consistent. He's been around for thousands of years. He should have 3 fate. If you give him 1 fate, you're making his profile for his 1 minute to midnight moment.
I would argue. Do you know what might be a cool caveat to? Is that he only gets 1 fate against Sauron?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
So he's 3 fate in the army list or whatever.
I've always argued for the army list would be cool. Army list would be cool. So in Eregion, he's got 3 fate. In Last Alliance, he's got 1 fate. That'd be cool.
1 fate, yeah.
I've always argued for the multiple profile thing that Boromir of Gondor in the Fellowship has 1 fate, doesn't he? He has 1 fate and no will.
No fate.
Is he no fate and 1 will?
No fate.
Yeah, so no fate. Fine.
Yeah, well, City 610.
Yeah, Captain of White Tower has 3 fate.
Yeah.
3 fate. So it's like, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with having the same with like King Under the Mountain. It's just that if you're just doing 1 profile, then the number of fates should reflect their status at their best, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
He still hates hatred. Frederick Shaw's me too. Too much hatred in this world. Sean Clark, throw the shield in. I'd rather have 5 cool-looking models with shields for the sake of 1 extra warrior. Shield plus brand is the cool kids way. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Brands aren't technically dominant as they don't count for recon, right?
They do count for recon, I believe, because I think the objective for recon is to get off the board. So essentially, they'd be dominant 2 for objectives, but I don't know. I was actually having this discussion with Josh Triffett earlier, and we weren't sure.
That's really interesting.
But because the reason we thought it was the case, because your hero counts as dominant 3 for objectives, so you get 3 points for getting your leader off the board. Yeah, but the rule's fairly clear. It says you count as 2 models rather than 1 when working out how many models are within range of an objective marker. So I think that's a no for recon. Because they're not within range of anything. There's no objective markers. There's no markers, yeah. Whereas I bet you the leader rule, it will just say something like gains the dominant 3 rule. That's going to be match play, isn't it? Captain, General.
Additionally, your general gains the dominant 3 special rule. So yes, the general's 3 for getting off. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, the brands are just for objective markers. Josh Crosby taking about 80 of my wild one with just hand weapon. Of course he is. Frederick Schultz, the orcs are just troop killers. They could get a few kills that way. Yeah, that's hot. That's Shank and all that. Hot take: the orc troll trio should either be part of the besiegers and defenders list, or belong to neither. Oh, that's cool. That would be awesome if you could have them in the defenders list. I really like that.
Yeah.
Them being with the Dunlenders is like Gollum in Goblin Town. If you occasionally eat certain people, you wouldn't really be part of their army, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Don't have the army book. Does Harmer have any negative movement rule? No, alas no. Move 8 would be harsh, but being unable to march would be an interesting idea. Sean Clark says, feels a bit too similar to Harmer. I hope not. I presume that's other Harmer. Frederick Schultz, a Rohan shield wall. Sounds interesting. I'd play it as more of an infantry army anyway. Frederick Schultz, when he dies, he has a hammer in his hand, right? Came out of nowhere. He was still fighting with his hands before. This is a Helm hammer hand joke, I believe. Sam, big long list of things that make Helm an absolute nuclear bomb in combat. Opponent immobilizes every turn. Oh, come on. Wraith Helm is perfect for fog of war and assassination to kill target heroes.
Yes.
Yeah, Joe Holmes says he's awesome, but will be an immediate target for any shooting and magic. Yeah, but I that to me, I don't know. I don't think he's competitive. He's not the. Obviously that's not gonna work. But to me, that wouldn't stop me playing him. I'd charge him forward, and then my guy playing Merc Ranger would just stand back and shoot him, and then I'd just stare at him and in the eye and tut. Fair enough. If you, I
feel good about your stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to charge my helm into you and smash a bunch of stuff up and then lose. But if you want to shoot him from across the table, that's cool, man. Frederick Schultz, Wraith Bride tag team, new anti-Smaug, anti-Sauron meta. And he says, a Freylaf reinforcements rule would be cool, but you shouldn't be able to bring him and Wraith Helm. That's a good point. Sam Huddy says, Damien's Throne of Skulls costume is going to be unhinged Helm, isn't it? He's going to be running around the hall, leaping over tables and punching people. Sam Huddy.
No.
It has been quite a few years since I went to Throne of Skulls as someone. Frankly, that's a bit beneath me these days. Although I do really like that. Can't be mad, I'm Helm. Frederick Schultz, next edition, all natural ones will have to be re-rolled. Sam, is the hot take that he loves draws. Oh, we did talk about draws, yeah. Do you like a draw, Tom?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's fine.
No, no. I'll try and win.
Yeah, absolutely. Draws are fun. Frederick Schultz, chill. Promoting the big GW agenda. Hating cool fluffy list. Chariots, camels, cool. Josh Crosby says, I will never accept the new stuff for the Lost of Legacies. Totally understand that, given your collection. I get that. I get it, man. Chris C. But what about Gildor? Justice for Gildor. Couldn't give a crap about Gildor, if I'm honest. I have so much sympathy for Josh's Harad and Dunland armies and all those sorts of things. I couldn't give a crap about Gildor.
Poor high elves, they lose Gildor.
Yeah. Frederick Schultz, free DEE printer going shrump. What's a DEE printer? Is that a type of 3D printer? Justice for Camels. Joe Holzman, yes, but as previously established, you're a shameless shield. I am the worst. Frederick Schultz says, Justice for Can. Tim, I don't think the new stuff offers a different playstyle as much as, say, Can did. I agree with that. I think a mainly chariot army offers something unique, and I'm not sure we get that with the new stuff. I do love new stuff. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. As I said, I can't be any clearer on that. That is just personally my own collection. And I totally accept that lots of other people are going to have very valid, different opinions to that. Old School Chris C. Oh, but Legolas has gained a lot. He has. Joe Holzman says 1 will and 0 fate. That's Boromir. Chris C. Does that mean if your general has a brand, they would have dominant 3 counted twice? No, because you pick the best dominant value. Frederick Schultz, not a hammer hand joke. In the film, he dies frozen with a hammer in his hand.
Does he?
Does he?
that a Mandela effect? I don't remember him dying with a hammer in his hand.
You might be right. I mean, he might,
Because the only hammer he wields is his giant warhammer.
I mean,
doesn't have that.
The thing is, it would solidify as an image that if he's holding a hammer when he dies, possibly.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Did the few
punching.
While the hill tribesmen that they was fighting, did any of them attack him? With a
maybe.
hammer?
I reckon if he has got it, he gets it off one of them, doesn't he?
Yeah, possibly.
Joe says you just take the highest. Chris C. Brands don't give dominant; they count the model twice. Damien will go to throw skulls as a ghostly shark and be Helm Hammerhead. And then he says the 3DE was just supposed to be an angry nerd yelling 3D. Oh, I see, 3D. Got it. Sorry, 3D, yeah. And Jack Brown says he does have a hammer. And Frederick says, yeah, that's the weird part. When he's frozen, he has a hammer, but he never used it in his wraith form. The helm with damn hammer does ring a bell. Really weird. Fighting with his hands, then suddenly he has a hammer when he's frozen dead. Cool. And I'm caught up. Yeah. So, to Facebook with us.
Indeed. Like I said, my technicals. I've got 2 screens on my screen already, and that's far enough for me. I'll jump on my phone to check the whip thread.
Just set this little cheeky guy up. You should be seeing that Facebook on the screen pretty soon. And see what we got.
Who's top of the list for you?
I have got.
So when you go to chat, do you comments? Do you go newest?
Go all comments. We've got Jack Brown at the top.
Indeed, yes.
Let's see what you lovely folks have been up to. So we jump off with Jack Brown. What a start!
I know.
In the spirit of quest, in a bending of the spirit of the BSIME, I've used the theme to carry on painting models for Quest of the Ring Bearer, but he's using the Watcher.
Exactly.
I didn't dare dream we'd get a Watcher.
That's a tap of the nose at the moment, that is. That's sort of like, gotcha. Yeah,
cheese lit some Bendix. Looks like we've got some... make sure you put him on the right base now, Jack.
Yeah.
So we've got there he is.
To be fair, though, look at the tentacles do look like hands at the end.
Oh, you get 3 fingers on them.
They look like three-fingered hands. Yeah. Like Ninja Turtle hands. But I love the texture that he's got on the Watcher paint job.
Exhaustive. All right, Joe Holzman. Punchy helm and some triple chocolate pop dots for me tonight. What's a triple chocolate pop dot? They look good. And he's got a cheeky visual companion there. Lovely stuff.
Basing says, so Mark Greentree basing some trees tonight, but I could always make a start on helm. Do it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'm going to give him that. He's put the blister in front of him. Right, Greentree. I love the big picture with the screenshot in the background as well. Yeah. Lovely theme. Look at that. Is that just a donut? Do we think?
I think so. Let me get. I think it might be a tart.
Lovely.
A cheesecake or a torte, maybe a torte. Chocolate torte.
Sean Clark is trying to get some finish. He's got a gorgeous version of Frecker on the go, along with some wild men.
I love the red running through the hill tribes as well. The red and blue and the cream.
Is that a hazelnut cream Kit Kat?
Ooh. A duo as well. I didn't know they do them. It comes in duos.
And we also have a beautiful Frecker, all finished. Looks awesome, man. Love the tattoos. Such a good model. Lovely. Michael D. Blaze, who's working on Emo Hill Tribe Boy.
Emo Hill Tribe Boy. Where are you?
And I'm looking for Hera. Cannot breathe. I kill your brothers tonight. I need some marriage and always. Your dad punched my dad. It's the crossover we never knew we needed. Sam Hardy still going at these guys. Oh, he's working on some heroes. He's in.
I'm loving Hammer's green armor there. I'm assuming it's green. Sorry for the light, but
Well,
yeah,
he just said
that's
started
really
tinting Halef's armor green. So yeah, that bodes well.
Yeah. Oh no, so Halef's armor. Sorry, not Hammer.
And for his snack, he's got a Toblerone. I needed the box for tomorrow's event to display what banner effect I'm going to use each turn for Gundabad. So look at this.
Angmar Fury.
I'm not gonna lie. When I'm gonna say this, I don't say this often on this stream, and I'm good friends with Sam Hardy, but that's crap. I thought he was going to cut it into triangles and made the banner or something. I'm just watching it on loop. It's just a Toblerone box he's drawn on. I love it. But he also bought it as his snack. Like, the only thing I could bring to the event, the only way I can do it is if I buy a Toblerone. I got the base colours done on that. Let's get this mounted one time, but won't finish tonight for watching highlights. Oh, good work, Sam. Oh, I love it.
Very good.
That is my favourite gaming aid I've ever seen. Matt Hudson's in, playing tonight, but hopefully back to fix up this beautifully painted eagle by Sean. Hopefully back to fix up. So it's painted by someone else, and he's playing a game, but he wants us to believe he's going to dab a paintbrush somewhere near it. I shall believe you. You're in, Matt. Oh, that really made me giggle. Ethan said that's lovely. Matt said that's Sean Clark's painting for you. Paul Merritt. I'm going to be painting some of the new Rohan infantry tonight, so Paul is in. Lovely stuff. Looks like potentially generation shift bases. Resin bases of some sort.
They are definitely generation. Well, I say definitely. No, well, no, they're less he's painted them because Matt's bases are grey, aren't they?
Yeah.
They might be home cast by the good man himself.
Justin Bertrand is in. He's got a lovely spread, so he's working. He's got chips, well, he means crisps, coffee with maple syrup liquor, Harmer on horse, Saruman, and Warrior. Nice to see Saruman getting some love.
Yes, indeed.
Good work, my friend. A little Ardacon badge in the past when Justin made the trip. Callum Rutter. Continuing with Harmer from the last stream. His whip progress is about the same composition, so we can click on this. He says, slow progress on him and his dismount, but getting there. Glad to hear it, my friend.
No problem. Callum's in.
Absolutely.
Julian in the reset. I can't wait to see Julian's finished product on the new Rohan model because he paints Rohan incredibly well.
Larry's messaged me with a tip about opening things in new windows. And I'm just going to say, this now because he's certainly watching it. I'm going to say I've forgotten what you said, and I've forgotten why it didn't work, but it didn't work. Is my answer to that? I will try again, but thank you for trying to help. Which is, I'm pretty sure, the first time in my life I've ever said that to you. Julian Hamilton, Rohan traitors for me tonight. Hopefully buying Lord Thorn at Warhammer World tomorrow, when I'll also be collecting Helm and Hera. Very cool. So he gets in.
Nice.
Using some of the old ones as the traitors. I quite like that. It's a bit throwing shade at the models. The old plastics can be the traitors. Mark Greentree says, not like you to take part, Julian. And he says, made progress on the chest armour and flesh highlights tonight. Oh, I just realised that. Not like you to take part. It's because we forgot him last turn. I nearly missed that. Julian Hammer says, made progress on the chest armour and flesh highlights tonight. Just starting on the main clothing now. I think we can go for this close-up. Looking very nice.
And my previous comment, I didn't realise that they were the older Rohan models. Still, I would like to see Julian's take on the new models as well,
absolutely.
but he's not planning to add them to the range, who knows. But I'm assuming he is, because he plays Rohan quite a lot.
James Griffin has put a purple and blue Smaug in, which is looking very cool and very different.
It is.
It could also be working. I mean, I don't recognise the name necessarily, but he could end up purple and blue as an alternative colour screen, or is he using that as a base to kind of build some reds up on top? I don't know.
Yeah, like add some undertones to give it a bit more depth.
Chris Cooper says, best bit of the film. Richard clamours in. Continuing to assemble the Hill Tribesmen for my Dunland Army of 2025. Got beer. Got chose. Think there's chocolate in the fridge for later. What a night. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, beer, drunk, nachos, scoffed, and another 9 assembled. That's all archers now, just to decide what happened to give the last 8 more shield and flaming brand. Yes. Answer is yes, Richard.
Yeah. Shield and flaming brand for the win. Never ever. The only thing you should never do is leave the flaming brands on the sprue. I think.
No.
All flaming brands all the time.
Yeah, definitely. It is worth it.
It's worth it for both the rules. It's worth it for Dominant. It's worth it for the Terran cavalry.
Yeah. But imagine if they gave you set of blaze as well. That'd be, yeah.
Michael Curtis, a mess of messy riders of Rohan on a messy desk. They're looking great, man.
They look awesome.
Larry Miller has a picture. That looks like a sprue of new things, doesn't it?
It does. Also, I love that he captured my face covered up by my model.
Can I give you a hot take?
Just to add insult to it. Yeah, go on.
If someone hadn't watched a stream in 6 months, I reckon you could pass for Steve in that.
Do you reckon? Yeah, I agree. The vastly, rapidly receding hairline. And
glasses on your head.
glasses on my head. Beard, yeah.
Black t-shirt. Now, Frederick Schultz, very late to the thread for Frederick. Have a bunch of snacks and drinks, including some expensive chocolate I nicked from work. Careful, this is the internet. Working on my Liberators of Edoras. I'm pretty sure Frederick's boss watches the stream as well.
Someone's getting a disciplinary on Monday.
He's always got such a great spread. Salami sticks. Oh, do you reckon that's like a pepperami?
Yeah.
Oh,
I reckon he's probably got more flavour than a pepperami.
More flavour than a pepperami? Impossible.
That is true.
How dare you, sir? It's a bit of an animal.
No, are you green? Are you green or are you green, red, or black?
Do you know what? I don't think I've ever gone black.
Careful now.
I was worried I wouldn't go back, but the girls like the green ones. I haven't had a red one in years. I like spicy stuff, so I'd probably pick the red one. But the girls have the green ones.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm partial to them. I wish I wasn't. It's like a pot noodle. We buy the little snack size ones to go in like their little. It's not even really for their lunchbox anymore. It's just like sometimes I need a snack to go in the car or something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I do like nicking them. I do enjoy them. What's the black one? Is it just super spicy?
Yeah, it's super hot, like extra hot. It's
Well,
not. It's, to be fair, it's not. No, and that, me knowing your spice tolerance, I don't think you'd be that impressed by the black one. So,
what's your pepperoni of choice?
I think because I go green just because they're tasty. They are tasty. I don't mind a bit of spice as well, but yeah, if I don't, I'll just go green for the ease of it. But every now and again, I'll pick a red one up.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Macklin, we have got an exclusive in the thread. We've got a Bride of Death Hera.
Oh yes,
it's not even out till tomorrow.
That's
We've got some sprue action.
Different...
So the question I have for Boris, and he did put it in the Patreon chat earlier, and I'm not sure if Boris, he's got another comment on it, but Boris, let us know in the YouTube chat, how is the face sculpted? The kind of job, he's put one hair assembled. We'll listen to the rest of the stream as I wrap gifts. So he does. It's a great sculpt. I'm not convinced. It's weird. I feel like she looks less like Hera than all of the other models look like their model. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, and I'm not saying for 1 second that it's weird. I don't know why I think Thorn looks like Thorn. I think the beard is easier potentially, but like Haleth looks like Haleth. Hama looks like Hama.
Yeah.
I don't know why I think they do.
But even obviously I haven't seen it in the flesh yet, but the plastic Hera looks like Hera as well from the photos.
No, I don't think it looks like Hera.
Don't think so. I understand what you mean about this one. But
I want it to look. It's weird with her. I want her to look. I want her to look slightly more anime, to look more like Hera. Whereas I think what they've done, what this looks like, a realistic Lord of the Rings model, which is what everyone would want. I don't know. I could be utterly mad, and everyone else might disagree. But there's just, in some way, I wanted her to look more like the film. In the way that I want most of them to look less like the film. I don't know. I can't put my hand on it. But it's a cool model anyway. Michael Haskell says, on the last stream, I started assembling the Rohan Warriors. I finished that sprue that weekend in the small tray. I started the second sprue this week and see how much further I got this evening. Lovely. He's got some roasted cashews. Pipe roll? Pipe roll?
Good job with another artwork from the boy.
Yeah. You got another artwork?
I can all guess who that is.
Is it Wolf?
No.
Is it Kylo Ren?
The sword. No, look at the sword, the hilt.
I can't see the sword hilt. Oh, it's Aragorn.
It is Aragorn.
You're hiding the sword hilt. That's awesome.
He's done a good job there, hasn't he? Yeah.
A very good job.
That's awesome. Thank you, son. The other one is... Oh, where is the other one? Oh, it's behind me. Oh. Yeah.
Do you like this one?
I do. Lord of the Rings is my favourite, so yeah.
The hand's a bit goofy, but I don't know.
That's all right. I'm glad you're doing something other than playing the Xbox, so it's lovely. And we've got Rory. So Ethan's in as well, right?
Anyway, these tutorials are like half an hour, they're 6 so long. Also, I didn't bother finishing like this tutorial because I had an idea of all.
Yeah. Boy, thank you.
I'm on Michael's comments. So before I go on to Michael's comment, Harry has said I managed 5 before I gave up 2. To be fair, I did that in just over an hour, close to 15 minutes per model for me, though my cleanup may be less thorough, because Michael said managed to assemble 5, not improved on the roughly 25 minutes per figure, but then I was on glass of wine number 3 by the end. That's for me this evening. I got the Hill Tribesman, I got to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What have you done?
That's the thing. It's a double-edged sword, really, isn't it? That they are slightly, in my opinion, slightly over-engineered, like I said to you the other day. But when you get past the build, you look at them, you're like, oh my God, they're so lovely.
Yeah, they are really good.
It is worth it.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bit of a pain to assemble them, but you only ever assemble them once.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Ethan Walker, he's got an undercoated wolf, and he's also got he's chucked some like. Oh, that looks gorgeous. That is lovely painting, my friend.
Where?
So clean.
On the warrior, the archer.
Ethan Walker. Reminds me a little bit of
Yeah.
Julian Hammond's work. That really clean, crisp colours.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. I love the helmet as well.
Yeah, really good face with the eyes and stuff.
Yeah.
Rory Campbell has got a test model for his Rohan Warriors tonight. I can click on the whip pic to have a look at. Oh, it looks lovely.
Oh, nice. Very vibrant. I love Rohan with dark green for some reason.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Dark green on Rohan.
I know what you mean because you explained it very clearly with your words.
I'm tired. Leave me alone.
No, it's not you. It's me. I'm mocking me. When you said I love Rohan with dark green, and I went, yeah, I know what you mean. As if what you meant wasn't abundantly clear. Like,
yeah, there was no subtext.
No, it's one of my honestly my personal bugbears. Whenever people say it makes my eye twitch when they go, I know what you mean. It's like, of course you know what I mean. I explained it clearly. Like,
I'll try not to say it.
no, that's good. Harry Parkill is in. I think have we got a baby update? We've got a big screen. Let's have a look at this. No baby. Baby's fine. Mac is despairing in his picture though.
I do look very much in despair for some reason. I think I was just having a chilled moment listening to you, and I put my hand on my head like I was.
Look at this! Yeah. Look at this guy. Tesco finest hickory smoked nuts. I thought we would. Thought new baby was normally times are tight.
Mate. It's the TV presenter money. That's what it is.
He's also got something called a summer bin lager. Harry Parkill. That's not very appropriate, Mr. Parkill. You're an upstanding member of the community. He says, that'll do for now. My patient wears thin and I'm prioritising sustenance. I can only presume that he's building those Rohan Warriors for the Two Towers.
Indeed. Oh, that is lovely. The next one along.
Simon Glazebrook.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Lord Thorn.
Look at that.
That is beautiful.
Lord Thorn as I live and breathe.
Indeed.
Heavy armour is that? Defense 6
for you? Yeah.
Why is it heavier than all the other Rohan Warriors? What's going on with that?
No.
That is beautiful, Simon.
So good.
He's got a comment. Also, we've got an update. Armour details, sword hilt, and a bit of basing done so far. Mate, that looks so good.
That's so good.
Oh, that looks brilliant. Love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it.
I like it a lot.
Ferret Schultz, was this meme mentioned in the chat? Was this... Oh, God, what is that? Is that the war leader?
It's a Harrod's shit.
Yeah.
He's not a war leader. What's he known as?
It's the chieftain,
he's the evil-headed one.
It's just
warrior.
It's the Mummic Commander. That's an old BSIME thing. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
I can't remember the context. Lovely stuff.
Alexei, oh God, on Carlos.
Just realised I have an unopened pack of Crebain, which might be on theme. It is on theme, my friend.
It's in the army list, or I don't get on it.
It's in both of them.
Got a turn in, unfortunately, hardly any progress with the Quran, but 2 or capture base colours done. He's put some Crebain together, so I think we can enter him, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
I have no problem entering him. Stop it. Yeah, absolutely. It's progress to get it out and think maybe I'll do something with this.
Yeah.
And you've done more than that. You've pulled it out.
Step in the right direction.
So there you step on the way to clearing that backlog. Crebain cool as well. Scott Newman, going to get this Saruman base coated at the very least tonight. You know who we've not had? Eowyn.
Eowyn, yeah.
We've yet to have any Eowyn love. Lovely to get another Saruman in there. Good work, Scott. Frederick Schultz converted this Dunlending warrior years ago, who'll probably now turned into a Rohan traitor. Is this the same guy? Is this, yeah, it's... Okay, so we'll go to the last picture. I think I did an okay job on the spear hand pose. We need some more green stuff to blend it in. It does look good, man.
It was very good.
I think he's already in, isn't he? Yeah, he's already in.
Tin garlic. Basing night
tonight.
tonight.
Where's my Stone Troll TW? I should release it at the cards.
Yeah.
That's a lot of basing, isn't it?
There's a lot of basing.
No Thorn for Tim, it looks like. Looks like starter set plus Frecker, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, Targ, Wolf, yeah, Frecker. Yeah, I think you're right. Starter set plus Frecker.
Right, Greggs is in. Wildly off theme tonight, working on a cardboard parking garage for my 2-year-old's birthday party this weekend. If the paint dry start, I'll be testing it out with some remote control cars. See how good my parking is. That's awesome.
That's brilliant. That is good.
Why is he doing it for a birthday party? Is he having like a parking party? I get why you buy it, why you build it for your kid and stuff, but like, you know, specifically need it for a party.
Just judging people's reverse parking.
Everyone want to come around to mine and park their toy cars very carefully and sensibly. Party. Ain't no party like a Griggs party.
Ain't no party like a Griggs parking party.
But that's good though, man. I like it.
That's very good.
You can't go in. Can't get in. NRS parking lot. Matt Baker, assembling the rest of the new heroes this evening. So that's just a laptop with a sprue. Nearly finished with the heroes, and then just the Rohan Warriors to finish the box off. Lovely stuff. Gone with the axe for Haleth, the thinking man's choice.
Yeah. When I build mine, I need to have the axe as well.
Gotta have the axe. Usually really uses.
Clean up for Larry.
Before he gets an arrow in the neck. Spoilers.
Oh, Larry, that's giving me absolute anxiety. That he's put. Can you see what the initial?
Yeah, it's just insane. I don't get what.
I can't deal with that. That's really hurting my head.
There's literally no benefit to it.
I know one slip, one little knock, and he's got to literally painstakingly look at the instruction manual and the shape of the part to put it back in the right place. The man is insane.
There's no benefit to doing that. There's none. There is only risk. Some men just want to watch the Westfold burn.
Oh, look at this show off.
Oh, colours. Oh, I see 6 dice in it. Yeah. You'd love to see it. Oh, he's thrown that down at Crosby. Let's see your 6 dice, Crozzers.
He's literally coming there with the old. He's dangling a bit, swinging into the fray. All right. Yeah, lads.
I said this is because I think earlier in the week I'd said to him, "Are you?" He said, "I'm doing 6 Rohan Warriors." And I said, "Are you using your dice as painting handles?"
Yeah.
There is 6 dice colours. For any of you new this week, have a look at that. That's what if you dedicate yourself to the stream, this could be you. Colours is one of 2 people on this earth, with Josh Crosby being the other, to have 6 black dice. He's got 5 more black dice than I have.
He's got 1 more black dice than I have.
Looks beautiful though, mate. And you are in the draw. The chance, and then right underneath him, look at Crosby. Need to finish these 2 and give them a shield. Then I can do the first scenario in the book. Amazing scenes.
You've seen the backdrop.
He's always got some good BSIME stickers in the backdroppers, Josh. See, this as well. This gives me hope because this is. I love Josh's stuff. So this is kind of what my guys look like at this stage. So I'm always comforted to see that other people's models look about the same level as mine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they don't just get touched with a paintbrush and they're perfect. There is a process to it, definitely. Gary George next. He's got some eagles on the go. Very nice.
Oh, that's our first Eagles evening, isn't it?
I know.
Great excuse to finally get some work done on the Eagles and Radagast. My lovely wife came years ago. Congratulations, lovely wife. Congratulations, Gary George.
Indeed. And then some handsome fella posted a picture of his son's art drawing. After that,
let's have a look. Let's have a look. That's weird. For me, the next comment's posted by you.
Yeah, that's what I said. Some handsome fella posted a picture of his son's artwork.
Oh, yeah, because you're handsome.
Yeah.
There's amazing artwork by Mr. Joseph Macklin.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Deathcore Creek. Great work. Lovely to see Joseph getting involved in the stream.
It is very nice.
Next time his dad should probably rotate the picture.
Did I not retire? Okay. Hey, I don't like technology. Don't make me rotate things.
Is he still there?
Joseph's still there, yeah.
Yeah, Joseph, next time, just send it to me, all right?
Yeah, send it straight to Damien, the picture. I posted it, but like the wrong way. I didn't actually rotate the picture and show people. They have to turn their heads and look at the picture, basically. All right, sorry guys, sorry.
Ferret Schultz has another conversion. Had a spare hand from a certain Horse Lord Princeling and used it to retrofit another Dunlending Warrior conversion, now usable as a Rohan traitor. A Horse Lord Princeling. Who do we think that is?
I don't know who that...
Aemma?
Possibly.
It looks plastic, right?
Yeah, I think it might be Hallett.
Oh, that's a good shot. It's probably is Paris Hallett, isn't it? Yeah. Good shout. Frederick continues his role of seemingly converting every model under the sun and never painting any. I'm not sure I've ever seen paint on any of Frederick's models. Stephen Ryan is in, saying, painted wolf this week and now working on my Lord Thorn, ready for the Slow Grow League element game. So here is Wolf, looking very cool with a white Lord Thorn in the background. And...
Rohan traitors so far, mostly using old Dunlending Warrior conversions from Frederick. Yeah, indeed, they're very cool.
Stephen Ryan goes in. Good work, Stephen. It's a cool model, Thorn.
Harry Johnson. He painted some bowmen.
Hang on, I'm just bringing up Frederick's traitors. Rohan traitors so far, mostly using old Dunlending Warrior conversion. They look cool, man.
Yeah, they look very cool.
Love the use of the Hornblower. The old Helminger's command set that was from, they always looked a bit Dunlending with the scale. Ricky Colebrook got back from work. See if I can do there you go. Told you would. Got back from work. See if I can do a few base colours before the stream ends. And he does. All base coats applied. Just waiting for them to dry so it can be washed. Awesome stuff. Ricky Colebrook. Good work. He was in, went to work, came back, and entered.
Nice. That's dedication, that is.
Or a short working day. Well, that's weird. Why do I now? Oh, hang on. Sorry, I skipped one here because Frederick's...
I did mention Harry Johnson.
Yeah, Frederick's got two very similar looking pictures.
Oh, and Alexis James as well.
Yeah, so Frederick's got two very similar looking pictures. So when I scrolled down, I went to the second one. So we also have Harry Johnson. And in case there's an inquiry, I am going to put them in the right place. Harry Johnson.
So yeah, Harry's in, Alexi James.
With some Rohan Warriors, painting some bowmen from the box art. Lovely to see, Harry. Hope all's well, mate. Then Alexi James. One of the rare streams I can see live. So I had to batch paint all my hill tribesmen at once. Regret. I've snapped 3 bows. Oh, man.
Nah.
I couldn't do that.
Hopefully you find... So yeah, then that goes back to Ricky Colbert, which you've shown already. Painting out the Hill Tribesman. Very nice job.
Axes are out spears, so then it's Frederick cutting off more axes. Lovely. There's Ricky's. So Ricky then goes in there. Josh Coles finished a Mirkwood Elf Archer for my Halls of Thranduil project. Unfortunately, Rohan had to wait. Looking very good.
It's very nice.
I took ages doing my ones of those years ago, like loads and loads of layers, and whenever I see them, I kind of get PTSD. How much it took. Chris Crosby's put a Deathcore Krieg model in in celebration of Deathcore Krieg Week. Looks fantastic, of course.
That's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Sam Earnshaw picked up from where I left off a couple of years ago with Nellie's Howder.
A couple of years ago.
I think he started the moment a couple of years ago and then decided to pick it back up again, starting with the Howder.
Love it. Get some Mummet love. Everyone wants a bit of Mummet love in their life.
Indeed.
Chris Cooper working on making the last of our hill tribes tonight, both Ruth and I. And now Ruth and Ben have been working on my last alliance. So they're working through the hill tribes. So Chris Cooper.
Yes.
And Ruth Cooper. Very cool. Tell you what, mate, people are loving the War of the Rohirrim, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of love for all these new models.
Absolutely.
And here's his last alliance. Very cool. So he's got Numenorian Archer, Numenorian Spearman, Numenorian Sword, Dying Isildur, Elendil, Dying Elendil, a Gap, Dying Isildur, Plastic Numenorian, Plastic Archer. That's interesting. I don't know why I left the Gap next to Elendil like that. It's weird.
Are you up to Chris Cooper?
Hawk Jacobson.
Yeah.
He's got 10 replies. Spent a bit of time painting 2 Crabane and making another banner for Lord Thorn's warbands. Also started some conversions to make Shank and Rot more Dunlendy. So let's see what we got. I think what I might do here is if I do this, because we've got so many pictures here, that does seem to make them quite large on the page. That should be alright. For the sake of this one, so we've got, he said, another banner for Lord Thorn. So we've got a converted banner. Oh, okay, yeah. So we converted them to look more Dunlending. That's cool.
Yeah, the banner's lovely.
So that's interesting. He's going to be using them as humans.
Yeah,
that's a really cool idea. I love the carrying off the pig or whatever it is, and he's got like animal trinkets for how many you take. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, he's done it. He's done a Steve Perry. He's only gone and cut up a really expensive foil model as a head. That's right. Frecker's head.
It's a Frecker. Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. This one here.
That's lovely.
Ducks and geese as trinket markers. Interesting. It's all about those animals they're taken from Rohan. Their troll friends are going to be carrying a cow and a goat. Good use for the farmland animals. Very cool, man.
Yeah.
Hawk Jacobson is in. Ashley Fisher, a bit more progress on my Warriors of Rohan. Lovely to see it.
Very nice.
Of course, Ashley now, whereas arguably fallen slightly behind, but is still 4 dice Fisher. So he's still part of the big 4, but he's at the back of the big 4.
Yeah, so Larry's just posted a Sauron statue.
Yeah, so I will mention this because he mentioned it in the chat earlier, but I'm not sure we talked about it. But Diagstini are doing a part work where you can collect the Sauron model. So this is, of course, Diagstini that did Battle Games for Middle Earth. So this is Larry's suggestion for what we do when we finish the magazines. that we now start going through this part.
Today we got part of the helm.
Helm. I will say this though, I promise, I'm not going to collect that, but when that comes out, if DXDini are doing another Lord of the Rings part work, I'm going to buy issue 1, which will be $1.99. Issues normally $8.99, and we'll do a special on it.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll do like a Sauron week or something.
Yeah.
Larry Miller's then, what's he done? Just shoved some pieces. I don't know. Is that better or worse?
I don't know. He's just made it more vomit-inducing. So yeah.
What is that? It just looks like they're in different places.
I literally can't deal with it. I can't look at it. I'm not being exaggeration, but that's too chaotic for my liking.
There's no good comes from that.
And then Lewis Woods in between is posted an Ent. Very nice work.
Very cool, but no Ents in War of the Rohirrim, unfortunately. So no dice for you.
Larry has built some models. Finally, but
not this far, but tired, and the stream is ending. So calling it there for tonight.
Dave Walker's in.
Dave Walker, is he joining us after a gig? That's what he's normally doing, big rock star.
Nice.
Sorry, I missed the stream again, but thought I'd show off these dudes I painted. Oh, they look great! They look awesome.
Yeah, very nice.
I'm absolutely snapping that. That's more great colour reference for me. That's a bit of how I want my guys. They look great, Dave. Love them.
They look amazing. They're very, very nice.
It's the tricky thing I find with it's the distinguishing between the browns and making sure they all pop enough without making them look stupidly bright.
Oh, check the photo of his rusty Uruk sword. Like the next one.
Yes, it's
awesome.
The running sword, yeah? Yeah, that looks amazing.
That's so realistic.
It's great, dude. And he's also got close up his spearman. What's the big tray? Is that just how many he's got? Looks like quite a few. I think that's at least 36. I think he's got 36 in there. Yeah. Very cool, Dave. Have a look at another one. We've got 2 spare. Let's have a look at this dude. Oh, it looks so good. That does look quite a lot like Josh's to me. That's a similar sort of style that I want to try and emulate. And again, he's got that kind of bluey grey going on, which I think brings him to life a little bit, alongside the tan and the dark brown. Lovely stuff, Dave. I'll be hitting you up for how you painted those. Then we have Joe Holzman, got helm built with a slight arm stuck to thumb mishap. Oh, stuck to your thumb, I presume. Got some more progress on my hill troll, so Joe gets to come in. Very late for Joe.
In the hell? It is. Oh, Larry, come on. Have a look at the last comment. Picture that Larry's posted.
It is good. It is good. It is good. This is why we don't ban him.
Yeah, exactly.
Has he done anything else silly on there? It tends to. There might be hidden stuff in there. I can't see anything else. The only thing that could be better if he'd put a version of her from 1 Foot in the Grave on.
Yeah.
Right, that was 87 comments. I'm going to close that. I'm going to click on refresh. And I see that Jesus, there's now 100 comments on it. So obviously most of these are likely to be responses. So I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom. There's actually only one more at the bottom, so most of them are responses. So Oh, we didn't show Joe's hill trolls off, so I'm just going to zoom in on that so we can see those a bit. That did not work. What the hell happened there? Oh, man. That's what Facebook's going. Try and zoom in on me, where I'll make you scroll back to the top. So let's show off one of Joe's hill trolls, which I forgot to. So we got this little guy looking cool. Did you get any hill trolls?
Yeah, I saw the hill trolls, yeah.
Did you get any?
Oh, did I get any? No, I didn't. Not yet. I want them. I very much want them. They're super awesome. But
looking very good,
I
Joe.
didn't.
And then there is Josh's progress, looking amazing. Should finish on the weekend. Very, very cool. And that was all she wrote. So what I am going to do, as always, is go and check ye old emails. Oh, hello. Oh, what a time to be alive. I got some banging news. My order is on its way. I've had an email at 1:12 a.m. from Warhammer.
Nice.
Shank and Rot, Orc Scavengers, and Hera are on the way.
Whoop, whoop.
And I don't know if Warwick Griggs is out there still, but Warwick Griggs is Gondor, Trebuchet, and Osgiliath veterans, which are his prize-winning things. They are also on the way. So Warwick, if you're out there, your toys are coming, man. What a great thing to happen on the stream.
That is,
to have a live dispatch of the new releases. I've
Nice.
checked the emails and we have no emails this week. Which means I can go back to Streamlabs, I can go back to mainstream, and I can transition. And there we go. Well done, everyone. Incredible work. Maccas, can you catch up on the chat while I count?
We'll try.
We have Old School Chris C saying, going to dip out now. Happy rest of stream. Roof and I'll catch up with the Whip Thread tomorrow, I believe. I think that was the last. We're about there. Waiting for the base to be delivered from Jack. That must be for the Watcher, I guess. Is that right? Very short. So I can see a Damien Wolf song coming at some point. We haven't had a BSIME song in a while. Sam is saying I had grander ideas for the Toblerone box. I couldn't find the tapes to decorate it. I love the Toblerone box. I'd ever change it.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Frederick Schultz.
That's why I got up to you. Frederick Schultz, and then Old School. Gonna dip out now.
Yeah. So keep going down.
Yeah.
Frederick saying Toblerone manufacturers hate this. Kill a live stream host with laughed using one simple trick.
One simple trick. Yeah. For you, all you need a Toblerone and a Sharpie.
There you go.
I like the idea of using the new and old Warriors of Rohan, Warriors of Rohan Helm's Deep List. Many of these models have been seen too many editions or too few. Is it too late to enter? Depending on when you said it, probably not. Dave Walker got in, didn't he?
Yeah, Dave's in.
Yeah, Dave's in, yeah. They will refresh at the end. Yes, that really would. We did. They'll know he's not Steve, he's painting. I think that's the point of when I covered my face up with Wolf. And said I look like Steve. They're like, no, he's actually painting. So, are we looking at a record? If so, I'll throw Tuft on my hill tribes. I've been working on it earlier today. Oh, I don't know. I don't think, it's too niche to be a record, right?
We weren't going to allow it as a record because it's a special. There's too many things that can come into it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's been a very strong week, though. I'll say that much.
Yeah. But we are not. But you could win a dice. I've never gone back. You sure about that? Says Steve. Talking about the Pepper Army.
I enjoyed that.
Actually, usurping Aragorn from the throne would be thematic, says Sam.
It would be good, yeah, it would be good.
Yeah. Dave Walker, okay, cheers, man. Just got in from work, and so we'll stick last one bit as haven't earned the right to be in draw. So annoying, I'm balls deep into painting hill tribes, just not tonight. Never mind, mate. You are in there. You didn't actually give me a respect. I think you made it in there, so maybe this is a part of the old chat, though. I'm far back on it.
Yeah.
Yes, I feel like the model does look like Hera that much. Doesn't look like Hera that much, but the unpainted mini looks better than the paint job.
Mm.
Also, the plastic one Looks more like higher than the resin one. Yeah, says Frederick. Larry says, Stephen Ryan, that comment made me chuckle.
Which comment was that?
So, they don't care about how much you've done. One highlight or a tuft is enough. Larry Miller, Aragorn. Does that mean the stream gets a like from you?
Yeah, that's Larry's rule that you got to laugh.
Otherwise, there would be video evidence this day and age, wouldn't it? It was a snort chuckle, but not a full-out laugh. So not a like. Sorry.
What was that about? What was he snort chuckling about?
One of Stephen Ryan's comments. I'm not sure which one. Frederick Schultz, you're right. Not sure what I was thinking of. Must have been imagining things. So Stephen.
Oh, I see. So it's when I said the thing about the pepperami colours.
Oh yeah. Larry goes and said, "I know what you mean, Damien."
What?
Larry said, "I know what you mean, Damien."
About what? I don't like it when Larry knows what I mean.
Just the whole like, "Oh yeah, I know what you mean," but yeah, of course you do. I've just told you.
I just explained it incredibly clearly.
I know what you mean, Larry.
Look, I tell you, look out for it in life. It's annoying.
Yeah. Says Harry must have plenty of extra money as well as the time with young Parkhill around. It was a joke about Steve trying to describe how to make an unarmored Theoden conversion. Oh, okay.
Oh, what, the Harad? That's probably the Harad guy, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, just lash some grey on a stony base. Won't be offended if I get knocked back. Well, no, you put paint to a model, mate. If the model was in part of the draw, then you're in, Dave. So I think that's why you're in, mate. Yeah. I believe the story was someone poorly explained using the Harad body for a Theoden dismount. Then I made the bird head of Rohan leg Photoshop. I called it classic Theoden. And the normal movement commander is left-handed.
Right. Ooh. So that might be why you did it, because Theoden's left-handed.
Yeah. Theoden left-handed. Yeah. Just got an email from JW Hera and Troll on the way. Buzzing. Yeah, Dave Walker got the same email as you did.
Nice. I got that.
Just realised I missed basing Thorn because I put him in the Rohan box.
Missed what?
No, just Fohammer says, yeah.
No.
Larry said the trick is not dropping or knocking a tray. Also, yeah, definitely not knocking a tray, Larry. And then Sam said, I thought it was a political statement against treachery, Tim. I don't know. I'm lost at the moment. Larry says, if I did, I would line up the parts against the other sprue. And as I refuse to touch the instructions until the box is done.
That's why you're crazy. You're justifying being crazy. These are ways to cope with the terrible decision you've made.
Yeah.
If you didn't do it, you wouldn't have to do any of these things. If I mush them all up, all I have to do is take any piece and compare it to the other sprue. On the other hand, if you didn't cut them all off, you'd never have to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Ricky Drinks Paint said, I start work at 2:30 and finish at 10:30. So he was already at work. Yeah, Fohammer, whoop, Snow Troll email just landed.
They're obviously working away in that factory at 1:30, aren't
they? Yeah. I also got a troll email. I hope that's not the actual GW email, Larry. I hope someone's just trolling you. But three trolls, not Snow Trolls. So you got 3 trolls.
He's a filth.
Joe Hosman, I got an email, Snow Troll and Hera on the way. Nice. Sam says, do you like how Damien got your advice of opening picks in separate windows, Larry? And then the second picture I asked was I cleaned the components. Larry, when you do expect to finish this army? No idea, doing the Rohan first. What?
I'll just cut all the pieces off and keep them on a tray for a few months' time.
And leave the tray.
The man's a monster. The man's a monster.
Really upset.
I mean, in his slight defence, he might be painting the Rohan first, but he's assembling those wild men, isn't he? We've seen him assemble.
Yeah, I know he has. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But I need to finish Theoden first, and I'm waiting until I have some time off. Larry. So if I figured I would build wild men, as I thought would stress them, it would stress them out all the components.
It did. You're right.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Mission
You're
accomplished.
quite right.
I was in earlier. There's a chance now. Put me in twice to Joe Holzman. Dirty Down Rust is how I cheated that cool rusty metal look, by the way, if anyone wanted to know. Yeah, it's so good. That was
Oh,
so
Joe,
good.
I have. Thank you for your integrity. You're absolutely right.
Why is that? Why
It
did
was
that
second,
do that?
as normal, as expected. You right?
Yeah, just for some reason my chat just jumped forward about
Sam
1,000.
As I say, Penacrypt the movie. Speaking of emails, Larry ordered Hill Trolls on the 10th and received them a few days later. Yesterday, I got an email letting me know they were back in stock. God, just got a dispatch email. Everyone got an email. What a great time to be here for the email party. We're so excited.
Yeah. Brian Cuthbert, I'm caught up now. Jack Brown, me too. Yesterday, they're back in stock. Did anyone else go through the releases and find the new bass sounds and order a load of basses for the pile of shame?
No.
I think I spent 20 quid on basses. Bloody hell.
I'd only have to do it. I'd have to do it for the Watcher and the Cave Trolls. I think that's it. Have you put all
What's
yours
the
on
new
square
bass size
bases? What did you say? What did you say?
What's the bass size for the Watcher?
Oh, 130mm circle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's no fun.
Did you buy that weird 5-pack from Warhammer? I asked Larry. Will Gurits count for the record for next week?
Well, it's not Gurits, is it? It's the conversion sprue. I think, yeah. I think, given that,
it's from an actual issue, isn't it? It's not a special.
The conversion sprue you have to get is the thing. And
the record lowest, says Calamar.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, do you think there's 55 unclipped conversion sprues in the world? I don't know. It could be exciting.
It absolutely seems if it is the record breaker. Not sure I went through the descriptions that added relevant sizes to the cart. There seems to be definite lack of consistency between siege engines, bases, some oval, some round. If you want to make an omelette, you have to break a few eggs.
Lay out
and then the components in order. So we've been shopping and I had a nice leisurely brunch. Get back and you mad buggers are still going.
That's what we do. And
No,
Gary George, you're back in time for you're in the draw, man. So you might be back in time for your victory.
No, I will finish assembling them. I get 160mm for my troll catapult for tomorrow, as the side of my hat. Yeah, mine might be slightly wider than 160. Or big old hands.
There we go.
Need to locate the conversion sprue, but I bought that for the stream. Nice. So yeah, I'm done. No more comments.
It's a glorious day. I had 42 entries, which is going to be 3 groups of 14. It's actually 41 entries because Joe kindly said he was up there first. So again, an amazing week for War of the Rohirrim. I think we have to say, really, really good. And people are saying, was this a record and all that? But again, it just goes to show that Aragorn is on, who our record holder, he's on 51. It just goes to show how far ahead he was. And what anyone will have to do to beat him. But yeah, 41 people. Well done, everyone. 41 people. And I've put you in, Tom. I sometimes forget the host, but you were working on stuff. So you're in.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, 41 people around the world working on War of the Rohirrim stuff tonight. How cool is that? So we get to the business of the day. Here it comes. Let's switch to Dice Jam. There we go. So as a reminder, this is the mighty prize you're playing for. The black Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice. That only rolls off the board.
Possibly the last one in existence.
Last what?
Probably the last one. I said possibly the last one in existence.
Well, I'm going to keep giving this one away for a while, I think. Oh, big 3, look at that. You had the Elven Blade, you're good. You've won the fight. Perfect.
Yes.
It's everything you dreamed of. So, we have 3 groups. I'm going to do a 14, 14, 13. So our first group is... Oh, God, I've left it in 10s. I didn't adjust it. That's 10. 11, 12, 13, 14 is there. That's only 28, which is there. Lovely. Okay, so our first group. Jack Brown, Joe Holzman, Mark Greentree, Sean Clark, Michael Dublé, Sam Huddy, Matt Hudson, Paul Merritt, Justin Bertrand, Callum Rutter, Julian Hammond, Richard Clammer, Michael Curtis, and Larry Miller. So, 5 dice Holzman is in the mix here. All right. Over to you, Marcus.
Okay, go.
It's 3. Oh, it's missed Holzman by 1. Oh, agonising. It's Greentree. What? Greentree is in the final. You'd
Nice.
love to see it. Next up, we have Frederick Schultz, Boris Herzog, Michael Haskell, Ethan Walker, Rory Campbell, Harry Parkhill, Simon Glazebrook, Alexi Honkasalo, Scott Newman, Tim Garlick, Matt Baker, Larry Miller, and check this out for a last 2, 6 dice Cuthers and 6 dice Crosby next to each other on 13 and 14.
You did say Larry Miller again, though. He was in the first draw.
I did. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Okay, Larry twice. Good spot. All right, so we're going to take Larry out. God, these double is a disaster. So this is now going to be a group of 13.
Yeah.
Wow, sorry. Dear, oh dear.
Larry's probably like, fuck you, Mackley.
So, yeah, it's 13. So we'll be re-rolling 14s on this.
Yeah.
And now Cuthers and Crosby are on 12 and 13. Well spotted, Maccas. Can Cuthers and Crosby get in?
Go.
It's a 2. It would have been Holzman. It would have been Holzman. It's Boris Herzog.
Nice.
And then I believe this is now right. This should leave me with 12 or 13, I want to say. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we have another 13. So we are re-rolling 14s.
Nice.
So we have Gary George, Joseph Macklin. I'll put him in. He did some good artwork.
Ooh,
Stephen Ryan, Harry Johnson, Alexi James, Ricky Colebrook, Sam Earnshaw, Chris Cooper, Ruth Cooper, Hawk Jacobson, Ashley Fisher, Dave Walker, and Tom Macklin. So we're re-rolling 14s.
Come on, 13. Come on, the big 13.
Not root for your son, no? Cool.
No.
Ashley
Well,
Fisher.
if he wins, I can physically hand him a dice right on live on the stream.
Mate, that would save me some postage.
Yeah.
So if we want Joseph, that's another 2 that we're after.
Yeah.
They have been rolling low. We've had a 3 and a 2 so far. And for 4 dice Fisher to get in, we need an 11.
Right. Go.
That's a 7. He's dodged Fisher, he's dodged himself, and he's dodged his son. What a choke. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's Sam Earnshaw. Woo!
Hey.
So, what have we got riding on this? Not necessarily big dice names, I believe. So always exciting to see when the new younger generation come up.
Is that 3 non-winners?
Let's have a look. So we have Mark Greentree. Doesn't have a dice.
No.
We have Boris Herzog. Doesn't have a dice. And we have Sam Earnshaw, who has 2 dice.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we've got a clear form champion.
Yeah.
But there's clearly people's champions going on here. We've got Mark and Boris who are stalwarts of BSIME here. So Mark is on 1, Boris is on 2, and the player with the form, with the experience, is on 3. Sam Earnshaw.
Oh.
Who's your money on, Tom?
I'm gonna go. Do you know what? Just for the laws of the way it works on this stream, I'm gonna go with Sam. Actually, I think he's gonna get a 3 dice tonight.
Who?
3rd dice.
Who is?
Yeah.
What's Earnshaw?
Yeah.
That's a big claim. If he does, he's one of only 2 people in the world to have 3 dice.
Nice.
I feel good I'm going to give it to Greentree. I reckon Greentree's taking home the big dice tonight.
Right, go.
Strong from Green Tree. It's a strong start. Of course, we know in Dice Match.
Yeah.
So I've dubbed this after 110 episodes. Anything can happen after the first roll.
Go.
Oh, there you go. You're seeing the spread.
God.
There's Herzog. They are leaving the experienced Sam Earnshaw in the dust.
Go.
It's out. It was a 3 as well. It was a 3 for Sam.
That was a cow. Right, go again.
Oh, there it is. And he sweeps away the dust, catching up.
Absolute scenes.
It's how you want it to go. It's how you want it to go. It's great play from everyone. Great play from everyone. So it is Definitely. 1 point all.
Strong start.
It is a 2 dice shootout at that dice match.
Go.
Oh, here he comes. Here comes Earnshaw, storming up the rear. Oh, unbelievable scenes. No, surely is it gonna be heartbreak for Green Tree and Herzog?
So, go.
Oh, he's done it! Earnshaw's done it! He's done it! He's broken hearts. He's rolled 3 in a row. Oh, it's incredible scenes. Bad. I think you said he was going to roll 3 in a row, didn't you?
I did.
He just let the other 2 guys pull ahead. Oh, I feel dreadful for Mark and for Boris.
Yeah. Sorry that maybe my preempted goes were a little. I should have said go maybe a millisecond earlier or later.
I'll tell you what, he's been waiting, mate. His last dice was in stream 68.
Oh wow.
That is a long wait for your 3rd dice.
Definitely.
Sam Earnshaw. If you're still out there, Sam, you're watching on Catch Up, fire me over your address. I don't have a dice to send you, but I will one day. It goes down to 40 entries, doesn't it? Because we had a double Larry. 40 entries and Sam wins. Unbelievable scene. So now I can confirm with a little click of the sort ascending button that for the first time it's George Galloway he joins, I believe. George Galloway has been sitting on 3 dice. He's been the only person on 3 dice for ages.
Wow.
Absolutely ages. Mate, it's hard to tell when the others shot past him, but I really can't work that out. But yeah, he's been on 3 dice for absolutely ages. The only person to be on 3 dice, and now he is joined by Sam Earnshaw. And Ashley Fisher now on 4 dice. He's going to be looking over his shoulder, thinking, "There's 2 of them behind me now."
Yeah, I know.
And if they catch me, they could do some real damage. But yeah, I'm sorry to Boris. I'm sorry to Mark. It's a cruel game, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It is tough. It is.
I mean, but players with form always tend to take the title, you know. So it's
that's it. There's a reason he's won. There's a reason he's won. Like 2 before. People always say, "Oh, this is just luck." If it's just luck, why do the same players keep winning it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. How has one person got 2 or 2 people got 6 dice?
It's not luck. It's strategy.
Yeah, it's not luck.
It's strategy. It's conditioning. It's fitness. It's dedication. And you saw it there with Sam. You saw it. He didn't panic. The other 2 went up one each, and he was just like, "Oh, it's all right. I've got this. Rush ahead. Use your energy." And he just gradually used all that experience to storm his way to a 3 dice winning run. And as much as I'm sad for Boris and Mark, it is really impressive to see an experienced player play like that. It's nice. It's nice when it comes.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, shall we see what the last chat was about?
Yep.
We have Joe Holzman needing to locate the conversion sprue I bought for that stream. Yes, you do. Joe Holzman, it's going to be another 6-hour stream. We are about to hit the 6-hour mark indeed. Seems to be the new normal. Larry Miller, 51. Gurritz will have him. Sure. And he says Tom for some reason. Calamar, whose ones do I have to re-roll to get into a final for once? Callum, have you never been in a final? Is that true? I don't record who's been in the final, so I don't know. Josh Crosby, Cuthers and I took each other down in the box, scrapping like animals. Sam punching at the weigh-in. Cuthers and Crosby can't hold back. Both too busy to realise they didn't qualify. Joe Holzman says, surely Alice Martin's got a dice. Alice Martin is, of course, the Facebook account who ripped off Mark's work. Sam says, Mark and Boris need to team out and take out Sam early. Larry, before we go any further, do the finalists want to call it a tie and have a fun roll? It's topical. Let's call it a draw. Yeah. And then Sam says, you hate to see it. He toyed with them. Congrats, man. Hall of Cats. I think that's a new name. What up, guys? Glad to have caught the stream. I unfortunately, you've missed most of the stream, but it's lovely to have you in, my friend.
Yeah,
whoever Hall of Cats is. I wonder if that's Winston Cat. Sam says they should have worked together. They got greedy and tried to steal it off one another. Joe says, I've located the conversion sprue and I'm now working on the conversion. That seems to me a beautiful segue to remind you of the next stream, which is 1 week today, or actually technically 1 week yesterday. So next Friday we'll be back to battle streams for the first time in a while to look for another issue. So this will be the theme. We're not done with our new edition. We will be returning after that to Armies of the Lord of the Rings and Armies of the Hobbit. We're gonna have a cheeky look through one of these. Remember, the theme of the next stream is the conversion sprue. So you need to try and get yourself one of these, and you need to do any form of conversion with it. And there's a wonderful article in this issue dealing with conversions on that sprue. But the wonderful twist that's never been done before is that if you do the Gurit's conversion on here called Gothmog's Lieutenant, which means that you use the metal Gurit's head and the two-handed scythe and this plastic orc, if you make this model, you get 2 entries into the dice draw. Never done it before. Unbelievable scenes. But yeah, very, very cool. And if you do that, 2 entries. So it's conversion sprue week, but it's kind of Gurit's week. That's what we're going to be doing. I remember thinking when we were doing the Facebook thread that we had something to celebrate. We talked about celebrating something. Was it? I don't know what it was. Was it just? I don't think it was as simple as everyone painting all the Rohirrim stuff, and we didn't break a record. But I just feel like there was something we were celebrating. I can't remember what that was. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
A little bit, but I can't. I've been awake for 21 hours now, so I'm not sure.
Well, I thought I found a party popper.
Oh, did you?
And I remember thinking that's worth celebrating earlier. So, whatever it was, and it might suddenly come back to me, but we've only got one. I've only got one, so it could be a duff. But yeah, we'll see. So here we go. Are you ready? Going to aim it up.
A minute. Yeah, go on.
On behalf of everyone, I don't know what it was. Enjoying War of the Rohirrim. Oh, he's gone sexy. That's nice.
Yeah, the kids are knackered now, so
Can't imagine why. And everyone who's joined in tonight and has partied away on this Friday night. Here we go.
Yeah.
Don't drink and pop, kids. Larry said we're celebrating vague hunches. We're not. We're celebrating something. I just can't remember what it was. Tim said, aren't you waiting for the stream to do conversions? Tim needs to find the conversion sprue, the correct orc, and I have the random cups in somewhere to paint up too. Have you got Forge or Goris to do all 3? And he says, yeah, he's fully painted though. Oh, lovely stuff. So there we go. We're done.
Indeed.
We've reached the end. We've just crossed over the 6-hour mark. Remarkable scenes. On reflection, Steve was always just quite, quick at these things. Only 4 or 5 hours, but all these guest hosts have gone absolutely nuts recently. But yeah, it's another 6-hour storm. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's been wonderful. Tom, anything from you?
Yeah. No, just to reiterate that point. Yes, thank you all for tuning in, and yeah.
Lovely to have you back, my friend.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Yes, always a pleasure. And yes, I'm sure you will see me on a few more in the future.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute delight, and I've genuinely loved getting stuck into War of the Rohirrim with you and all of our lovely viewers. It's been really, really good fun.
It's been a very enjoyable experience, and you're getting my last army, getting my army finished in the evening is a nice touch.
Good luck tomorrow at the tournament. You'll have to let us know.
Very much, yeah. I will do.
But yeah, I think that's us for the night. We have we have our stream next week. I probably won't get the next shed vlog out, but in the meantime, please go and watch the current shed vlog, my latest hobby vlog, and give it a like and give it a comment and share it around your groups. It'd be greatly appreciated. If you have enjoyed it, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. And if you fancy joining the coolest group of kids in all the land, there's a link down below for our Patreon screen, and you can carry on the BSIME fun in between streams. But until then, all that's left for us to say is we'll see you soon, and good night.
Good night.